but if conventionality depends upon a special indeterminacy of translation, then we may not say, as Quine does in a passage quoted previously, that physical theory is a conventional affair not dictated by reality. If the permanence of logical truth is merely a practical rule, rather than an insight into the nature of reality, then if physical theory is such an insight, it cannot also be a practical rule. To sum up his vacillations, we may note that Quine wants to assert all the following. 1. There is such a thing as ontology, governed by scruples about what objects one may assume and based on a distinction between irresponsible reification and its opposite 41. 2. There is no special epistemological status which any sentence has apart from its role in the maintaining that field of force which is human knowledge and whose aim is coping with sensory irradiations. 3. So there is no such thing as direct acquaintance with sense data or meanings which would give inviolability to reports by virtue of their correspondence to reality, apart from their role in the general scheme of belief. 4. So epistemology and ontology never meet, since our scruples about what objects to assume are not dictated by our acquaintance with either universals or particulars. 5. But there is nevertheless a distinction to be made between those parts of the web of belief which express matters of fact and those which do not, and ontology ensures that we can detect this difference. If he is to assert, 5, as well as, 1-4, Quine must give a sense to the distinction between matter of fact and convention which has no links with the usual instrumentalist-phenomenalist distinction that between what we are really acquainted with and what we posit to cope with stimuli. 41 Quine, Word and Object, pages LLG 120. The only way he can do so, as far as I can see, is simply to pick out the elementary particles of contemporary physics as paradigmatically matter of factual and explain that the sense in which there is no matter of fact about meanings or beliefs is that different things can be said about what a sentence means or a man believes without any implications for the movements of these particles. This tactic makes his preference for physics over psychology, and thus his concern about irresponsible reification, purely aesthetic. Further, it will not work. For alternative biochemical, e.g., as well as alternative psychological theories will be compatible with all and only the same movements of the same particles. Unless and until there is a genuine deduction of all true nomological statements from the laws of physics, which no one seriously expects, there will be no complaint to be made about intentions which cannot be made about mitochondria. 4242 Dagfin FF/Listel, Meaning and Experience in Mind and Language, ed. S. Guttenplan Oxford, 1975, suggests a way of construing Quine's indeterminacy thesis designed to show that Quine's position is more interesting if his ontological bias towards physicalism is regarded as a consequence of a more fundamental epistemological bias towards empiricism. p. 33, the suggestion is that all the truths there are included in the theory of nature. As we noted earlier, in our theory of nature we try to account for all our experiences. And the only entities we are justified in assuming are those that are appealed to in the simplest theory that accounts for all this evidence. These entities and their properties and interrelations are all there is to the world, and all there is to be right or wrong about. All truths about these are included in our theory of nature. In translation, we are not describing a further realm of real ity, we are just correlating two comprehensive theories concerning all there is. p. 32, however, I do not see how we can tell when we have stopped describing and started correlating descriptions. Or, to put it in another way, I do not see how we can mark off nature from something else save by finding some sense of account for all our experiences in which something less than the whole of culture can account for all our experiences. An alternative way of tracing the indeterminacy thesis to empiricism is offered by John McDowell, Truth Conditions, Bivalence and Verificationism in Truth and Meaning, ed. G. Evans and J. McDowell Oxford, 1976. McDowell thinks that Quine may be asserting a version, not quite happily formulated, of the strong verificationist objection to realism in a theory of meaning. p. 65. This objection is that to construe an assertion's truth as underdetermined by what is observably would, if we construed the statement realistically, require us to attribute to the speaker a conception of truth as being independent of what is observable. P. 64, since the latter is, for the verificationist, absurd, it shows that we must not construe the statement realistically. This strategy, however, seems to involve finding a sense for determination by what is observable, which would keep biology and exclude translation, and, once again, I do not see how this is to be done. So I conclude that the tension between 4 and 5 remains, despite the attempts of friendly critics of Quine to reformulate his point in a way that renders it safe from Chomsky's criticism that the only indeterminacy in the area is the familiar underdetermination of theory by observation, a criticism which both F. Slastl and McDowell refer to, and wish to circumvent. These modes of description. To say that it can be completely described is to use a notion of completeness defined in terms of spatio-temporal extent, not in terms of either explanatory power or practical convenience. If we could not refer to intentions, we might be hard put to it to cope with the world, but we should, for whatever this is worth, still be able to describe every bit of it, and even make an accurate prediction about the content of any space-time region of any desired minuteness. The way to apply this point to the vocabulary of beliefs and desires has been shown by Davidson, who puts the matter in terms of a distinction between homonymic and heteronymic generalizations. On the one hand, there are generalizations whose positive instances give us reason to believe the generalization itself could be improved by adding further provisos and conditions stated in the same general vocabulary as the original generalization. Such a generalization points to the form and vocabulary of the finished law. We may say that it is a homonymic generalization. On the other hand, there are generalizations which, when instantiated, may give us reason to believe there is a precise law at work, but one that can be stated only by shifting to a different vocabulary. We may call such generalizations heteronomic. I suppose most of our practical lore, and science, is heteronymic. This is because a law can hope to be precise, explicit, and as exceptionless as possible only if it draws its concepts from a comprehensive closed theory. Confidence that a statement is homonymic, rectable within its own conceptual domain, demands that it draw its concepts from a theory with strong constitutive elements. Just as we cannot intelligibly assign a length to any object unless a comprehensive theory holds of objects of that sort, we cannot intelligibly attribute any propositional attitude to an agent except within the framework of a viable theory of his beliefs, desires, intentions, and decisions. Point 43. Davidson goes on to say that purported psychophysical laws are like all emeralds are grue. They combine terms taken from disparate vocabularies. We may talk about emerauces and grueness, or about emeralds and greenness, but not about both at once, at least not if we want a useful comprehensive theory. Even so, we may talk about actions and beliefs, or about movements and neurons, but not, comprehensively, both at once. But there is an obvious sense, in the former example, in which we are talking about the same things, whichever set of predicates we choose. Even so, Davidson says, in the latter case, the difference in choice of vocabularies is not a mark of the difference between the real and the ontologically disreputable, nor of that between the factual and the mythical, but is on all fours with the difference between talking of the activities of nations as such and talking of the activities of ministers and generals, or between talking of mitochondria as such and talking of the elementary particles they contain. We may usefully and truly say things like, if Asquith had remained Prime Minister, England would have lost, or if there had been a few more neutrons in there, the mitochondrion would not have survived, or if we had just stuck in an electrode in the right place in the cortex, he would never have decided he was Napoleon, or if we could get hold of an emerose, we should have just the right shade of green, but we cannot, so far as we know now, at least, develop such heteronymic remarks into laws which are parts of comprehensive theories. Nor, on the other hand, need we see such heteronymic remarks as crossing the line between ontological realms, in particular, the realm of the factual and the realm of the non-factual. In Davidson's view of the relation between different explanatory vocabularies, there is no reason whatever for thinking that those vocabularies which lend themselves to truth-functional formulations limn the true and ultimate structure of reality in a way in which intensional vocabularies do not. The extensional-intensional distinction turns out to have no more and no less philosophical interest than the distinction between nations and people. It is capable of inciting reductionist emotion, but not capable of providing a special reason for embarking on reductionist projects. Davidson's distinction gives us a way of seeing that an intensional vocabulary is just one more vocabulary for talking about portions of a world which can, indeed, be completely described without this vocabulary. We can share Carnap's intuition that the movement of anything can be predicted on the basis of the movement of elementary particles, and that if we simply kept track of all those particles we would be keeping track of, though not explaining, all that there is, without speaking, with Quine, of the baselessness of intentional idioms and the emptiness of a science of intention. One vocabulary, that of particle physics, may work for every portion of the universe, whereas talk of mitochondria, emeroses, cabinet ministers, and intentions is called for only here and there. But the distinction between the universal and the specific is not the distinction between the factual and the empty, still less that between the real and the apparent, or the theoretic and the practical, or nature and convention. Davidson, however, links his own project to Quine's in a misleading way when he says that the heteronymic character of general statements linking the mental and the physical traces back to the central role of translation in the description of all propositional attitudes, and to the indeterminacy of translation. 44. And also when he cites with approval Quine's remark that Brentano's thesis of the irreducibility of intentional idioms is of a piece with the thesis of indeterminacy of translation. 45. Both remarks suggest that the relation between statements which offer translations and behaviories is special in some way, that the relation between statements about mitochondria and those about elementary particles is not. Both suggest Quine's odd doctrine of the double indeterminacy of translation. But if what I have been saying is right, irreducibility is always just irreducibility, and never a clue to ontological differences. There are lots of vocabularies in the language within which one might expect to get a comprehensive theory phrased in homonymic generalizations, and science, political theory, literary criticism, and the rest will, God willing, continue to create more and more such vocabularies. To abandon the notion that in philosophy we have a discipline which guards against irresponsible reification and systematize our scruples about what objects one may assume would be to take irreducibility in our stride, and thus to judge each such vocabulary on pragmatic or aesthetic grounds alone. Quine's strictures against Carnap's attempt to divide philosophy from science are just what is needed to help us realize that there is no such discipline, and thus just what is needed to see that the Geisteswissenschaften would have not become more wissenschaftlich, or more ontologically respectable, if Brentano and Dilthey had turned out to be wrong about their irreducibility. Unfortunately, however, Quine's enduring conviction that symbolic logic must somehow have ontological implications leads him to make more of translation, intentional ity, and the idea than needs to be made. I have devoted this long section to arguing that Quine's attack on truth by virtue of meaning as an explanation of putatively necessary truths should not be confused with his attack on meanings as ideas in the mind, ideas which determine the accuracy of translations in a way that linguistic behavior cannot. The former is indeed a pseudo-explanation. There are, for the holistic reasons given in two dogmas, no privileged representations. But Quine's distrust of privileged representations leads him to distrust all representations, to distrust the idea itself. Yet ideas in the mind are no more or less disreputable than neurons in the brain, mitochondria in the cells, passions in the soul, or moral progress in history. The damage done by the idea in modern philosophy was done by the pseudo-explanation of epistemic authority through the notion of direct acquaintance by the eye of the mind with mental entities such as sense data and meanings. But this is epistemological damage, not ontological damage. If I am right in the criticisms of Quine I have been making, and in the general line I am taking in this book, the only way in which one can do ontological damage is to block the road of inquiry by insisting on a bad old theory at the expense of a good new theory. It may be claimed that 19th-century introspectionist psychology did briefly block the road of inquiry, but even if that were so, it would be quite a different thing from saying that the Geisteswissenschaften are preventing us from seeing reality plain, or that their shady ontology must be tolerated for the sake of practical ends. The lesson of epistemological behaviorism is just that there is no philosophical point to be made about translation or intentionality, nor about any other ontological subject. Rather, it helps us see that explanatory power is where we find it, and that the philosophical attempt to distinguish between scientific and unscientific explanations is needless. Therefore, drop the notion of epistemology as the quest, initiated by Descartes, for those privileged items in the field of consciousness which are the touchstones of truth. We are in a position to ask whether there still remains something for epistemology to be. I want to urge that there does not. To understand the matters which Descartes wanted to understand, the superiority of the new science to Aristotle, the relations between the science and mathematics, common sense, theology, and morality, we need to turn outward rather than inward, toward the social context of justification rather than to the relations between inner representations. This attitude has been encouraged in recent decades by many philosophical developments, particularly those stemming from Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations and from Kuhn's structure of scientific revolutions. Some of these developments will be canvassed in chapters 7 and 8. Before doing so, however, I shall discuss two attempts to preserve something from the Cartesian tradition, attempts which may seem to shed some doubt on our ability simply to drop the image of the mirror of nature altogether. The first of these attempts is the revolt against logical behaviorism in the philosophy of psychology, leading to the development of explanations of behavior in terms of inner representations without, necessarily, any link up with the justification of beliefs and actions. I have already said that once explanation and justification are held apart, there is no reason to object to explanation of the acquisition of knowledge in terms of representations, and that such explanations can be offered without resuscitating the traditional mind-body problem. But I think that the defense of such explanations against Ryle and Skinner can easily be distorted into a rehabilitation of the traditional 17th-century philosophical problematic, and thus I shall devote chapter 5 to a discussion of such defenses. My aim will be to disassociate empirical psychology from the remnants of epistemology by defending it against both Wittgensteinian criticisms and Chomskyan compliments. The second attempt to preserve something from the Cartesian tradition which I shall discuss is the effort, within recent philosophy of language, to specify how language hooks onto the world, thus creating an analog of the Cartesian problem of how thought hooks onto the world. An attempt to use the notions of the reference of terms and the truth of sentences to aid in understanding the matters which troubled Descartes seems to me doomed to failure, but such a program is very tempting. Because language is a public mirror of nature, as thought is a private one, it seems that we should be able to reformulate a great many Cartesian and Kantian questions and answers in linguistic terms, and thereby rehabilitate a lot of standard philosophical issues, example the choice between idealism and realism. I devote chapter 6 to various efforts at such rehabilitation, and argue that semantics should be kept as pure of epistemology as should psychology. Once both the inner representations needed in psychological explanation and the word-world relations needed by semantics to produce a theory of meaning for natural languages are seen as irrelevant to issues of justification, we can see the abandonment of the search for privileged representations as the abandonment of the goal of a theory of knowledge. The urge towards such a theory in the 17th century was a product of the change from one paradigm of understanding nature to another, as well as of the change from a religious to a secular culture. Philosophy as a discipline capable of giving us a right method of seeking truth depends upon finding some permanent neutral framework of all possible inquiry, an understanding of which will enable us to see, for example, why neither Aristotle nor Bellarmine was justified in believing what he believed. The mind as mirror of nature was the Cartesian tradition's response to the need for such a framework. If there are no privileged representations in this mirror, then it will no longer answer to the need for a touchstone for choice between justified and unjustified claims upon our belief. Unless some other such framework can be found, the abandonment of the image of the mirror leads us to abandon the notion of philosophy as a discipline which adjudicates the claims of science and religion, mathematics and poetry, reason and sentiment, allocating an appropriate place to each. In chapters 7 and 8 I develop this point further. The line of thought I have called epistemological behaviorism has produced a prejudice against the notion of mental entities and psychological processes. A certain picture of man's higher faculties, common to Descartes and Locke, has been gradually erased by the work of such writers as Dewey, Ryle, Austin, Wittgenstein, Sellers, and Quine. However, this picture, the one which gave rise to the 17th century notion of a veil of ideas, and thus to epistemological skepticism, has not been replaced by a new and clearer picture. On the contrary, there is widespread fratricidal disagreement among anti-Cartesians about what, if anything, to say about the mind. Ryle's magic word disposition is no longer in favor, but more up-to-date notions such as functional state are offered as substitutes. Anything smacking of either Skinnerian methodological behaviorism or Raleian logical behaviorism is looked at askance, but it is agreed that there must be some way of avoiding such reductive efforts without falling back into the sort of dualism which engendered the traditional problems of modern philosophy. The counterintuitive consequences of behaviorism, reductively interpreted, are illustrated by Malcolm's polemic against much recent work by psychologists. Thus, it is the facts, the circumstances surrounding the behavior, that give it the property of expressing recognition. This property is not due to something that goes on inside. It seems to me that if this point were understood by philosophers and psychologists, they would no longer have a motive for constructing theories and models for recognition, memory, thinking, problem solving, understanding, and other cognitive processes. 1. If we follow out this line of thought, we can decide that the whole empirical science of psychology is based on a mistake, and that there is no middle ground for research between commonsensical explanations of behavior on the one hand and neurophysiology on the other. The notion that there is a middle ground for psychology to investigate will, in this view, be a product of Malcolm's myth of cognitive processes and structures, what Ryle called Descartes' myth. Malcolm seems inclined to take the matter to this point, for example, in his description of the Chomskyan notion of an internalized system of rules as typical of the root mistake of the traditional theory of ideas, viz. the assumption that in speaking a person must be guided. There must be something at hand that shows him how to speak, how to put words together grammatically and with coherent sense. What is being explained is knowledge, both knowing that and knowing how. The presence in him of the structure of the language or of its system of rules is supposed to account for this knowledge, to explain how he knows. p. 389. If we once see that our understanding of human cognitive powers is not advanced by replacing the stimulus-response mythology with a mythology of inner guidance systems, p. 392, Malcolm thinks, we shall not think that there are any explanations to be looked for in this area. It is certainly true that the model of the mind which led Descartes and Locke to construct the traditional philosophical problems was built into the terminology of the advantage of behavior and surroundings to identify his data. What more than this can be required to avoid the charge of mythologizing? It might, of course, turn out that there were no intervening variables worth postulating, but this could presumably only be discovered a posteriori, by trying and failing. As P.C. Dodwell says, replying to Malcolm, on Malcolm's view, psychologists would have to restrict themselves to investigations of simple empirical relationships such as that which might obtain between memory and sleep deprivation. But it is extremely difficult to see how this restriction could be justified. The factors which psychologists investigate in human memory are empirical relationships, although usually of a more complicated sort than the one just mentioned. Who, then, should make the decision on which empirical relationships are to be cleared for investigation? Not philosophers, surely. Point 5. This reply seems to me entirely convincing, but we can nevertheless profit from considering the reasons why reductive operationalism has seemed so much more palatable for psychology than for physics. Why have philosophers begrudged psychologists the right to dream up whatever theoretical entities and processes might help them to explain our behavior? One such reason has already been given: the confusion between the claims labeled 1 and 2 above. This confusion rested upon the fear, found in Husserl and Dilthey as well as in Wittgensteinians like Winch and Ken New York, that subjecting human behavior to mechanistic explanation in terms of psychological processes would obscure the distinction between persons and things, between the human reality studied by the Geisteswissenschaften and the rest of reality studied by the Naturwissenschaften. More will be said in later chapters about that distinction, but for 5 PC. Well, is a theory of conceptual development necessary? In Cognitive Development and Epistemology, cited in Note 1 above, p. 382. Now we may be content with Dodwell's reply. Fear of mechanism and loss of personhood is a ground for suspicion of all the behavioral sciences, and does not catch what philosophers have found especially dubious about psychology. The more directly relevant reasons for suspicion are those which suggest that psychologists should be more mechanistic rather than less, that they should cut straight through the mental to the neurophysiological. The first reason is simply the urge toward unified science, which is not so much the urge to reduce the many to the one as the conviction that 17th-century science discovered that everything could be explained by atoms and the void, and that philosophy has a moral duty to preserve this insight. This conviction, however, has been softened by a dim awareness of quantum mechanics, so that an ontological respect for insensate matter has been replaced by a sociological respect for professors of physics. Philosophers' references to the physical are now standardly accompanied by a note explaining that any entity will count as physical which is invoked by the physical sciences. Before Quine, when reduction was still the heart of the logical empiricist program, philosophers thought themselves able to make actual contributions to the unification of science by analyzing the meanings of terms used in sociology, psychology, etc. Since Quine's attack on meaning, however, the need to reduce everything to whatever physicalists will countenance has been replaced by a still vaguer feeling that the sciences other than physics become more scientific when they can replace functional descriptions of theoretical entities, example gene, with structural descriptions, example DNA molecule. This feeling is evanescent in cases like sociology and economics, where nobody wants to press for the physical realization of postulated theoretical entities, but it persists in psychology, whose theoretical entities have roughly the sort of concreteness which invites replacement by neurophysiology. But why, given Quinian reasons for thinking that no interesting, necessary and sufficient conditions for the application of the terms of one discipline can be given in the terms of another, should we be so impatient for such replacement? No one thought that genetics involved appeal to dubious entities because DNA was a long time coming. So what accounts for the instinctive feeling that psychologists are blocking the road of inquiry? To answer this, we must turn to a second reason for suspicion of postulated mental entities and processes. We may call this, following Ryle, the fear of ghosts. The thought that by countenancing the mental, even temporarily, we are losing the scientific spirit, comes from two sources. The first, which I discussed in Chapter 1, is the confusion of the post-Cartesian conception of consciousness with the pre-philosophical notion of the soul as what leaves the body at death. The second is the epistemological argument that introspectability carries with it privileged access, and that since such epistemic privilege must be based on an ontological difference, mental entities being intrinsically better known to their possessors than anything physical could be known to anyone, we must deny the existence of the mental qua introspectable on pain of making part of our knowledge of reality depend upon unverifiable reports. Such an argument is rarely offered so boldly, but something like it underlies a great deal of both positivistic and Wittgensteinian hostility to the Menta 1.6. However, just as the notion of the unity of science as a program for philosophical research cannot survive Quine's attack on meaning, so this epistemological argument cannot survive Sellers's treatment of givenness. In Sellers's account of immediate knowledge, introspection is a learned ability, and the dark suspicion that subjects will turn out to introspect whatever the experimenter tells them they ought to be able to introspect is largely justified. For our immediate knowledge 6c, for example, Malcolm's expression theory of first-person mentalistic reports, based on a passage in the Philosophical Investigations of Mental Events is not, according to Sellers, a mark of distinct ontological status, and the incorrigibility of first-person reports, like all matters concerning epistemic status, is a sociological rather than a metaphysical concern. But giving up the special ghostly status which had been supposed to make privileged access possible redeems the methodological respectability of appeals to introspection. For we can now see that teaching people to introspect thoughts, or nostalgia, or blood pressure, or kinky algorithms, is simply a matter of utilizing connections within the organism, presumably the connections between the speech center and the rest of the nervous system, as scientific instruments. The fact that such training must take its point of departure from intersubjectively available circumstances is enough to ensure that nothing sneaky is going on. The subjectivity and unscientific character of introspective reports are thus no more philosophically significant than the defects of spectroscopes. Once subjective reports are seen as a matter of heuristic convenience, rather than of permitting someone's unsupported word to refute a promising scientific hypothesis, we can clear away the unfortunate associations of introspectionist psychology with rationalism's appeal to clear and distinct ideas and Protestantism's appeal to the individual conscience. I conclude that the Quinian and Sellersian arguments I have outlined in the preceding chapter also serve to clear psychology of the standard suspicions which empiricistic and physicalistic philosophers have brought against it. The suspicions which come from the other direction, from the need to preserve human uniqueness, free will, and the integrity of the Geisteswissenschaften, will be discussed in chapters 7 and 8. In the present chapter, I shall stick to the question, can we find any relevance to traditional philosophical problems concerning knowledge in actual or expected results of empirical psychological research? Since I wish to say that these philosophical problems should be dissolved rather than solved, it is predictable that I should give a negative answer. But this negative answer needs considerable defense, since many philosophers who have been impressed by the arguments against privileged representations marshaled by Quine and Sellers nevertheless want to replace traditional foundationalist epistemology by the use of psychological results to produce a general theory of inner representations. I shall be arguing that such a new epistemology can offer nothing relevant to issues of justification, and that consequently it has no relevance to the cultural demands which led to the emergence of epistemology in the 17th and 18th centuries. Nor, consequently, can it aid in maintaining the image of philosophy as a discipline which stands apart from empirical inquiry and explains the relevance of the results of such inquiry to the rest of culture. To make this point, I shall discuss two suggestions current in the recent philosophical literature, all of which attribute to psychology a greater degree of philosophical importance than I think it deserves. The first is Quine's suggestion that psychology can investigate the relations between theory and evidence, which used to be the subject matter of epistemology. In section 2 I shall argue that these relations cannot be restated in psychological terms. The second is the claim that the analogies between program states of computers and psychological states of persons, and between hardware states of computers and neurophysiological states of bodies, give a new and interesting sense to the notion that our knowledge consists of an inner representation of the world. This claim has been developed in greatest detail by Fodor. In sections 3 and 4 I shall be arguing that Fodor runs together a sense of representation in which representations may be judged accurate or inaccurate, and another in which they may not. These two senses, I hold, mark out the respective domains of epistemology and psychology. In an essay called Epistemology Naturalized, Quine reviews the various embarrassments confronting efforts to provide a foundation for science, and finally considers Wittgenstein's sardonic attitude toward this enterprise. Carnap and the other logical positivists of the Vienna Circle had already pressed the term metaphysics into pejorative use, as connoting meaninglessness, and the term epistemology was next. Wittgenstein and his followers, mainly at Oxford, found a residual philosophical vocation in therapy, in curing philosophers of the delusion that there were epistemological problems. But I think that at this point it may be more useful to say rather that epistemology still goes on, though in a new setting and a clarified status. Epistemology, or something like it, simply falls into place as a chapter of psychology and hence of natural science. It studies a natural phenomenon, viz., a physical human subject. This human subject is accorded a certain experimentally controlled input, certain patterns of irradiation in assorted frequencies, for instance, and in the fullness of time the subject delivers as output a description of the three-dimensional external world and its history. The relation between the meager input and the torrential output is a relation that we are prompted to study for somewhat the same reason that always prompted epistemology, namely, in order to see how evidence relates to theory, and in what ways one's theory of nature transcends any available evidence. Point 7. Consider first Quine's claim that the motive behind epistemology has always been to see how evidence relates to theory, and in what ways one's theory of nature transcends any available evidence. Most intellectual historians have found it striking that what we now call the theory of knowledge plays so little part in the thought of writers before the 17th century. In Quine's account of epistemology, it is hard to see why this should be so. We might suggest that the need for a choice between radically distinct theories about planets and ballistic missiles became intense in the time of Galileo and Descartes, and that consequently the mind of the West was newly struck with the way in which one's theory of nature transcends any available evidence. But this suggestion is rather thin. There were plenty of competing theories about the heavens in ancient and medieval times, but we have to rummage about quite a bit to find anything called epistemology in Plato and Aristotle, if epistemology means noting the gaps between theory and evidence and comparing ways of crossing those gaps. We can fasten with glad cries upon some passages in the Theaetetus and the De Anima, Neo-Kantian historians of Greek philosophy like Zeller often have. But little to the purpose will turn up elsewhere in the 4th century, and practically nothing in the posterior Analytics, where Aristotle, who knew all about controversy between competing scientific theories, and competed with the best of them, discusses the status and methodology of science. When Cartesianism burst upon a startled world in the 17th century, it was not because a new view was being offered about long-debated questions concerning the relations between theory and evidence. It was rather because questions were being taken seriously which, as Gilson remarked with some indignation, the scholastics had been too sensible to ask. From the point of view of medieval philosophy, Descartes plays the role of the indisciplinata, someone who takes pride in insisting, no matter what discipline is in question, on the same degree of certainty, no matter how inappropriate. In a word, Descartes no longer recognizes an intermediary between the true and the false. His philosophy is the radical elimination of the notion of the probable. To understand why the 17th century became intrigued with the relation between theory and evidence, we need to ask why Descartes' fantasies captured Europe's imagination. As Quine says, epistemologists dreamed of a first philosophy, firmer than science and serving to justify our knowledge of the external world. 9. But why did everybody suddenly start dreaming the same dream? Why did the theory of knowledge become something more than the languid academic exercise of composing a reply to Sextus Empiricus? The dream of a first philosophy firmer than science is as old as the Republic, and we may agree with Dewey and Freud that the same primordial urges lie behind both religion and Platonism. But that does not tell us why anyone should think that first philosophy consists in, of all things, epistemology. It may seem heavy-handed to press Quine's phrases in this way. I am doing so nevertheless because I think that understanding modern philosophy requires a more radical break with the tradition than Quine wants to make, or than is needed for his purposes. His genial "don't let's throw out epistemology, let's let it be psychology" line is entirely reasonable if our aim is to show what in empiricism can be saved once we throw out the dogmas. But if we want to know why anybody thought it worthwhile, much less exciting or morally obligatory, to be an empiricist, we have to step back from the whole subject and press questions which Quine can safely neglect. To help achieve this distance, I turn now to some of the things Quine says about psychology. I want to show how very remote any psychological discovery of the sort he envisages will be from any concern with the foundations of science or with the relation between theory and evidence. The link between empirical psychology of perception and empiricist epistemology is, I think, provided largely by the loose use of such words as evidence, testimony. This use permits Quine to say things like the nerve endings are the place of input of unprocessed information about the world 10, and it is simply the stimulations of our sensory receptors that are best looked upon as the input to our cognitive mechanism LL. Suppose we ask, could psychology discover that it is not at the retina, the first nerve cells to be troubled by light rays, that information begins to be processed? Could it discover that it is actually in the lens, or perhaps only just where the optic nerve merges into the visual cortex? Could it discover that everything up to the latter point was not information but just electricity? Presumably not, since it is hard to see what would count as an experimental criterion of information or processing. Quine, however, writes as if there could be such criteria. He notes that epistemology has always been torn between two criteria for being datal, causal proximity to the physical stimulus and the focus of awareness. But, he says, the dilemma is dissolved, and the strain relieved, when we give up the dream of a first philosophy firmer than science. If we are seeking only the causal mechanism of our knowledge of the external world, and not a justification of that knowledge in terms prior to science, we can settle after all for a theory of vision in Berkeley's style based on color patches in a two-dimensional field. We can look upon man as a black box in the physical world, exposed to externally determinable stimulatory forces as input and spouting externally determinable testimony about the external world as output. Just which of the inner workings of the black box may be tinged with awareness is as may be. But if we forget justification and look for causal mechanisms, we are certainly not going to be talking about color patches in a two-dimensional visual field. We shall have no use for the distinction between what is given and what is inferred, and no need for the notion of a visual field to hold the former. We may talk about irradiated patches on a two-dimensional retina or pulses in the optic nerve, but this will be a matter of choosing a black box, not of discovering touchstones for inquiry. Quine dissolves a dilemma only by changing the motive of inquiry. If one were only interested in causal mechanisms, one would never have worried one's head about awareness. But the epistemologists who dreamed the dream Quine describes were not only interested in causal mechanisms. They were interested in making, for example, an invidious distinction between Galileo and the professors who refused to look through his telescope. If there are indeed no experimental criteria for where the real data come, then Quine's suggestion that we give up the notion of sense data and speak causally of nerve endings and epistemologically of observation sentences 13 does not resolve a dilemma which has plagued epistemology. Rather it lets epistemology wither away. For if we have psychophysiology to cover causal mechanisms, and the sociology and history of science to note the occasions on which observation sentences are invoked or dodged in constructing and dismantling theories, then epistemology has nothing to do. We would think that this result would be congenial to Quine, but in fact he resists it. The resistance is clearest when he rebukes such writers as Polanyi, Kuhn, and Hansen for wanting to drop the notion of observation altogether. 14 Quine thinks this a perfectly good notion, and wants to reconstruct it in terms of intersubjectivity. He defines an observation sentence as one on which all speakers of the language give the same verdict when given the same concurrent stimulation. To put the point negatively, an observation sentence is one that is not sensitive to differences in past experience within the speech community. 15. Quine thinks that by excluding the blind, the insane, and a few more occasional deviants, p88n, we can tell which are the sentences which depend on present sensory stimulation and on no stored information beyond what goes into understanding the sentence, p86. This amounts to defining present sensory stimulation in terms of the uncontroversiality of certain sentences. Quine thinks that this preserves the force of the empiricist insight while abandoning the notions about meaning which are associated with the idea. I think Quine is right in taking this line in order to preserve what was true in empiricism, for doing so makes it quite clear that if anything replaces epistemology, it is the history and sociology of science, and is certainly not psychology. But this is not Quine's reason. Consider another passage about data. What to count as observation now can be settled in terms of the stimulation of sensory receptors, let consciousness fall where it may. In the old anti-psychologistic days, the question of epistemological priority was moot. What is epistemologically prior to what? Are Gestalten prior to sensory atoms? Now that we are permitted to appeal to physical stimulation, the problem dissolves. A is epistemologically prior to B if A is causally nearer than B to the sensory receptors. Or, what is in some ways better, just talk explicitly in terms of causal proximity to sensory receptors and drop the talk of epistemological priority. Pages 84 to 85. What is puzzling is that we have defined observation sentence in terms of the consensus gentium. We can divide observation from theory without knowing or caring which bits of our body are the sensory receptors, much less how far down the nerves the processing begins. We do not need any psychophysiological account of causal mechanisms to isolate what is intersubjectively agreeable. We just do this in ordinary conversation. So presumably psychology has nothing to tell us about causal proximity which is worth knowing by those who wish to continue epistemology in a psychological setting. To put it another way, once we have picked out the observation sentences conversationally rather than neurologically, further inquiry into how evidence relates to theory would seem to be a matter for Polanyi, Kuhn, and Hansen. For what could psychology add to their accounts of how scientists form and discard theories? Quine says of them that some iconoclastic philosophers of science have taken to questioning the notion of observation only now that it ceases to present a problem. Theirs is, I think, a delayed reaction against the dubiety of the old notion of datum. Now that we have thrown off the old dream of a first philosophy, let us exult rather in our new access to unproblematical concepts. Neural input is one, and observation sentence as just now defined is another. 16. But these concepts, where unproblematic, are not new. As electricity, neural input is not new, as information it is problematic. The notion of observation sentence as Quine has defined it is as old as the first lawyer who asked a witness, "But what did you actually see?" If we are to exult over anything, it is that we are no longer asking certain questions, not that we have found something new to do or some new terms in which to think. Quine has told us that we gave up bothering about consciousness when we gave up rational reconstruction. But he seems to be bringing it right back again by explicating observationality in terms of intersubjectivity. So he should either let Polanyi, Kuhn, and Hansen say that observation is just a matter of what we can agree on these days, or he should show how psychological discoveries can make something more of this notion. If they cannot, then defining dependence on present sensory stimulation in terms of intersubjectivity will just be invoking an old epistemological honorific to no psychological purpose. My discussion of Quine has pressed his words with tiresome literalness. Quine probably does not care about the fate of the word epistemology. What he does care about, perhaps, is his Deweyan position that science and philosophy are continuous, not to be viewed as having different methods or subjects. He is opposed to loose Oxonian talk about philosophy as the analysis of concepts, and he associates Wittgenstein and therapeutic positivism with this sort of talk. I have been suggesting that we emphasize rather what Dewey and Wittgenstein have in common: their view that a natural quest for understanding has been run together, by modern philosophers, with an unnatural quest for certainty. In this view, the hopes and fears which psychology at various times inspired among philosophers are equally misguided. 17. To say with Wisdom and Busma that epistemology is a collection of obsessive concerns with certainty to be dissolved by therapy. And to say with Quine that epistemological impulses should be satisfied by psychological results, may both be viewed as ways of saying, we can have psychology or nothing. 17. See Ludwig Wittgenstein, Philosophical Investigations, London, 1953, p. 232, On the confusion and barrenness of psychology, the existence of the experimental method makes us think we have the means of solving the problems which trouble us, though problem and method pass each other by. See also Dewey's warnings about the movement which was eventually to become the behavioristic psychology which Quine admires. The older dualism between sensation and idea is repeat in the current dualism of peripheral and central structures and functions. The older dualism of body and soul finds a distinct echo in the current dualism of stimulus and response. Again, sensation as stimulus does not mean any particular psychical existence. It means simply a function, and will have its value shift according to the special work requiring to be done. If it were not that one of my concerns in this book is to ask why we have such a phenomenon as philosophy in our culture, the matter could be left at that. But for this historical question, the difference between nothing and psychology is important. Dewey emphasized the religious and social motives behind the non-scientific aspects of philosophy, and joined his insistence on the continuity between philosophy and science with an invidious distinction between what philosophy had been and what it should become. Quine is reluctant to flirt with the genetic fallacy, and genuinely disposed to see himself and Locke as fellow inquirers into the relation between theory and evidence. Locke, he thinks, was misled by a bad theory of meaning, but we moderns may now be led aright, toward psychology, by a good one. But this geniality hides precisely what is important for historical understanding: Locke's concern about the skeptic's suggestion that our subjective modes of apprehension might hide reality from us, and Quine's refusal to be troubled by skepticism at all. Quine's remoteness from skeptical concerns is shown by his assimilation of elements of experience to elements of knowledge, and of explanation to justification. Psychology, by finding the elements of experience, explains knowledge. Epistemology, by, putatively, finding elements of knowledge, justifies non-elementary knowledge. Nobody would want human knowledge, as opposed to some particular theory or report, justified unless he had been frightened by skepticism. Nobody would assimilate epistemology to psychology unless he were so little frightened by skepticism as to regard grounding human knowledge as a bit of a joke. So, though we may heartily agree with Quine that if there are discoveries to be made about human knowledge they are likely to come from psychology, we can also sympathize with the view which Quine attributes to Wittgenstein: the thing to do with epistemology is to cure philosophers of the delusion that there were epistemological problems. Such therapy does not separate philosophy from science. It takes philosophy to be just common sense or science mobilized to provide reminders for a particular purpose. To get a psychological theory which would say something about the relation between theory and evidence, we need, at a minimum, one which will reproduce internally the ordinary public justification of assertions by circumstances and other assertions. We need, in other words, mental entities which can bear the same relations to public assertions and to one another as do premises and conclusions in speeches, as the testimonies of witnesses to the charges in law courts, and so on. But whenever a psychological theory is proposed which answers to this need, the cry of infinite regress is likely to be raised. Thus we find Malcolm saying, if we say that the way in which a person knows that something in front of him is a dog is by seeing that the creature fits his idea of a dog, then we need to ask, how does he know that this is an example of fitting? What guides his judgment here? Does he not need a second-order idea which shows him what it is like for something to fit an idea? That is, will he not need a model of fitting? An infinite regress has been generated and nothing has been explained. I9 The difficulty, made familiar by Ryle, is that if we are not content to take he sees it as a sufficient justification for 18 Wittgenstein, Philosophical Investigations, p. 50. 19 Malcolm, Myth of Cognitive Processes, p. 39 1. Compare Ryle, The Concept of Mind, New York, 1949, Chapter 7, and Wittgenstein, Philosophical Investigations, pages L113-215. See also John Passmore, Philosophical Reasoning, London, 1961, Chapter 2, The Infinite Regress Argument, where he discusses Ryle's use of the argument. I have compared Wittgenstein's and Peirce's anti-Cartesian employment of this argument in pragmatism, categories, and language. The man's knowing that there is a dog before him, then we shall not be able to take anything else as a justification either. For insofar as a mentalistic account provides merely a causal explanation of recognition by sight, it does not seem to answer the question how does he know? It does not tell us anything about the man's evidence for his view, but only about his coming to hold it. On the other hand, insofar as it does offer a justification of the original public knowledge claim, it provides an occasion to press for further justification. Fodor criticizes Ryle's claim that nothing paramechanical could improve our understanding of perceptual recognition, and remarks that the appealing simplicity of Ryle's position is purchased by begging precisely the sorts of Bayesian theories of perception and learning have traditionally attempted to answer. 20. He proceeds to argue that some simple story about learned associations will not do to answer these questions, but if what the various ways of performing Lillibelro have in common is something abstract, it would appear to follow that the system of expectations that constitutes one's recipe for hearing the song must be abstract in the same sense. The relevant expectations must be complicated and abstract, since perceptual identities are surprisingly independent of physical uniformities among stimuli. Since it is precisely this perceptual constancy that psychologists and epistemologists have traditionally supposed unconscious inferences and other paramechanical transactions will be needed to explain, it seems relevant to remark that Ryle's treatment has begged all the issues that constancy raises. Could easily reply that the notion of complicated and abstract expectations, example a set of unconscious inferences involving reference to some rules, or some abstract paradigmes, is what makes it appear that there are issues here. Perhaps only the picture of a little man in the mind, applying rules drawn up in nonverbal but still abstract terms, makes us ask how is it done. Had we not had this picture imposed on us, Ryle can say, we would respond with something like it's only possible because of having a complicated nervous system. Doubtless some physiologist will someday tell us just how it works. The notion of non-physiological models would not occur, in other words, if we did not already have the whole Cartesian bag of tricks in hand. This reply can be restated a bit more precisely. Suppose we agree with Fodor that recognition of similarity among potentially infinite differences is recognition of something abstract. Lillibelrehud, say. What does it mean to say that one's recipe for hearing the song must be abstract in the same sense? Presumably that it must be able to distinguish similarity among potentially infinite differences. But then there is no use for the notion of non-abstract recipe, since any recipe must be able to do this. The possible qualitative variations among the ingredients for a batch of chocolate chip cookies are also potentially infinite. So if we are to talk about complicated sets of expectations, or programs or systems of rules, at all, we shall always be talking about something abstract precisely as abstract, in fact, as the characteristic whose recognition, or the task whose accomplishment, we wish to explain. But then we are in a dilemma. Either the acquisition of these sets of expectations or rules requires the postulation of new sets of expectations or rules, or they are unacquired. If the former horn is grasped, Malcolm's infinite regress really will be generated by Fodor's principle that recognition of the abstract requires use of the abstract, for what holds of recognition should hold of acquisition. If we grasp the latter horn, then we seem to be back with Ryle. To say that people have an unacquired ability to recognize similarity among infinite differences is hardly to say anything explanatory about the issues that constancy raises. So, Ryle can conclude, these issues are either conceptual issues about the sufficient conditions for the ordinary application of terms like recognize, or else issues about physiological mechanisms. The latter sort of issue involves no problems about regresses, since nobody thinks that constancy requires postulating abstract mechanisms in photoelectric cells or tuning forks. Yet is there any difference between middle C and Lillibelrehud, save that we have dubbed the former a concrete acoustic quality and the latter an abstract similarity? We could specify 1,000 accidental features, timbre, volume, presence of light, color of the object emitting the sound, which the tuning fork ignores, just as the Lillible row recognizer does. Since the abstract concrete distinction is as relative to a given database as the complex simple distinction, it looks as if, in saying that psychological explanation requires reference to abstract entities, we are simply claiming that explaining the sort of thing mammals can do requires reference to different categorically different sorts of things from explaining what amoebas, tuning forks, cesium atoms, and stars can do. But how do we know that? And what does categorically mean here? Once again, Ryle can say that if we did not already have the Cartesian picture, of an inner eye looking at the rules posted on the walls of the mental arena, we should not know what to make of the claim. So much for the strength of the infinite regress argument. Now consider the sort of rejoinder to it which would be made by someone like Dodwell, who argues that non-physiological model building is, a priori, neither good nor bad, but is to be justified by its fruits. Dodwell is impressed by the analogy between brains and computers, the single most powerful influence on psychologists' ideas about cognitive processes at present is the nexus of concepts which has been developed for computer programming 21. Nevertheless, he admits, it might be argued that the computer analogy is trivial, because a program merely codifies a set of operations which are like cognitive operations, but no more explains thinking than does writing down a set of rules for solving arithmetic problems. To say that a computer program can explain thinking, then, would have about the same force as to say that a set of logical formulas explain the laws of correct deductive argument. Pages 371 to 372, to this argument he replies that the computer analogy only has force once one distinguishes levels. Explanations of what goes on in problem solving by a computer can be given at different levels. The implementation of a program has to be explained in terms of computer hardware, just as, presumably, the implementation of thinking has in some sense to be explained by processes which actually occur in the central nervous system. The subroutines by which particular computations are made can be explained by reference to the machine language and the step-by-step algorithms by which solutions are found. The principle of the subroutine operation is not itself to be understood and explained just by examining the hardware, in just the same way that the point of multiplication tables could not be grasped by examining the brain. Similarly, an understanding of how the subroutines themselves work does not explain the principle of solving problems in terms of a sequence of steps. For that, one must look at the executive process, which in the machine embodies the overall organization and goal of the program, and in the human being a less dearly understood goal-directedness. The importance of levels is illustrated, for example, by the fact that experimentation may give us reason to say that we recognize visual patterns by a template matching process rather than a feature extraction process, p. 379. To say this is neither a conceptual remark, about the executive process, nor a physiological one, about hardware, but it may be genuinely explanatory nonetheless. The notion of subroutine seems to give us just what psychology needs: an explanation of what the middle ground between common sense and physiology might be good for. But how does this notion help us avoid an infinite regress argument? Presumably Malcolm and Ryle would urge that either templates or abstract ideas of the features extracted, depending upon which model one picks, themselves produce the same problems as the constancy they are supposed to explain. But did you can reply that they would only do this if they were supposed to be answers to such general questions as how is abstraction, recognition, constancy, possible? To such questions, he can say, there is no answer, except the pointless remark that nature has evolved suitable hardware to get the job done. For any of Didway's models will indeed be anthropomorphic, in the sense of envisaging a little inferrer in the brain checking his, or its, templates or ticking off features. This inferrer's powers of abstraction or recognition will be as problematic as those of his host, and it does not make them less so to say that he, or it, is a little machine rather than a little man. This would be doubted by some psychologists. Gregory, siding with approval Helmholtz's notion of unconscious inferences involved in perception, says that we must be clear that there is no little man inside doing the arguing, for this leads to intolerable philosophical difficulties. Hiwonmolu certainly did not think this, but his phrase unconscious inferences and his description of perceptions as unconscious conclusions did perhaps suggest, at the time, to people unfamiliar with computers, some such unacceptable idea. But our familiarity with computers should remove temptation towards confusion of this kind. Anthropomorphic models here are no more misleading than the programmer's anthropomorphic remark that the machine won't understand the problem if you use Polish notation, because it only knows about. To complain that templates like Locke's ideas are a reduplication of the explanandum is like claiming that the particles which make up the Bohr atom are a reduplication of the billiard balls whose behavior they help explain. It turns out to be fruitful to postulate little billiard balls inside big ones, so why not postulate little people inside big ones, or little rats inside big rats? Every such model is, in Sellers's phrase, accompanied by a commentary which lists the features of the modeled entity abstracted from in the Model 23. It seems reasonable to suggest that the implicit commentary on all anthropomorphic models in psychology goes something like this: as long as we stay on the level of subroutines, we shall feel free to talk anthropomorphically about inferences and other operations unconsciously performed by the person, or performed, neither consciously nor unconsciously, by brain centers or other organs spoken of as if they themselves were persons. The use of such phrases. Longer think of inference as a uniquely human activity involving consciousness. The Intelligent Eye, New York, 1970, p. 30. I think it misleading to say that the little man leads to intolerable philosophical difficulties, because I do not see that little machines are less conscious than little men. To adopt what Dennett calls the intentional stance toward batches of transistors or neurons is to speak of them as we speak of conscious beings, and to add "but of course they are not really conscious" seems merely to say that we have no moral responsibilities to them. We can neither inquire which such batches are, in Quine's phrase, tinged with awareness, nor discover that inferences can be performed by beings not so tinged. Familiarity with computers does not bring about such a discovery, it only makes attribution of the intentional stance more common and casual. 23 C. Wilfrid Sellers, Science, Perception, and Reality, London and New York, 1963, p. 182. On Commentaries and pages 19211. On Red Sense Impressions. Does not commit us to attributing intellect and character to brain centers any more than speaking of a red sense impression as the common factor in various illusions commits us to the existence of something both inner and red. But once we get off the subroutine level and onto the hardware level, anthropomorphism is no longer in place. To see the force of this commentary, suppose that some special sort of neural current came down the optic nerve when and only when psychological theory predicted the occurrence of a red sense impression, and so for all other perceptual situations. If we knew this fact, we should simply skip the subroutine explanation and go straight to hardware. The notion of sense impression would no longer have a role, unless there were other theoretical entities postulated by psychological theory which required this notion for their explication. If things did turn out to be as simple as this, then the computer analogy would no longer seem particularly relevant any more than it does for one-celled animals, where the step from behavior to physiology is too short to make the notion of level seem in point. This is to say that if physiology were simpler and more obvious than it is, nobody would have felt the need for psychology. This conclusion may seem odd, particularly in the light of Dodwell's remark, quoted above, that the principle of the subroutine operation is not itself to be understood and explained just by examining the hardware, in just the same way that the point of multiplication tables could not be grasped by examining the brain 24. But this remark is seriously misleading. It embodies a confusion between the evident. If we did not know what multiplication was, looking into the brain would never tell us, and the dubious. If we did know what multiplication was, we could not tell that someone was doing a certain bit of multiplication by looking at his brain. The latter is dubious because we just do not know whether or not there are quite simple neurophysiological parameters associated with certain mental operations. It is immensely unlikely that there are, but there is no a priori reason why some suitable brain probe cum microscope might not show something which the trained observer would report as you're multiplying 47 by 25, and be right every time. More generally, the question of what is best explained in hardware terms and what in program terms depends entirely on how ad hoc the hardware happens to be, and on how perspicuously it is laid out. Ad hocness and perspicuousness are, obviously, relative to choice of vocabulary and level of abstraction, but then so is the hardware-software distinction itself. Point 25. Given the right sort of hardware and the right parameters, it certainly is possible to understand and explain the principle of the subroutine just by examining the hardware. Indeed, we can imagine machines in which it would be easier to find out what the machine was up to by opening it up and looking than by reading the program. Since the brain is almost certainly not such a machine, the point here is one of principle, for it shows that the distinction between psychology and physiology is not a distinction between two distinct subject matters in any stronger a sense than is, say, the distinction between chemistry and physics. It might have turned out that chemical phenomena such as the formation of compounds never had anything to do with the submicroscopic makeup of the elements in question. But in fact they do. And so now whether we use physicists' or chemists' terms to explain a reaction is a matter of convenience or pedagogy. If it turns out that physiology has as much to do with multiplying as electrons have to do with explosions, then the psychology-physiology distinction will be equally pragmatic. So the paradoxical conclusion offered earlier that had physiology been more obvious, psychology would never have arisen can be reaffirmed. Indeed, we can strengthen it and say that if the body had been easier to understand, nobody would have thought that we had a mind. Point 26. It is time now to sum up this way of dealing with the infinite regress argument. The central point is just that explanatory entities postulated by psychologists reduplicate problems in the explananda only when these problems are bad problems anyway. For example, how is recognition possible? Philosophers like Malcolm and Ryle are accustomed to bad philosophical answers to bad philosophical questions. How is motion possible, as the actualization of the potential qua potential? Why does nature follow laws? Because of God's benevolence and omnipotence. Consequently, they tend to see such questions lurking behind even quite specific and limited research programs. They are not always wrong, since psychologists still some 26, as I trust chapter 2 has made clear. I do not mean by this that we should not have thought of ourselves as having beliefs and desires, and as seeing, inferring, and so on. But we would not have saddled ourselves with the notions of a separable active intellect, a Cartesian immaterial substance, or Lockean ideas. Our concept of mind would have been much closer to Ryle's or Aristotle's than to the Cartesian concept we presently have. Times offer their latest model as resolving ancient philosophical problems. Point 27. But suppose such models as those Dodwell has in mind, proposals about subroutines which are neither introspectable, like the executive process, nor physiologically decipherable, like the hardware, are viewed neither as contributions to resolving Cartesian pseudo-problems nor as discoveries about some non-physical sort of entity. Then the infinite regress argument has no force. For whether or not hardware correlates for these subroutines ever turn up, the success in prediction and control of behavior made possible by the experimental discovery of such subroutines would be enough to show the reality of the objects of psychological inquiry. Point 28. Dodwell's 27c, for example, Seymour Papert's Introduction to Warren S. McCulloch, Embodiments of Mind, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1965. Papert, in explaining the importance of McCulloch's work, tells us that we need no longer be trapped by the dilemma of a split between psychology, which was based on mechanism but which was unable to reach the complex properties of thought, and philosophy, which took the properties of thought seriously but could be satisfied with no conceivable mechanism. p. 14. The insight which is to resolve this dilemma has as its principal conceptual step the recognition that a host of physically different situations involving the teleonomic regulation of behavior in mechanical, electrical, and even social systems should be understood as manifestations of one basic phenomenon, the return of information to form a closed central loop. p. 16. Papert here supposes that the properties of thought which bothered philosophers were those relevant to purposiveness. But neither the distinction between justification and causal explanation nor that between consciousness and its lack, which are the two great ways of dividing epistemology from psychology, is clarified by clarifying purposiveness. Nor would Bergsonians, who are worried by purposiveness, feel soothed by contemplating automatic record changers. 28. It is tempting to think of intervening variables postulated by psychologists, with subroutines written in terms of them, as mere placeholders for undiscovered neurological processes. We usually do, indeed, assume that when neurophysiology reaches a certain point it will serve as a touchstone for choice among competing psychological. Suggestion is that nothing succeeds like such success when it is a matter of establishing the non-mythical and scientific character of one's subject, and this may pretty well be the last word on the matter. Applying this point to the Rortyian dilemma about acquired and unacquired abilities I sketched, we can cheerfully admit that any such model building must grant that nature has wired in some unacquired abilities to perform higher-order mental operations. At least some of those little men performing subroutines in various brain centers will have to have been there since birth. But why not? If one gives up the notion that empirical psychology is going to do what the British empiricists failed to do, show how a tabula rasa gets changed into a complicated information processing device by impacts upon peripheral sense organs, then one will not be surprised that half of the adult subroutines were wired into the infant's brain on instructions from the chromosomes. Further, it will not strike one as important to our understanding of the nature of man or his mind to discover just which were wired in then and which came along later. 29. Finally, it will not seem odd that models of the mind. But it is important to see that even if we somehow discovered that neurophysiology will never reach the stage we had hoped for, this disappointment would not make the psychologists' work any more dubious, either methodologically or metaphysicalically. 29. The notion that it is important to discover what is innate comes out in such questions as: does all knowledge, information is the contemporary term, come through the sense organs, or is some knowledge contributed by the mind itself? G.J. and E.J. Gibson, Perceptual Learning, Differentiation or Enrichment. Psychological Review 62 1955, 32. Gibson and Gibson take this Kantian question with entire seriousness, and urge that, pace Hume and Helmholtz, perceptual learning is not unconscious inference from memory traces, but simply increased sensitivity to the variables of the stimulus array, p40. Yet it is very difficult to imagine how experiment could help decide between this view and, say, Gregory's neo-Helmholtzian interpretation of standard experiments in perceptual learning. CFRL Gregory, I, and Brain, New York and Toronto, 1966, especially such passages. Something abstract, like a capacity for recognizing similarity in difference, is as unacquired as such concrete capacities as making a differential response to C#. For we can simply remind ourselves that the latter is itself as abstract as an ability could well be, and no more abstract than any ability must be. The whole notion of concrete versus abstract abilities, which is accepted as uncritically by Fodor as by Kant, is of a piece with the notion of the irreducibly physical versus the irreducibly psychical. No body can say how to draw these lines except in relation to the temporary purposes of inquiry. But the Cartesian attempt to draw them once and for all, and the empiricist and behaviorist attempts to reduce the one to the other, have created the view that certain deep mysteries which had confounded the philosophers may yet be penetrated by psychological research. The incautious use of the infinite regress argument by Malcolm and Ryle should be seen, I believe, as an understandable reaction against this notion that psychology can succeed in solving problems which philosophers have posed. I can now tie together the result of examining the infinite regress argument with that of the last section by saying that the notion of psychological states as inner representations is unobjectionable but fairly uninteresting. To say that psychological states are states postulated to explain behavior, ones which we do not yet know how to identify with physiological states, is not to discover the true nature of the mind, it is only to re-emphasize that there is no nature to be known. The analogy between minds and computers drawn by Dodwell and Fodor is better than Plato's analogy between minds and a priori, simply because the former avoids the epistemologically, not metaphysically, misleading picture of introspection as observation of our interior. Illumination from such analogies is a matter of responding to what philosophers are worried about, and they are worried about unified science on the one hand and subjectivity on the other. If we agree that mentalistic explanations would not have arisen if our hardware had been more perspicuous, that will be enough to make the mind-body distinction pragmatic rather than ontological. That, in turn, is enough to reconcile us to the fact that we may never get a neurophysiological account of what is going on inside us which is as perspicuously related to psychological states as the engineer's account of how the hardware realizes the computer's program. Once, for Quinian reasons, we stop thinking that the possibility or impossibility of such an account can be determined by philosophical analysis, we can see that the unity of science is only endangered by ghosts, not by the unknown or the irreducible. Just as the suggestion that the atoms of Democritus and Newton's shining lights are merely geometrodynamical bumps does not bother anybody's physicalistic instincts, neither does Putnam's point that we shall never have a microparticulate explanation of why square pegs will not fit in round holes. The permanent need for mentalistic talk only seems dangerous to philosophers who think of the mental as involving reference to ghosts, and Sellers's treatment of the givenness of the mental takes care of them. Sellers shows that when we introspect, no non-physical item is present to a non-physical observer. He thus wards off the threatened loss of scientific objectivity. Once again, the seeds of metaphysical problems are found in epistemological difficulties, and specifically in the notion that to understand how we have a right to be so sure that we are nostalgic we must erect an ontological divide between nostalgia and neurons. We must, however, beware of attempts to erect a new sort of mental physical barrier on the line which divides the abstract from the concrete, representations from non-representations, rather than along lines of greater and less certainty. To see what such an attempt looks like, consider Fodor's rehabilitation of traditional empiricist accounts of perception. It is, I take it, an empirical question whether psychological processes are computational processes. But if they are, then what must go on in perception is that a description of the environment that is not couched in a vocabulary whose terms designate values of physical variables is somehow computed on the basis of a description that is couched in such a vocabulary. So Fodor rightly says that if we are to have anything like a psychological problem of perception we must have some such model in mind. He criticizes Gibson's suggestion that we could avoid the problem of how the presumed stimulus invariants are detected by distinguishing between the stimulus for the sensory transducers, viz., physical energies, and the stimulus for the perceptual organs, viz., abstract invariants, by saying, this way trivialization lies. If one is allowed to use the notion of a stimulus so as to distinguish the input to the retina, light energy, from the input to the optic system, patterns of light energy which exhibit invariances relevant, example to the explanation of perceptual constant size, why not also talk about the stimulus for the whole organism, viz., perceptibles? Thus, the answer to how do we perceive bottles would go, it is necessary and sufficient for the perception of a bottle that one detect the presence of the stimulus invariant bottle. What this shows, one think, is not that the psychological problem of perception is a muddle, but that stating the problem requires choosing, and motivating, a proprietary vocabulary for the representation of inputs. One have argued that the vocabulary of values of physical parameters is appropriate on the plausible assumption that sensory transducers detect values of physical parameters and that all perceptual knowledge is mediated by the activity of sensory transducers. p. 49n. Here Fodor confronts the question one raised in discussing Quine's attempt to view psychology as naturalized epistemology. If the choice of what is data is a matter of something deeper than consensus among observers, expressible in ordinary language, then what criterion can the psychologist use in isolating the input to our cognitive mechanism? Quine wobbles on the point, but Fodor firmly and sensibly tells us that, unless we take something which our subject need not know about as his input, we shall trivialize the notion of processing in the cognitive mechanism. To my earlier rhetorical question, could psychology discover that the input to the cognitive mechanism is not at the retina, but rather halfway down the optic nerve? Fodor would presumably answer, yes, for doing it one way rather than another depends upon which way of drawing lines around black boxes best splits the organism into the sort of transducers and processors whose descriptions make up a general and fruitful theory of cognitive processing. Notice that this answer takes away any connection between the question how do we recognize bottles and the question what is indubitably given to the mind, such as to serve as an infallible touchstone for inference. For the question what does the subject have a right to believe without conscious inference? Or, more precisely, what sort of thing can he justify merely by such remarks as I saw it clear as one see you now or I know English? Has nothing whatever to do with the question what bit of the organism shall we pick as interface with the world? Or more precisely, what choice shall we make of appropriatory vocabulary for the representation of inputs? Fodor is admirably explicit on this point, but whatever relevance the distinction between states of the organism and states of its nervous system may have for some purposes, there is no particular reason to suppose that it is relevant to the purposes of cognitive psychology. p. 52. The states of the organism postulated in theories of cognition would not count as states of the organism for purposes of, say, a theory of legal or moral responsibility. But so what? What matters is that they should count as states of the organism for some useful purpose. In particular, what matters is that they should count as states of the organism for purposes of constructing psychological theories that are true. p. 53. We need only add that what goes for moral or legal responsibility goes also for epistemic responsibility, the organisms being justified in believing this or that. No roads lead from the discovery of the organism's various interfaces with the world to criticisms of the organism's views about the world, or, more generally, from psychology to epistemology. What the empiricists got right about perception was that the sense organs must be thought of as having a vocabulary that is impoverished compared to the vocabulary in which the hypotheses are couched by either the processing unit, S, or the subject itself. They were doubtless also right in commending Galileo for preferring his eyes to his Aristotle, but this epistemological judgment has no particular connection with their theory of perception. We can now see that Fodor's picture of the mind as a system of inner representations has nothing to do with the image of the mirror of nature I have been criticizing. The crucial point is that there is no way to raise the skeptical question how well do the subject's internal representations represent reality. About Fodor's language of thought. In particular, there is no way to ask where, or how well, the products of spontaneity's theories represent the source of receptivity's evidence, and thus no way to be skeptical about the relation between appearance and reality. Nor is there anything general to say about the gap between the evidence contributed by receptivity and the theories contrived by spontaneity. A different sort of gap is crossed by the requirement that the vocabulary of a sensory mechanism be composed of natural kind terms in some, ideally completed, physical science, p. 45. This vocabulary will be more impoverished than that of the processors in the sense that there will be a many-one relation between sets of values of physical parameters and the terms which the processors use in their hypotheses. The relation will thus be like that between science and common sense. The Quinian underdetermination of theory by evidence is thus built into the model, in that many commonsensical ways of speaking will be compatible with the one true, ideally completed, description of the world by physical science, and many possible processor languages can mediate between these. To find out something epistemological by learning features of the language of thought would only be possible if, in between the scientific vocabulary used by sensory mechanisms and the various vocabularies consciously used by the subject, there were a vocabulary used by the processors, knowledge of which would help the subject discover the truth about things in general. Only this sort of psychological reality could take the place of what is given to the mind without interpretation as an epistemological touchstone of justification. but it is hard to see why the psychological reality of certain colors, grammars, or moral principles will correspond to their use in explaining or judging non-psychological realities. We should expect such correspondence only if we view the processing units which psychological theory isolates as in some way our better part, the successor of reason, as the natural ruler over the rest of the soul, or as our true self. Fodor and cognitive psychology have no interest in any such honorific status for the internal code. That code, like Fortran, or the binary representation of numbers, is just a code, not an aid in telling the true from the false. To see this point against the background of the previous chapters, recall the claim that the epistemological tradition confused causal explanations of the acquisition of belief with justifications of belief. When causal explanations are given in the internal code, the assumption that this code can be used to detect the acquisition of true belief would amount to the assumption that truth-generating mental processes were natural kinds within psychological theory. But Fodor would presumably agree that there is no reason whatever to think that such evaluative terms mark out such natural kinds. As he says about creativity, it may be that the processes we think of as creative don't form a natural kind for purposes of psychological explanation, but that, nevertheless, every instance of such a process is an instance of rule-guided, computational activity of one sort or another. The categories creative/boring may simply cross-classify the taxonomy that psychology employs. My main point, however, is that the mere fact that creative mental processes are mental processes does not ensure that they have explanations in the language of psychology under any of their descriptions. It may be that good ideas are species of mental states which don't have mental causes. Pages 201 to 202. The rise of the notion of knowledge as a matter of rightly ordered inner representations, an unclouded and undistorting mirror of nature, was due to the notion that the difference between the man whose beliefs were true and the man whose beliefs were false was a matter of how their minds worked. If this phrase is taken in the sense of what they would say in a conversation, it is true but shallow and unphilosophical. To make it deep and philosophical, one must believe, with Descartes and Locke, that a taxonomy of mental entities and processes will lead to discoveries which will provide one with a method of discovering truth, and not just truth about the mind. But Fodor's envisaged psychological taxonomy is not an epistemological taxonomy. It leaves both the method and the substance of the various other disciplines which make up culture to sink or swim on their own. Only the assumption that one day the various taxonomies put together by, for example, Chomsky, Piaget, Levi-Strauss, Marx, and Freud will all flow together and spell out one great universal language of nature, an assumption sometimes attributed to structuralism, would suggest that cognitive psychology had epistemological import. But that suggestion would still be as misguided as the suggestion that, since we may predict everything by knowing enough about matter in motion, a completed neurophysiology will help us demonstrate Galileo's superiority to his contemporaries. The gap between explaining ourselves and justifying ourselves is just as great whether a programming language or a hardware language is used in the explanations. It might be thought, however, that if we construe epistemology not as certifying success in discovering truth but rather as developing canons of rationality, then a null edge of the internal code will give us something to go on. Fodor, perhaps unintentionally, suggests such a view when 31 cf. Hiram Cotton, The Origins of Subjectivity, an essay on Descartes, New Haven, 1973, p. 53, the great difference between the Aristotelian and Cartesian methodology is that, for Descartes, mind is a principle of science. Contrast the lack of connection between the de anima and the posterior analytics with Locke's assumption that an inquiry into the grounds and degrees of belief, opinion, and assent can be carried out by a historical, plain method which begins with the original of those ideas, notions, or whatever else you please to call them, which a man observes, and is conscious to himself he has in his mind, and the ways whereby the understanding comes to be furnished with them. He speaks of the discovery of this code as showing how rationality is structured. But the only content he gives to this notion of rationality is provided by the following passage: if the main line of this book is right, then the language of thought provides the medium for internally representing the psychologically salient aspects of the organism's environment, to the extent that it is specifiable in this language, and only to this extent does such information fall under the computational routines that constitute the organism's cognitive repertoire. But now I want to add that some organisms, at least, appear to have considerable freedom in determining how this representational system shall be employed, and that freedom is typically rationally exploited. If subjects really do calculate how internal representations are to be deployed, then these calculations, too, must be defined over representations, i.e., over representations of representations. Some properties of the language of thought must, in short, be represented in the language of thought, since the ability to represent representations is, presumably, a precondition of the ability to manipulate representations rationally. 32 Here rationality means the adjustment of means to ends, and the ability of organisms to do this with their representations differs from their ability to do it with their hormones only in that a metalinguistic vocabulary is required to describe the former ability. But to grasp the metalinguistic vocabulary which the organism uses for this purpose is not to grasp anything as general as the phrase "the structure of rationality" might suggest, but rather something as particular as the tricks the programmer employs to ensure that the computer will switch from one subroutine to another as needed to optimize efficiency. About what it is to be a rational inquirer or agent from understanding such tricks than we do from understanding what makes the pituitary gland release this hormone rather than that. Nor would it make sense to criticize the subject's conscious representation of his environment, that is, the vocabulary in which he states his views, on the ground that it did not represent these aspects as well as do the computational routines that constitute the organism's cognitive repertoire. Rational is no better than true, or honest, or chaste, or good, as a candidate for an evaluative notion which we might understand better by knowing how our mind works. For our judgment as to how rationally evolution has designed us, or how rational evolution has managed to make us, must be made by reference to our views on the ends we are to serve. Knowledge of how our mind works is not more relevant than knowledge of how our glands or our molecules work to the development or correction of such views. If we are to find epistemological relevance in the doctrine of internal representations, then, it will have to be in the rationalist overtones of the innatist views common to Chomsky and Fodor rather than their explicit anti-reductionist intent. An inference from the Chomsky-Fodor notion of a wired-in language, and meta-language, of thought to a rationalist epistemology is offered by Wendler. Consider the following provocatively anti-Wittgensteinian passage. The most reasonable explanation is that a child must learn his native tongue in a way similar to the way one learns a second language. He must have, in other words, a native equipment that codes the fundamental elocutionary, syntactic, and semantic features of any possible human language. Such a system of native ideas provides the framework which is then filled up progressively through the influence of a more specific code representing the features of the mother tongue. As for the content of this native stock of concepts, we can at the present time do no more than make educated guesses. Yet, I think, the task of spelling it out in detail is not an impossible one. Aristotle, Descartes, Kant, and recently Chomsky have succeeded in marking out domains that must belong to this framework. These are, then, the clear and distinct ideas which lend intelligibility to the rest. They are a priori in origin and self-contained in their development. Experience cannot change their content. No experience is relevant to one's idea of what it is to assert or to request something, what it is to believe or to decide, what is truth or necessity, what is a person, an object, a process, or a state, what are change, purpose, causation, time, extension, and number. If these ideas need clarification, the way to obtain it is to reflect on what we all implicitly know and show forth in the correct use of language. A. This inference from a wired-in vocabulary to a set of beliefs which can only be clarified and not changed runs up against Quine's criticism of the distinctions between fact and language, science and philosophy, clarifying meanings and changing beliefs. But a more fundamental objection is that Wendler requires not just the premise that there is a fixed language of thought but the premise that our knowledge of the nature of that language is itself immune to correction on the basis of experience. This is the same premise which Kant used when explaining that we could understand our possession of synthetic a priori truths if and only if our mind contributed those truths. 54 But Fodor's claim that the discovery of the language of thought will be a long drawn-out empirical process has as a corollary that we may always be quite wrong about what this language is, and thus wrong about what is a priori. Kant's claim that if we know what goes on inside we can legitimize our certainties before the tribunal of pure reason harks back to Descartes' claim that nothing is easier for the mind to know than itself. But though epistemology is an armchair discipline, psychology is not. This is one reason why psychology cannot serve epistemological ends. 3 I can sum up this discussion of inner representations by recurring once more to the confusion between explanation and justification. The notion of representation, as it is employed by psychologists, is ambiguous as between, roughly, pictures and propositions between, for example, retinal images, or their counterparts somewhere deep in the visual cortex, and beliefs such as that's red and rectangular. Only the latter serve as premises, but only the former are unmediated, and the tradition of British empiricism ran them together, with familiar results. Fodor's representations in the processors are propositions rather than pictures, so they are not subject to Green's and Sellers's criticisms of the empiricist notion of givenness. On the other hand, they are not necessarily propositions toward which the subject has attitudes. Indeed, the subject's attitudes toward those propositions of which he is cognizant flowed free of the views of the processors. As Dennett remarks in criticism of Fodor, 35 An interesting non-Chomskyan attempt to link up epistemology with psychology is offered by Gilbert Harman in Thought, Princeton, 1973. He finds the connection between the two in the topic of Gettier examples in which true justified belief is not knowledge because, roughly, a person is assumed to have used a false premise in the inference which led him to the belief in question. Harman needs a theory of real reason for believing, and this leads him to what he describes as psychologism, pages 15 f1. However, it is not clear whether Harman can find a link between empirical psychological inquiry and the armchair postulation of specific unconscious inferences, involving real reasons, as demanded by our intuitions about Gettier examples. See Michael Williams, Inference, Justification, and the Analysis of Knowledge, Journal of Philosophy 75, 1978, 249-263, and Harman's Using Intuitions About Reasoning to Study Reasoning, a reply to Williams, Ibid, 433-438. If Harman is able to establish such a link, he will have isolated something right in Locke's attempt to treat knowledge in terms of the mechanics of inner space. But a link between justification and psychological processes would still be missing. Two subjects can hold the same belief even if their respective processors don't even speak the same language. 6 So there need be no inference from the propositions held by the processors to those held by the subject, even though attributing various propositional attitudes to processors may be the best possible way of explaining how the subject came to hold the belief that he did. Unlike the empiricist's ideas, the causal process which runs from the retinal images through various propositional attitudes held by various processors to the output of the subject's speech center need not correspond to any train of inference which justifies the subject's views. Explanation may be private, in the sense that, for all we know or care, physiological quirks might make yellow men or red-haired men process information in quite different languages and by quite different methods than do white men, web-footed men, or whatever. But justification is public, in the sense that dispute between these various people about what to believe will probably make no reference to how their quirky minds work, nor should it. So the claim that we possess a system of internal representations embodies, at worst, not only the confusion between pictures and propositions but a more general confusion between causation and inference. In fact, however, this confusion is present only in philosophical interpretations of cognitive psychology, not in actual psychological explanation. When Wittgensteinians criticize psychology, it is not really psychology but the confusion of epistemology with psychology which is their target. Psychologists, out of a misguided urge to be philosophical, sometimes make this confusion. Contemporary psychologists, in revolt against behaviorism, sometimes like to think of themselves as doing scientifically what Locke and Kant did in their armchairs. But there is all the difference in the world between saying, we must isolate those non-propositional items of awareness which are the foundation for belief in propositions, and saying, we can treat items such as patterns of neural excitation as if they were beliefs in order to use the metaphor of inference from data in constructing models of mental processes. 37 Psychologists need say only the latter. If they confine themselves to this, they can follow Putnam in treating the distinction between brain process and mental process as of no greater philosophical interest than that between hardware description and description of the program 3S. The temptation to say the former, the epistemologically motivated temptation to discover the link between the mind and the body, can be treated on a par with the temptation to raise the question, how can the computer tell that the pattern of electrical charges coming down the wire is the total of the day's cash receipts? The whole 17th century notion that we learn more about what we should believe by understanding better how we work can be seen to be as misguided as the notion that we shall learn whether to grant civil rights to robots by understanding better how they work. The man-machine analogy will be seen as helping us not only as a source for useful models of organisms. 37 On this difference, see the strictures of J. O. Urmson, Recognition, Proceedings of the Aristotelian Society 56, 1955-56, 259-280. 38 See Putnam's 1960 article Minds and Machines, reprinted in Mind, Language, and Reality, Cambridge, 1975, pages 362-385, especially the concluding paragraphs. Putnam was the first philosopher to point out clearly that the moral of the analogies between computers and people was not computers help us understand the relation between mind and body, but rather there cannot be any problem about the relation between mind and body, but as helping us bear in mind the difference between men as objects of explanation and men as moral agents, concerned to justify their beliefs and their actions. It may also help us, as I shall be claiming in chapters 7 and 8, to give up the notion that these two ways of viewing ourselves need to be synthesized. There are two sources for the discipline presently called philosophy of language. One is the cluster of problems pointed out by Freya and discussed, for example, by Wittgenstein in the Tractatus and by Carnap in Meaning and Necessity. These are problems about how to systematize our notions of meaning and reference in such a way as to take advantage of quantificational logic, preserve our intuitions about modality, and generally produce a clear and intuitively satisfying picture of the way in which notions like truth, meaning, necessity, and name fit together. I shall call this set of problems the subject matter of pure philosophy of language, a discipline which has no epistemological parti pris, nor, indeed, any relevance to most of the traditional concerns of modern philosophy. An ancestry can be traced for some of Freya's problems in Parmenides, Plato's Sophist, and some other ancient and medieval writings, but they are issues which rarely intersect with other textbook problems of philosophy. The second source for contemporary philosophy of language is explicitly epistemological. The source of this pure philosophy of language is the attempt to retain Kant's picture of philosophy as providing a permanent ahistorical framework for inquiry in the form of a theory of knowledge. The linguistic turn, as I have said in Chapter 4, started as the attempt to produce a non-psychologistic empiricism by rephrasing philosophical questions as questions of logic. Empiricist and phenomenalist doctrines could now, it was thought, be put as the results of the logical analysis of language rather than as empirical psychological generalizations. More generally, philosophical points about the nature and extent of human knowledge, example those which Kant made about knowledge claims concerning God, freedom, and immortality, could be stated as remarks about language. Treating philosophy as the analysis of language seemed to unite the merits of Hume with those of Kant. Hume's empiricism seemed substantively true, but methodologically shaky because it reposed on nothing more than an empirical theory of the acquisition of knowledge. Kant's criticisms of bad philosophy, example natural theology, seemed both more systematic and more forceful than Hume's, but seemed to presuppose the possibility of a non-empirical methodology. Language, unlike transcendental synthesis, seemed a suitably natural field of inquiry but, unlike introspective psychology, linguistic analysis seemed to offer the promise of a priori truth. To say that a material substance was constituted by the synthesis of a manifold of intuition under an a priori concept seemed metaphysical, whereas to say that any meaningful remark about such a substance could be put in terms of phenomenalistic hypothetical statements seemed both necessarily true and methodologically unmysterious. Point 2 Kant had taught that the only way in which a priori knowledge could be possible was if it were knowledge of our contribution, the contribution of our faculty of spontaneity to the constitution of the object of knowledge. Rephrased by Bertrand Russell and C.I. Lewis, this became the view that every true statement contained our contribution, in the form of the meanings of the component terms, as well as the world's, in the form of the facts of sense perception. The attack on this latter notion, which I described in Chapter 4, has produced two strikingly different movements in recent philosophy of language. One of these is best represented by Davidson, and the other by Putnam. The first reaction is in the direction of a purified and epistemologized conception of the philosophy of language. One outcome of so recasting the subject is to discard what Davidson calls the third dogma of empiricism, namely, the dualism of scheme and content, of organizing system and something waiting to be organized, a dogma which I have argued in Chapter 4 is central to epistemology generally as well as to empiricism in particular. 3. Davidson distinguishes between philosophical projects which form part of the theory of meaning properly so called and those motivated by some adventitious philosophical puritanism. 4. Roughly, Freya and Tarski pursued the first sort of project, whereas Russell and Carnap and Quine mingled pure theory of meaning with impure epistemological considerations, those which led them, at various times and in various ways, to various forms of operationalism, verificationism, behaviorism, conventionalism, and reductionism. Point 5 Each of these was an expression of an underlying philosophical puritanism which held that anything incapable of being logically constructed out of certainties, the data of sense, or the rules of language, was suspicious. In Davidson's view, the question of how language works has no special connection with the question of how knowledge works. For Davidson, is not an assemblage of analyses of the meanings of individual terms, but rather an understanding of the inferential relations between sentences. Point 6 To understand these relations is to understand the truth conditions for the sentences of English, but for lots of simple sentences, an oak is a tree, Russia is our fatherland, death is inevitable, there are no more enlightening truth conditions to be given than for snow is white. The case is different with sentences ascribing beliefs or actions, however, or those containing adverbial modifiers or any other sentence such that the inferential relationships obtaining between it and neighboring sentences are not revealed by the ordinary apparatus of quantificational logic without reparsing. In these cases, we get truth conditions which are not trivial, are hard to construct, and are testable only by their susceptibility to integration within a theory of truth conditions for other sentences. The desired effect, Davidson says, is standard in theory building, to extract a rich concept, here something reasonably close to translation, from thin little bits of evidence, here the truth values of sentences, by imposing a formal structure on enough bits. 7. Not only has this program nothing to do with epistemology, but its ontological results are bound to be bland. It does not, for example, serve any of the usual sentimental purposes of metaphysical system building to learn from Davidson that we probably just have to go ahead and quantify over persons, rather than reducing them to things, in order to have a truth theory for action sentences. The philosophical interest of the program is, indeed, largely negative, by showing what philosophy of language comes to when purified of attempts to imitate either Kant or Hume. It throws the adventitious puritanisms of earlier programs into bold relief. The actual results of the hard work on adverbial modification and the like which would result from concerted efforts to carry out Davidson's suggestions would do little to help or hinder any solution of any of the textbook problems of philosophy. Davidson's work can best be seen as carrying through Quine's dissolution of the distinction between questions of meaning and questions of fact, his attack on the linguistic reinterpretation of Kant's distinction between the receptivity of sense and the a priori concepts given by spontaneity. Davidson is saying that if we are serious in renouncing an a priori knowledge of meaning, then the theory of meaning is going to be an empirical theory. Thus there can be no special province for such a theory save, roughly, the traditional province of the grammarian, the attempt to find ways of describing sentences which help to explain how those sentences are used. From this perspective, Quine's canonical notation should not be conceived of as an attempt to limn the true and ultimate structure of reality, but rather as an attempt to find the most perspicuous ways of describing a fairly small portion of reality, the use of language. The point of constructing a truth theory of English is not to enable philosophical problems to be put in a formal mode of speech, nor to explain the relationship between words and the world, but simply to lay out perspicuously the relation between parts of a social practice, the use of certain sentences, and other parts, the use of other sentences. The opposite approach to Davidson's in recent philosophy of language is found in Dummett and in Putnam. Dummett still holds to the slogan common to Vienna and Oxford, the claim that philosophy has, as its first if not its only task, the analysis of meanings. Davidson, as far as I can see, has no such attachment to the notion of analyzing meanings. Dummett goes on to say something which Davidson does not, and which he would, as far as I can see, have no reason to say: the theory of meaning, which is the search for such a model, is the foundation of all philosophy, and not epistemology, as Descartes misled us into believing. 9. In the view which I am urging in this book, this claim is multiply misleading. For it is misleading to say that Descartes misled us into believing that epistemology was the foundation of all philosophy. Rather, what he did was to make it possible for Locke and Kant to develop an epistemological problematic which replaced the scholastic problematic. He made possible a discipline in which metaphysics was a matter of making the world safe for clear and distinct ideas and for moral obligation, and in which the problems of moral philosophy became problems of metaethics, problems of the justification of moral judgment. This is not to make epistemology the foundation of philosophy so much as to invent something new epistemology to bear the 9. Michael Dummett, Freya's Philosophy of Language, London, 1973, p. 559. In his polemics against Davidson's holism, Dummett insists that one cannot have an adequate philosophy of language without the two Kantian distinctions. Name philosophy. The picture of ancient and medieval philosophy as concerned with things, the philosophy of the 17th through the 19th centuries with ideas, and the enlightened contemporary philosophical scene with words has considerable plausibility. But this sequence should not be thought of as offering three contrasting views about what is primary, or what is foundational. It is not that Aristotle thought that one could best explain ideas and words in terms of things, whereas Descartes and Russell rearranged the order of explanation. It would be more correct to say that Aristotle did not feel the need of a theory of knowledge, and that Descartes and Locke did not have a theory of meaning. 10. Aristotle's remarks about knowing do not offer answers, good or bad, to Locke's questions, any more than Locke's remarks about language offer answers to Freya's. Dummett sees philosophy of language as foundational because he sees epistemological issues now, at last, being formulated correctly as issues within the theory of meaning. He agrees with Descartes about the importance of the issues which emerged out of the way of ideas, but he thinks that we have only recently been able to state them properly. Just as Spinoza and Leibniz thought that they were doing well what the scholastic metaphysicians had done awkwardly, example investigating the nature of substance, so Dummett and Putnam think that they are doing well what epistemologists have done awkwardly, investigating the issue between realism and idealism. But Descartes, we can see by hindsight, was self-deceived. By the time of Kant it became clear that if we start from Cartesian concerns we are not going to be able to raise the good old metaphysical questions. Davidson stands to Russell, Putnam, and Dummett, in this respect, as Kant stood to Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz. Davidson's distinction between giving a theory of meaning 10 CE and hacking, why does language matter to philosophy? Cambridge, 1975, p. 43. And adventitious philosophical Puritanism is a contemporary parallel to Kant's distinction between the legitimate and the illegitimate uses of reason. If we adopt this view of new philosophical paradigms nudging old problems aside, rather than providing new ways of stating or solving them, then we will see the second, impure, type of philosophy of language as a last nostalgic attempt to hook up a new kind of philosophical activity with an old problematic. We will see Dummett's notion of philosophy of language as first philosophy as mistaken not because some other area is first but because the notion of philosophy as having foundations is as mistaken as that of knowledge having foundations. In this conception, philosophy is not a name for a discipline which confronts permanent issues, and unfortunately keeps misstating them, or attacking them with clumsy dialectical instruments. Rather, it is a cultural genre, a voice in the conversation of mankind, to use Michael Oakeshott's phrase, which centers on one topic rather than another at some given time not by dialectical necessity but as a result of various things happening elsewhere in the conversation, the new science, the French Revolution, the modern novel, or of individual men of genius who think of something new, Hegel, Marx, Freya, Freud, Wittgenstein, Heidegger, or perhaps of the resultant of several such forces. Interesting philosophical change, we might say philosophical progress, but this would be occasion begging, occurs not when a new way is found to deal with an old problem but when a new set of problems emerges and the old ones begin to fade away. The temptation, both in Descartes' time and in ours, is to think that the new problematic is the old one rightly seen. But, for all the reasons Kuhn and Feyerabend have offered in their criticism of the textbook approach to the history of inquiry, this temptation should be resisted. In this chapter, I shall be largely engaged in urging this Kuhnian conception of the relation between philosophy of language and traditional philosophical problems. Position to Dummett's more familiar, and, I think, generally accepted, view of their relation. I shall do so by criticizing impure philosophy of language and its illicit transfers of problems from epistemology into philosophy of language. Evidently, I cannot survey the whole field, so I shall stick to a topic that provides the greatest temptation to think that explanations of how language works will also help us see how language hooks onto the world and thus how truth and knowledge are possible. This is the so-called issue of conceptual change, around which most recent polemics about realism, pragmatism, verificationism, idealism, and conventionalism have centered. I think that Davidson is right in saying that the notion of conceptual change is itself incoherent, and that we need to see through it in order to recognize why debates about it seem both so important and so unlikely to be resolved. So I shall, in the next section, discuss the issues purportedly raised by theory change for epistemology on the one hand and for philosophy of language on the other. Then, in succeeding sections, I shall discuss Putnam's realistic response to these issues in some detail, since Putnam's work seems to me the clearest statement of an impure program. I shall be contrasting it with a pure or pragmatist or language game approach to language, which I think is illustrated by Sellers and by Wittgenstein as well as by Davidson, despite the differences which may seem to set these three in opposition to one another. I hope thereby to show that the issue between the two approaches is not a replay of the issues which separated realists from idealists and pragmatists in the days of philosophy as epistemology, and indeed is not really an issue about language at all. I shall be claiming that if we press Quine's and Davidson's criticisms of the language fact and scheme content distinctions far enough, we no longer have dialectical room to state an issue concerning how language hooks onto the world between the realist and the idealist, or the pragmatist. The need to construct such an issue seems to me one more manifestation of the Kantian need for an overarching permanent neutral matrix within which to place and criticize past and future inquiry. This nostalgia for philosophy as an architectonic and encompassing discipline survives in contemporary philosophy of language only because of the vague association of language with the a priori and of the latter with philosophy. Insofar as there is a real issue between realists and pragmatists in contemporary philosophy of language, it seems to me a meta-philosophical one, the issue about whether philosophy can retain its Kantian self-image once the notion of language as the source of a priori knowledge is dropped. On this point, to be sure, I shall be siding with the pragmatists. But I hope that my discussion may help to frame this metaphilosophical issue in less Aesopian language than that in which it is usually stated. Was Aristotle wrong about motion being divided into natural and forced? Or was he talking about something different from what we talk about when we talk about motion? Did Newton give right answers to questions to which Aristotle had given wrong answers? Or were they asking different questions? This sort of conundrum has inspired a great deal of the best work in philosophy of science and philosophy of language in recent years. Yet, like most philosophical puzzles, its motives and presuppositions are of more interest than the various solutions which have been offered. Why, after all, should we think that there is a more interesting answer to these questions than to the question of whether the ship of Theseus endured the change of each of its planks? Why should we think that the question "what did they mean?" or "what were they referring to?" is going to have a determinate answer? Why should it not be answerable in either way, depending on what heuristic considerations are relevant to some particular historiographical purpose? The reason we think that there should be determinate answers here is, at a first approximation, that we think that the history of the pursuit of truth should be different from the history of poetry or politics or clothes. We may well feel that questions like "did the Greeks mean temperance by UWCFP0UVVRL and do the newer refer to the soul as quoth?" can be dismissed by saying that there is no special reason to think that any given one-word expression in one culture can be matched with a one-word expression in a very different culture. Indeed, we may feel that even lengthy paraphrases will be of little help, and that we must just get into the swing of the exotic language game. But in the case of science, such an attitude seems perverse. Here, we are inclined to say, there jolly well is something out there, motion and its laws, for example, which people either meant to refer to, or at least were referring to without realizing it. Scientific inquiry is supposed to discover what sorts of objects there are in the world and what properties they have. Anybody who conducted serious inquiry could only have been asking which predicates were to be pinned on which things. When we find it hard to say which thing Aristotle was talking about, we feel that there must be a right answer somewhere, because he must have been talking about some of the things we talk about. Even if he imagined unreal objects and uninstantiated properties, he must have given sense to his talk about them by some intertwined talk about, or other interaction with, what was really there. This feeling is the root of instrumentalist remarks like "all this talk about kinds and laws of motion is just a complicated way of classifying sensory experiences." This need to say that talk about something we don't recognize is really talk about something we do recognize used to be gratified by simply assuming, in Whiggish fashion, that our misguided ancestors had really been talking about whatever our best approved contemporary inquirers claimed that they were talking about. Thus we were told that Aristotle had really been talking about gravitation when he spoke of natural downward motion, that ignorant sailors really referred to the horns of narwhals when they talked of those of unicorns, that caloric fluid was a misleading way of describing the transmission of energy between bouncing molecules, and that Kierkegaard was describing our relations to our fathers in the flesh when he talked of Abraham's relation to God. Two developments have made philosophers nervous in recent years about this, what they were really talking about: strategy. These developments are, roughly, breakdowns of each of the two dogmas of empiricism identified by Quine. The first dogma enshrined what Quine called essentialism, the notion that one could distinguish between what people were talking about and what they were saying about it by discovering the essence of the object being discussed. In its linguistic form, this was the doctrine that one could discover which term in our language translated a term in that of the ancient scientists, and then discover the essence of the referent of both terms by distinguishing between the analytic statements which told one the term's meaning and the synthetic statements which expressed possibly false beliefs about this referent. The second dogma held that such a translation could always be found, and that such analytic statements could always be formulated, because to determine the meaning of any referring expression one need only discover which reports in a neutral observation language would confirm, and which would disconfirm, a statement asserting the existence of the referent in question. The conviction that science differed from softer discourse in having objective reference to things out there was bolstered in pre-Quinian days by the thought that even if there were no such things as Aristotelian essences that could become immaterially present in the intellect, there certainly were points of contact with the world in the presentations of sense. This contact, plus the ability of an operationalist meaning analysis to characterize the essence of the referent in terms of the presentations to be expected from it, seemed to give science what was lacking in religion and politics: the ability to use contact with the real as the touchstone of truth. The horror which greeted Quine's overthrow of the dogmas and Kuhn's and Feyerabend's exemples of the theory of observation, was a result of the fear that there might be no such touchstone. For if we once admitted that Newton was better than Aristotle, not because his words better corresponded to reality but simply because Newton made us better able to cope, there would be nothing to distinguish science from religion or politics. It was as if the ability to tell the analytic from the synthetic, and the observational from the theoretical, was all that stood between us and irrationalism. I have suggested in previous chapters that this identification of rationality with the philosophical dogmas of the day reflects the fact that, since Kant, philosophy has made it its business to present a permanent neutral framework for culture. This framework is built around a distinction between inquiry into the real, the disciplines which are on the secure path of a science, and the rest of culture. This is the sort of distinction which we find in the last paragraph of Hume's Inquiry, in the first paragraph of the preface to the second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, and in the manifestos by Russell and Husserl cited in Chapter 4. If philosophy is essentially the formulation of the distinction between science and non-science, then endangering current formulation seems to endanger philosophy itself, and with it rationality, of which philosophy is seen as the vigilant guardian, constantly fending off the forces of darkness. Given this conception of the dogmas which Quine overthrew, the response of many philosophers was to find some way of formulating the desired distinction which would, a. keep the philosophy of language as much in the center of the picture as it had been since the days of the Vienna Circle, b. not involve any recourse to the notion of language as the realm of the a priori, c. provide an answer to questions about whether Newton and Aristotle had a common referent, and if so, what it was. This desire was the root of what has come to be called the theory of reference, a term now roughly coextensive with what I have been calling impure philosophy of language. Before this desire became explicit, however, there was a preliminary stage of disarray which found philosophers asking for a theory of meaning change. This demand arose primarily from a reaction to Feyerabend's claim that the traditional empiricist view had presupposed a condition of meaning invariance, presupposed, that is, that all future theories will have to be phrased in such a manner that their use in explanations does not affect what is said by the other theories, or factual reports to be explained. 12. Feyerabend, like Kuhn, was concerned to show that the meaning of lots of statements in the language, including lots of observation statements, got changed when a new theory came along, or, at least, that granting that such change took place made more sense of the facts of the history of science than the standard textbook view which kept meanings constant and let only beliefs change. The response of many philosophers to such historical examples was to grant that meanings could shift as a result of new discoveries, that the permanent neutral framework of meanings within which rational inquiry could be conducted was not so permanent as had been thought. But, they said, there must be such a thing as a rational and principled change of meaning, and it is now our task, as the guardians and explicators of the rationality natural to natural scientists, to explain what principles are involved. Feyerabend himself had been content to suggest that meanings changed every time any feature of use changed, but cooler heads thought there must be some middle view between meanings remain and beliefs change, and meanings change whenever beliefs do. This led to the feeling that there ought to be a way to mark off a change of beliefs within Kuhn's normal science from the shift in norms which occurred in a scientific revolution. Granted, philosophers said, that the textbook account of theory change is misleading. Still, anything the historiographer of science needs philosophy can provide. We shall set about to discover those conditions in which successive changes in belief produce something that is not merely a change in belief but a change in conceptual scheme. 13. The notion that it would be all right to relativize sameness of meaning, objectivity, and truth to a conceptual scheme, as long as there were some criteria for knowing when and why it was rational to adopt a new conceptual scheme, was briefly tempting. For now the philosopher, the 13 Fred Supp, in his The Search for Philosophic Understanding of Scientific Theories, in the Structure of Scientific Theories, ed. Supp Urbana 1974, pages 3 feet 241 inches, classifies this project as the attempt to construct a Weltanschauung, an analysis of scientific theory change, d. especially pages 127 ff. Many of the authors whom Supp discusses would, I think, quarrel with the implications of the term, and with some of the details of Supp's presentation. But the general lines of Supp's treatment of this period in the development of recent philosophy of science seem to me accurate and illuminating. Another document useful for understanding this period is Conceptual Change. Ed. Glenn Pierce and Patrick Maynard, Dordrecht 1973. Which has some very useful papers on the question of meaning change. Especially those by Binkley, Sellers, Putnam, Barrett, and Wilson. The line I am taking in this chapter is in harmony with Binkley's and Sellers' papers. But I think that both men take too seriously the question which Binkley formulates as how is our system of epistemic appraisal to be applied in contexts of changing meanings. p. 71. In my view, there is no such system, no overarching structure of rationality. Barrett's criticisms of Putnam chime with those offered by Fine and by me in the articles cited below in Note 26. Guardian of rationality became the man who told you when you could start meaning something different, rather than just the man who told you what you meant. But this attempt to retain the philosopher's traditional role was doomed. All the Quinian reasons why he could not do the one were also reasons why he could not do the other. The philosopher had been portrayed, since the beginnings of the linguistic turn, as a man who knew about concepts by knowing about the meanings of words, and whose work therefore transcended the empirical. But as soon as it was admitted that empirical considerations, example the discovery that there were spots on the moon, the discovery that the États généraux would not go home, incited but did not require conceptual change, example a different concept of the heavens or of the state, the division of labor between the philosopher and the historian no longer made sense. Once one said that it was rational to abandon the Aristotelian conceptual scheme as a result of this or that discovery, then change of meaning or shift in conceptual scheme meant nothing more than shift in especially central beliefs. The historian can make the shift from the old scheme to the new intelligible, and make one see why one would have been led from the one to the other if one had been an intellectual of that day. There is nothing the philosopher can add to what the historian has already done to show that this intelligible and plausible course is a rational one. Without what Feyerabend called meaning invariance, there is no special method, meaning analysis, which the philosopher can apply. For meaning invariance was simply the linguistic way of stating the Kantian claim that inquiry, to be rational, had to be conducted within a permanent framework knowable a priori, a scheme which both restricted possible empirical content and explained what it was rational to do with any empirical content which came along. Once schemes became temporary, the scheme content distinction itself was in danger, and with it the Kantian notion of philosophy as made possible by our a priori knowledge. Philosophers came to realize fairly quickly that the search for a criterion of meaning change was as disastrous to the notion of philosophy qua analysis of meanings as the notion of the right to revolt had been to political philosophy qua study of sovereignty. So they realized that Feyerabend had misstated his own point when he spoke of meaning change. This criticism was most effectively made by Putnam. Feyerabend cannot escape the same difficulties that have bedeviled the positivists. To see that this is the case, it suffices to recall that for Feyerabend the meaning of a term depends upon a whole theory containing the term. One might, of course, take the radical line that any change in theory is a change in the meaning of terms. But I expect Feyerabend would not take this line. For to say that any change in our empirical beliefs about XS is a change in the meaning of the term X would be to abandon the distinction between questions of meaning and questions of fact. To say that the semantical rules of English cannot at all be distinguished from the empirical beliefs of English speakers would just be to throw the notion of a semantical rule of English overboard. All appearance of sensation would have vanished if Feyerabend had taken this course. For the sensation here depends on sliding back and forth between a non-customary conception of meaning and the customary conception. Point 14 Appreciation of this point led philosophers into a second stage of the debate over our relation to ancestral theories and exotic cultures. It was recognized that if one was whole-heartedly Quinian in one's attitude toward the notion of meaning, one would not even want to ask, did they mean the same thing by dash? What, then, had all the fuss been about? Presumably about how we could assign truth values to various statements. We want to know whether Aristotle said mostly false things about motion, or rather to say, Aristotle said mostly true things about what he called motion, but we don't believe there is any such thing. Further, we want to say in some cases, here Aristotle goofed, even in his own terms, and in other cases, here we have a statement which would be true if anything in Aristotelian physics were, but which, alas, refers to something which does not exist and thus is false. Or, to put it still another way, we want to distinguish between Aristotelian falsehoods which are a result of the non-existence of what he was talking about, and those which result from his misuse of his own theoretical apparatus, just as we want to distinguish between the falsehood of Holmes lived on Baker Street and that of Holmes was married. To make the distinction between internal questions, where the answers are given within the culture, the theory, the story, the game, and external ones, answered by whether it is a culture we are members of, a theory we accept, a story we believe, a game we play, we can get along with the notion of reference and skip that of meaning. Meaning only seemed important because it provided a way to pick out an object in the world, which we could then determine to be the same or not the same as some object countenanced by our own culture, theory, story, or game. Once we give up the notion of meaning, we also give up the notion of reference as determined by meaning of the defining attributes of a term, picking out the referent of the term. The need to pick out objects without the help of definitions, essences, and meanings of terms produced, philosophers thought, a need for a theory of reference which would not employ the Phrygian machinery which Quine had rendered dubious. This call for a theory of reference became assimilated to the demand for a realistic philosophy of science which would reinstate the pre-Kuhnian and pre-Feyerabendian notion that scientific inquiry made progress by finding out more and more about the same objects. 15 It was not that either Kuhn or Feyerabend had denied this, but rather that their views about the incommensurability of alternative theories suggested that the only notions of truth and reference we really understood were those which were relativized to a conceptual scheme. If there was no necessity that there be a single observation language common to all alternative theories, as Feyerabend and Kuhn had suggested, and Quine and Sellers had given further reasons for believing, then the empiricist notion that one could always give operational definitions of theoretical terms had to be dropped. Quine's attack on the first dogma had made the notion of definition dubious, and his holistic attack on the second, combined with Sellers's claim that givenness to sense was a matter of acculturation, made the notion of operational definition doubly dubious. The anti-reductionist implications of all this anti-empiricist polemic were such that something which seemed much like idealism began to become intellectually respectable. It seemed possible to say that the question of what was real or true was not to be settled independently of a given conceptual framework, and this in turn seemed to suggest that perhaps nothing really existed apart from such frameworks. 16 So the notion that we could find a common matrix 15 cf. Ibid, pp. I-96FF16. Actually, this suggestion only occurred to critics of Quine and Kuhn, who then pounced upon it as a reductio. Cf. Sup. Search for Philosophical Understanding, p. 151. If science always views the world through a disciplinary matrix, then isn't Kuhn committed to some form of anti-empirical idealism? Israel Schemer makes the charge of idealism in Chapter I of his Science and Subjectivity, Indianapolis, 1976, but in later chapters he seems to me to show how, even after we have given up C. I. Lewis's notion of the given and most of the empiricist mythology discussed in Chapter 4, we can nevertheless have control of theory by observation, in the form of control by less of inquiry. Something which overspanned all actual and possible conceptual frameworks was very attractive to those who felt that there must be something true about the old-fashioned pre-Quinean and pre-Kuhnian notion of increasingly accurate representations of nature being found in its mirror. Actually, however, this clamor about idealism is a red herring. It is one thing to say, absurdly, that we make objects by using words, and something quite different to say that we do not know how to find a way of describing an enduring matrix of past and future inquiry into nature except in our own terms, thereby begging the question against alternative conceptual schemes. Almost no one wishes to say the former. To say the latter is, when disjoined from scary rhetoric about losing touch with the world, just a way of saying that our present views about nature are our only guide in talking about the relation between nature and our words. To say that we have to assign reference to terms and truth values to sentences in the light of our best notions of what there is in the world is a platitude. To say that truth and reference are relative to a conceptual scheme sounds as if it were saying something more than this, but it is not, as long as our conceptual scheme is taken as simply a reference to what we believe now, the collection of views which make up our present-day culture. This is all that any argument offered by Quine, Sellers, Kuhn, or Feyerabend would license one to mean by conceptual scheme. However, Putnam, having cleared up part of the controversial beliefs over more controversial beliefs. Scheffler's claim, p. 39, that we simply have a false dichotomy in the notion that observation must be either a pure confrontation with an undifferentiated given, or else so conceptually contaminated that it must render circular any observational test of a hypothesis, seems just what Kuhn himself would want to say about the issue. As Michael Williams has pointed out to me, Kuhn is simply not concerned with skepticism, either pro or con, but is almost always read by philosophers as if he were advancing skeptical arguments. Confusion created by Feyerabend's talk of meaning change, unfortunately proceeded to treat the difference between Feyerabend and himself not as a difference between taking the notion of meaning seriously and abandoning it, but rather as the difference between an idealistic and a realistic theory of meaning. To see how this pseudo-issue developed is to understand the final stage in the development of the theory of reference out of the so-called problem of conceptual change. Putnam says, for example, what is wrong with positivist theory of science is that it is based on an idealist or idealist-tending worldview, and that view does not correspond to reality. However, the idealist element in contemporary positivism enters precisely through the theory of meaning, thus part of any realist critique of positivism has to include at least a sketch of a rival theory. 17. By an idealist-tending worldview, Putnam means roughly a view which regards or tends to regard the hard facts as just facts about actual and potential experiences, and all other talk as somehow just highly derived talk about actual and potential experiences, p. 209. He thereby treats positivism's desire for operational definitions as motivated not by a need to guarantee an analytic synthetic distinction and thus a fixed framework for inquiry, in the way I have treated it above, but by a Berkeleyan desire to avoid questions about the relation between experience and an independent reality. This is, I think, wrong-headed as history, but it is not particularly important. What is important is Putnam's insistence that the positivist today is no more entitled than Berkeley was to accept scientific theory and practice, that is, his own story leads to no reason to think that scientific theory is true or that scientific practice tends to discover truth, p. 20 g. Putnam thinks of philosophers as typically having either strongly anti-realistic or strongly realistic intuitions. The anti-realist does not see our theory and Archimedes' theory as two approximately correct descriptions of some fixed realm of theory-independent entities, and he tends to be skeptical about the idea of convergence in science. He does not think our theory is a better description of the same entities that Archimedes was describing. But if our theory is just our theory, then to use it in deciding whether or not X lies in the extension of SPVO is just as arbitrary as using Neanderthal theory to decide whether or not X lies in the extension of SPVO. The only theory that it is not arbitrary to use is the one the speaker himself subscribes to. The trouble is that for a strong anti-realist, truth makes no sense except as an intra-theoretic notion. The anti-realist can use truth intra-theoretically in the sense of a redundancy theory, but he does not have the notions of truth and reference available extra-theoretically. But extension is tied to the notion of truth. The extension of a term is just what the term is true of. Rather than try to retain the notion of extension via an awkward operationalism, the anti-realist should reject the notion of extension as he does the notion of truth, in any extra-theoretic sense. Like Dewey, for example, he can fall back on a notion of warranted assertability instead of truth. Then he can say that X is gold, SPVO, was warrantedly assertable in Archimedes' time and is not warrantedly assertable today. But the assertion that X was in the extension of SPVO will be rejected as meaningless, like the assertion that X is gold, SPVO, was true. p. 236. It is difficult to find a philosopher who meets Putnam's criteria for being an anti-realist. Kuhn occasionally hints that he finds the notion of a better description of the same entities objectionable, but most philosophers who have been influenced by his criticisms of positivistic philosophy of science have seen no need to go this far. Again, philosophers who are dubious about the notion of a theory of connections between words and the world, and who, like Sellers, are inclined to relativize true to conceptual frameworks, nevertheless would never call meaningless either of the assertions which Putnam thinks they ought to call meaningless. Sellers would interpret warranted assertable in our conceptual framework but not true as an implicit reference to another, perhaps not yet invented, conceptual framework in which the statement in question would not be warranted assertable. Philosophers who, like James and Dewey and Strawson, are dubious about the correspondence theory of truth, nevertheless have no sympathy with the notion of nature as malleable to thought, or with the inference from one cannot give a theory-independent description of a thing to there are no theory-independent things. As usual in debates between idealists and realists, both sides wish the other to assume the burden of proof. The so-called idealist claims to be able to give a satisfactory sense to everything which common sense, and even the philosophy of language, wants to say, and asks what the realist can possibly add. The realist insists that the idealist view has counterintuitive consequences which only a theory of a relation called correspondence between thought or words, and the world can safeguard us against. Putnam has 3 lines of argument, each designed to show that there is a significant issue between the realist and his opponent and that the realist is right. The first is an argument against construing true as meaning warrantedly assertable or any other soft notion having to do with relations of justification. This is supposed to show that only a theory about relations between words and the world can offer a satisfactory construal. The second is an argument to the effect that a certain kind of sociological fact which needs explanation, the reliability of standard methods of scientific inquiry, or the utility of our language, as an instrument for coping with the world, can only be explained on realist grounds. The third is an argument that only the realist can avoid inferring from many terms used in the sciences of the past did not refer to it is overwhelmingly likely that no term used by our scientists refers, a conclusion he finds objectionable. Point 1s I think that only the third of these arguments really joins issue with a real-life opponent. My examination of this argument will consist of the discussions of reference, truth, and relativism in the next 3 sections. In the remainder of this section, however, I shall try to say enough in criticism of Putnam's first 2 arguments to show why only the third need be taken seriously. Putnam's claim that no notion like warranted assertable will have the same syntactic features as true is perfectly justified. But it is not clear that it is relevant to any philosopher's claim. Philosophers who suggest that true means warranted assertable usually either, a. relativize the notion of truth to a language, theory, stage of inquiry, or conceptual scheme, or, b. explain that we do not need a notion of true once we have the notion of warranted assertable. In other words, they either suggest a revision in our normal use of true, or suggest abandoning the term altogether. As Putnam himself notes, arguments against such notions as analyses of true are as easy as More's arguments against attempts to define good, and for pretty much the same reason. True but not warranted assertable makes as good sense as, for example, good but not conducive to the greatest happiness, or good but disapproved of by all cultures so far. Philosophers who are concerned, as Tarski and Davidson are not, to tell us something about truth which will explain or underwrite the success of our search for truth are like philosophers who want to tell us more about good than that it is used to commend, something which will explain or underwrite moral progress. But there may be little of this sort to be said. To use the analogy with moral philosophy once again, it is no help in understanding either why good is indefinable, or how it is used, to explain that a good action is one which corresponds to the form of the good, or to the moral law. It is equally pointless to be told that true statements correspond to the way the world is. 19 The appropriate position for the anti-realist is just to admit that nothing will explicate theory-independent truth, just as nothing will explicate non-instrumental goodness or non-functional beauty, and to move the burden of proof back to Putnam. The way in which it should be shoved back is, roughly, to ask, what would we lose if we had no ahistorical theory-independent notion of truth? This question seems as reasonable as the question, what did we gain when Socrates taught us to use good in such a way that bad for me, but nevertheless good, bad for Athens, but nevertheless good, and even abhorrent to the gods, but nevertheless good made sense. That we have such notions of truth and of goodness, notions which flowed free of all questions of justification, is unquestionable. It is equally unquestionable that this notion of truth has certain properties which no notion of assertability or justification is going to have. Example, to cite some of those which Putnam notes: if a statement is true, so are its logical consequences; if two statements are true, so is their conjunction; if a statement is true now, it always is. This notion may not be much older than the time of Socrates and Aristotle, before which logical consequence would not have been intelligible. But, whatever the provenance, the fact that we possess such a notion is in itself no guarantee that there will be an interesting philosophical theory about it. Most of what passes for discussion of truth in philosophy books is, in fact, about justification, just as most of what passes for discussion of goodness is about pleasure and pain. The price of sharply distinguishing the transcendentalia from their common-sense counterparts may be to leave one without material for theory construction, and without problems to resolve. Putnam, however, is very explicit that there are problems to be resolved which have nothing to do with justification, and the second of the arguments to which I have referred is a direct reply to the question, what do we need the notion of truth, as opposed to justification, for? Putnam's answer is that we need it to explain the reliability of our procedures of inquiry. More specifically, we need it to explain the fact of convergence in science, the fact that the old bad theories nonetheless present, as they approach our own time, better and better approximations of our present theories. 20 The obvious objection to this starting point is that this convergence is an inevitable artifact of historiography. It seems clear that there will always be a natural way of telling the story of theory succession, or of the succession of religions or forms of government, which shows our predecessors gradually, if jerkily, progressing to where we are now. There is no reason to think that the anti-realist will lack a story to tell about the causal effects upon our ancestors of the objects spoken of by our present theory. He too can describe how these objects help to bring about justified but false descriptions of themselves, followed by equally justified, incompatible, and slightly better descriptions, and so on down to our own day. If, however, convergence is seen not as a 20C Putnam, reference and understanding, in meaning and the moral sciences, pages 97-1L9. L owe my knowledge of this paper to a preprint kindly supplied by Professor Putnam. Fact about the history of the various disciplines, but as a fact about the results of tests of new theories, then the realist may seem in a better position to make use of this fact. Boyd, who has collaborated with Putnam in developing this line of argument, interprets convergence as the reliability of such a principle as it should be inquired, in the light of available theoretical knowledge, under what circumstances the causal claims made by the theory might plausibly go wrong, either because alternative causal mechanisms plausible in the light of existing knowledge might be operating instead of those indicated by the theory, or because causal mechanisms of sorts already known might plausibly be expected to interfere with those required by the theory in ways which the theory does not anticipate. Point 21. It is hard to imagine anyone taking exception to such a principle, so the issue is not joined until Boyd claims that we can only account for this principles leading to useful results on a realistic understanding of the relevant collateral theories. Suppose you always guess where theories are most likely to go wrong experimentally by asking where they are most likely to be false as accounts of causal relations, given the assumption that currently accepted laws represent probable causal knowledge. And suppose your guessing procedure works that theories really are most likely to go wrong to yield false experimental predictions just where a realist would expect them to. What explanation besides scientific realism is possible? Certainly not the mere effect of conventionally or arbitrarily adopted scientific traditions. Unless, as no empiricist would suggest, the world is molded by our conventions, there is no way that the reliability of this principle could merely be a matter of convention. P. 21 Richard N. Boyd, Realism, Underdetermination and a Causal Theory of Evidence, Now 7, 1973, 1-1. Boyd here confuses the sense in which a procedure is reliable in respect of an independent test, as thermometers are really able indicators of how uncomfortable it is outside, with the sense in which a procedure is reliable because we cannot imagine an alternative. To check new theories by old ones is not an optional procedure. How else would we check them? The fact that new theories often go wrong just where old ones say they might is not something which requires explanation. It would require explanation if they went wrong somewhere else. We could only make it appear that the non-realist is at a loss to explain the relevance of old theories to testing new ones if we took this straw man to be claiming that new theories arrive completely equipped with equally new observational languages, testing procedures, and regulative principles of their own. But a new theory is simply a rather minor change in a vast network of beliefs. Its truth, as James said, is largely a matter of its ability to perform a marriage function between the deposit of old truth and the anomaly which suggested it in the first place. Only some of Feyerabend's more strained conceits suggest that we should grant a new theory immunity from any test based on the results of an old one. Such suggestions have nothing to do with the question of whether we need a notion of truth in addition to one of warranted assertability. To show that we do need such a notion we must turn to Putnam's third argument, which has the virtue of presenting us with a more plausible anti-realist than those who have been discussed so far. This argument centers around what Putnam calls the need to block the disastrous meta-induction that concludes no theoretical term ever refers. 22 Putnam, What is Realism? P. 194. What if we accept a theory from the standpoint of which electrons are like phlogiston? Then we will have to say electrons don't really exist. What if this keeps happening? What if all the theoretical entities postulated by one generation, molecules, genes, etc., as well as electrons, invariably don't exist from the standpoint of later science? This is, of course, one form of the old skeptical argument from error. How do you know you aren't in error now? But it is the form in which the argument from error is a serious worry for many people today, and not just a philosophical doubt. One reason this is a serious worry is that eventually the following meta-induction becomes overwhelmingly compelling, just as no term used in the science of more than 50, or whatever, years ago referred, so it will turn out that no term used now, except maybe observation terms, if there are such, refers. Pages 183 to 184. Putnam says that blocking this meta-induction is obviously a desideratum for the theory of reference. This is puzzling, for two reasons. First, it is not clear what philosophical standpoint could show that revolutionary change in science had come to an end that we will not stand to our descendants as our primitive animist ancestors stand to us. How are we supposed to step outside our own culture and evaluate its place relative to the end of inquiry? Second, even if there were such a philosophical standpoint, it is not clear how the theory of reference could possibly supply it. Suppose we have decisive intuitions about the answer to such questions as if Jones did not do the mighty deeds attributed to him, but Smith, previously unknown to history, did most of them. Does Jones refer to Jones or to Smith? Suppose, less plausibly, that our intuitions about such puzzle cases as this are firm enough to lead us to a general theory which informs us, without appeal to intuition, that we and Dalton refer to the same things by molecule, whereas caloric fluid was never used to refer to the motion of molecules. Such a theory might push the premises of the suggested meta-induction farther into the past, since now we might have to look back 5,000 years rather than 50 years for a science none of whose theoretical terms referred. But this could hardly satisfy a skeptic who had developed a serious worry about the status of our science relative to that of, say, the galactic civilization of the future. Such a skeptic would presumably only be satisfied by a theory of reference which showed that at all ages and places scientists had mostly been referring to the same things, thus depriving the meta-induction in question of any interesting premises. Now, in one obvious sense, we know perfectly well prior to any theory that they have been referring to the same things. They were all trying to cope with the same universe, and they referred to it, although doubtless often under unfruitful and foolish descriptions. To discover, as a result of the next scientific revolution, that there are no genes, molecules, electrons, etc., but only space-time bumps, or hypnotic suggestions from the galactic hypnotists who have manipulated our scientists since the time of Galileo, or whatever, would still not put us out of touch with either the world or our ancestors. For we would proceed to tell the same sort of story of the emergence of better descriptions of the world out of false, confused, unfruitful descriptions of the world which we tell about, say, the rise of Milesian science. In both cases, it would be the story of a triumph of Ariasun, and in both cases it would be the application of reason to the same world. In general, there is no intelligible suggestion one can make about what the world might really turn out to be like which seems a basis for serious worry. The suggestion that there might be some unintelligible description of the world, one which was expounded within an untranslatable conceptual scheme, is another worry. Al23lo. The example to Romhare's The Principles of Scientific Thinking, Chicago, 1970, p. 55. Together, which has no need for, and no possibility of getting, inductive support. I discuss this other worry in connection with Davidson's attack on the notion of conceptual scheme in the following section. Still, this notion of bad description of the same thing may seem to fudge an issue. Reference seems an all-or-nothing affair. It may seem better to say that caloric fluid either does or does not refer to the motion of molecules than to say that caloric fluid and motion of molecules are two abbreviations for, better and worse, descriptions of the same phenomenon, whatever it may eventually turn out to be. We may feel that referring to the motion of molecules should be like referring to individual people or mid-DLE-sized physical objects. We either pick out them or we don't. This feeling is enhanced if we have recently been reading Tarski, and further enhanced if we are disinclined to view theoretical statements in the quasi-instrumentalist way Sellers does as material principles of inference licensing the utterance of other statements. We will then want sentences like heat is the motion of molecules to be true in the straightforward corresponding way that white is the typical color of snow is true. So it may seem important, for purposes of understanding how language works, to think in terms of expressions picking out entities rather than simply being used to describe reality. Let it be so. Still, it is hard to see why we need do more to assuage the skeptic than to be wickish in our historiography. We can just write things up so as to make even the most primitive of animists talk about, for example, the motion of molecules, radium, genes, or whatever. We do not thereby assuage his fear that molecules may not exist, but then no discovery about how words relate to the world will do that. For the world, as known by that theory, is just the world as known to the science of the day. So far, then, we have the following dilemma: either the theory of reference is called upon to underwrite the success of contemporary science, or else it is simply a decision about how to write the history of science, rather than the provision of a philosophical foundation for such historiography. The one task seems too much to ask, and the other too slight to merit the title of theory. At this point it would be well to ask where the notion of theory of reference came from in the first place. What sort of thing is it that it should be burdened with the task of blocking skepticism, thus doing the job we had always hoped epistemology would do? In my view, the notion that there is such a theory results from running together two quite different considerations, namely, the fact, noted by Kripke, Donnellan, and others, that there are counterexamples to the Searle-Strawson criterion for reference, that is, that S refers, in his use of X, to whatever entity would make most of his central beliefs about X true. 24 The fact that the usual, Freya, Searle, Strawson, assumption that meaning, in the sense of beliefs or intentions, or, more generally, entities in the heads of users of words, determines reference suggests that the more false beliefs we have, the less in touch with the world we are. The two considerations taken together suggest that the usual intentionalist notion of how words hook onto the world is both wrong in particular cases and philosophically disastrous. So in recent impure philosophy of language, it has become almost a dogma that the idealist-sounding doctrines of Quine, Wittgenstein, Sellers, Kuhn, Feyerabend, and other heroes of this book, are to be refuted by 24. Most recent discussion of these counterexamples stems from Keith Donnellan, Proper Names and Identifying Descriptions, and Saul Kripke, Naming and Necessity, both of which appear in Semantics of Natural Language, ed. Davidson and Harman, Dordrecht, 1972. See Stephen P. Schwartz, ed., Naming, Necessity and Natural Kinds, Ithaca, 1976, for further articles attempting to construct a general theory to deal with such counterexamples, and a useful review of the literature in the editor's introduction. Going back to the first principles of semantics, overturning Freya's intentionalist theory of reference, and substituting something better. 25. The idea is that if the world reaches up and hooks language in factual, example causal, relationships, then we shall always be in touch with the world, whereas in the old Phrygian view we are in danger of losing the world, or may never have hooked onto it in the first place. We should, however, be suspicious of the notion of a clash between an old intentionalist and a new, causal, or, more generally, non-intentionalist and therefore realist, theory of reference. The clash is produced by the equivocity of refer. The term can mean either, a factual relation which holds between an expression and some other portion of reality whether anybody knows it holds or not, or, b, a purely intentional relation which can hold between an expression and a non-existent object. Call the one reference and the other talking about. We cannot refer to Sherlock Holmes but we can talk about him, and similarly for phlogiston. Talking about is a common-sensical notion, reference is a term of philosophical art. Talking about ranges over fictions as well as realities, and is useless for realist purposes. The assumption that people's beliefs determine what they are talking about works as well or as badly for things which exist as for things which do not, as long as questions about what exists do not arise. In a community where there are no conflicting theories, physical, historical, ontological, or whatever, but in which it is well known that some of the people and things truly spoken of do exist while others are fictions, we could indeed use the Searle-Strawson criteria. We are talking about whatever most of our beliefs are true of. The puzzle cases, the cases in which intuition tells us that people are not talking about whatever entity makes most of their beliefs true, arise only when we know something they don't. 25 Putnam's The Meaning of Meaning and his The Refutation of Conventionalism, both included in his Mind, Language and Real Ity, are the fullest expressions of this attitude. Thus if we discover that there was a hitherto unknown man named Smith who did 99% of the deeds attributed to a mythical Jones, but that the tales about Jones actually accreted around a man named Robinson, we may want to say when we speak of Jones we are really talking about Robinson and not about Smith. If this notion of really talking about is confused with reference, it becomes easy to think, as do Putnam and Kripke, that we have intuitions about reference, intuitions which might be the basis for a non-intentional and theory-independent theory of reference. But this is to think that the question A. What is the best way to express the falsehood of the usual beliefs about Jones by saying that they were about nothing at all, truths about a fiction, or falsehoods about a reality? Should be answered on the basis of an answer to B. Is there an entity in the world connected to our use of J1s by the relation of reference? In the view Putnam and Kripke adopt, B. is a sensible casion, and is antecedent to A. Answering, A. is not a matter of expository or historiographical convenience, in this view, but a matter of hard fact, a fact determined by the answer to B. In the view I am recommending, B. does not arise. The only factual issue in the neighborhood concerns the existence or non-existence of various entities which are talked about. Once we have decided on the latter factual question, we can adopt one of four attitudes toward beliefs in which, by the commonsensical Searle-Strawson criterion, the person in question is talking about non-existent entities. We can divide them into the ones which are false or truth valueless because they are about nothing, and those which are really about some real thing and which thus may be true. Then of course one cannot refer to fictions. This is the usual way in which the term refer is used, and I have no wish to use it differently. But the moral I draw from the fact that this condition defines the notion of reference is that reference has nothing in particular to do with either talking about or really talking about. Reference only arises when one has made one's decision about the various strategies used to express the error that one finds in the world, the decision among 1-4 above, and then wishes to cast the result of one's decision into canonical form, that is, into a language which uses standard quantificational logic as a matrix. This is what I meant by saying that reference is a term of art. It is also the reason it is not something we have intuitions about. So I conclude that the intuition WITH which the Searle-Strawson criterion conflicts is merely the intuition that when there is dispute about what exists there may be dispute as to what is really being talked about, and that the criterion for really about is not the Searle-Strawson one. What, then, is it? There is no answer to this question, no such criterion. The considerations which dictate choice between strategies, 1-4, above are so diverse that the request for a criterion is out of place. We might be tempted to say that really talking about is a relation that can hold between an expression and what we think exists, as opposed to talking about, which holds between an expression and what its user thinks exists, and to refers, which can hold only between an expression and what really and truly does exist. But this would be wrong, since, once again, not only can we talk about non-existent entities, but we can be discovered to have really been talking about non-existent entities. Really talking about X is not the same as talking about a real X. Really here is just a matter of placing the relative ignorance of the person being discussed in the context of the relatively greater knowledge claimed by the speaker. There are as many ways of doing that as there are contexts of discourse. Consider, for example, you think you are talking about Thales, but you are really talking about a tale told by Herodotus. You think you are talking about your analyst, but you are really talking about yourself. You think you are talking about a fictional deity named Artemis, but you are actually talking about a flesh and blood woman who lived in Thebes in the 9th century BC. You think you are talking about lithium, but you are really talking about kryptonite 26. I think, then, that the quest for a theory of reference represents a confusion between the hopeless semantic quest for a general theory of what people are really talking about, and the equally hopeless epistemological quest for a way of refuting the skeptic and underwriting our claim to be talking about non-fictions. Neither the one nor the other demand need be satisfied for the purposes of a Davidsonian pure philosophy of language. The first demand is, roughly, a demand for a decision procedure for solving difficult cases in historiography, anthropological description, and the like cases where nothing save tact and imagination will serve. The latter demand is for some transcendental standpoint outside our present set of representations from which we can inspect the relations between those representations and their object. This is the demand which Berkeley told us we could not meet, which can't met only by calling the world appearance, and which the image of the mirror of nature makes us think we ought to be able to meet. The question what determines reference is ambiguous between a question about the best procedure for comparing large coherent sets of false beliefs, other epochs, cultures, etc., with ours and a question about how to refute the skeptic. Debates about theories of reference get their concreteness from attempts to answer the first part of the question, and their philosophical interest from hints that they might somehow answer the second. But nothing can refute the skeptic, nothing can do what epistemology hoped to do. For we discover how language works only within the present theory of the rest of the world, and one cannot use a part of one's present theory to underwrite the rest of it. Theory of reference is as hopeless as a theory of transcendental constitution of the object for this purpose. Putnam, in an address delivered after the bulk of this chapter was written, has largely recanted his metaphysical realism, the project of explaining successful reference by some means which does not presuppose that success. In this address, he makes the point I have just been making about causal theories. He says that what the metaphysical realist wanted, but could not have, is a view of truth as radically non-epistemic, that is, one in which the theory that is ideal from the point of view of operational utility, inner beauty and elegance, plausibility, simplicity, conservatism, etc., might be false. 27. The metaphysical realist thought he needed to say this because it seemed the only way of clearly separating true from warranted assertable. But, as Putnam says, even if one defines true Olatarski in terms of the relation of satisfaction, we shall be able to map any set of beliefs onto the world in terms of this relation. Further, there will be lots of different ways in which this can be done, and there are no constraints on ways of doing it other than constraints on theories generally. Our best theory about what we are referring to is merely non-controversial fallout from our best theory about things in general. As Putnam says, a causal theory of reference is not, would not be, of any help here, for how causes can uniquely refer is as much of a puzzle as how cat can. On the 27 Putnam, Realism and Reason, Proceedings of the American Philosophical Association, Volume 50, 1977, p. 485. This paper has now been reprinted in Meaning and the Moral Sciences. The passage appears there at p. 125. Putnam's recantation comes down to saying that there is no way to make some empirical discipline do what transcendental philosophy could not do, that is, say something about the scheme of representations we are employing which will make clear its tie to the content we wish to represent. But if there is no such way, then we can fall in with Davidson's claim that we need to drop the scheme-content distinction altogether. We can admit that there is no way to make the notion of scheme do what philosophers traditionally wanted to do with it, that is, make clear certain special constraints which rationality exerts and which explain why our ideal theories must correspond to reality. Putnam now agrees with Goodman and Wittgenstein, to think of language as a picture of the world, a set of representations which philosophy needs to exhibit as standing in some sort of non-intentional relation to what they represent, is not useful in explaining how language is learned or understood. But, at least in his writings prior to his recantation, he thought that we could still make use of this picture of language for purposes of a naturalized epistemology. Language as picture was not a useful image for understanding how one used language, but it was useful for explaining the success of inquiry, just as a map is successful if its COR responds in an appropriate way to a particular part of the Earth. Putnam is here making the same move as that made 28 Putnam, Realism and Reason, p. 486, p. 126 in Meaning and the Moral Sciences. By Sellers and Rosenberg. These men do identify true with warranted assertable by us, thereby allowing truth about non-existent objects, but they then proceed to describe picturing as a non-intentional relation which supplies an Archimedean point by reference to which we may say that our present theory of the world, though to be sure true, may not picture the world as adequately as some successor theory. The difference in terminology is unimportant, since what all three philosophers want is simply to make it possible to answer the question what guarantees that our changing theories of the world are getting better rather than worse. All three want a Wittgensteinian meaning as use theory to handle what I have called the problems of pure philosophy of language, and a Tractarian picturing relation to handle epistemological problems. Putnam's criticism of his own previous attempts to make sense of such a transcendental guarantee applies equally to Sellers and Rosenberg. He says, metaphysical realism collapses just at the point at which it claims to be distinguishable from Peircean realism, i.e., from the claim that there is an ideal theory. Since Peirce himself, and the verificationists, always said metaphysical realism collapses into incoherence at just that point, and realists like myself thought they were wrong, there is no avoiding the unpleasant admission that they were right and we were wrong on at least one substantive issue. 29. Compare this passage with Sellers's discussion of Peirce. Although the concepts of ideal truth and what really exists are defined in terms of a Peircean conceptual structure, they do not require that there ever be a Peircish community. Peirce himself fell into difficulty because, by not taking into account the dimension of picturing, he 29 Putnam, Realism and Reason, p. 489, p. 130 in Meaning and the Moral Sciences, had no Archimedean point outside the series of actual and possible beliefs in terms of which to define the ideal or limit to which members of the series might approximate. So Sellers's point here is that Peirce's identification of truth with the opinion fated to be ultimately agreed to by all makes it seem that the very existence of truth and reality depends upon such hazardous matters as the continuation of the race and of the Enlightenment's notions of rational inquiry. So Sellers wants to substitute a way of looking at human inquiry which views fated to be agreed upon as a description of a causal process which leads to the creation of self-representings by the universe. Thus we find Rosenberg echoing the later Peirce's idealistic metaphysics of evolutionary love. We can understand our representational activities only by redscribing them in terms of the concepts of a total theory of the universe as a physical system which, of natural necessity, evolves subsystems which in turn necessarily project increasingly adequate representations of the whole. To put it crudely, we must come to see the physical universe as an integrated physical system which necessarily grows knowers and which thereby comes to mirror itself within itself. S1 Both Sellers and Rosenberg rightly view the coming into being of the mirror of nature as made possible by the existence of minds, but they urge, as does Putnam, that mentality and intentionality are irrelevant to understanding how the mirror mirrors. The crucial sort of representing the one which helps us say how and why we are superior to our ancestors is one which takes place not relative to a scheme of conventions, not relative to intentions. Picturing 30 Wilfrid Sellers, Science and Metaphysics, London and New York, 1968, p. 142-31. J. Rosenberg, Linguistic Representation, Dordrecht, 1974, p. 144, is a complex matter of factual relation and, as such, belongs in quite a different box from the concepts of denotation and of truth. 32. So if Putnam's recantation is right, it bears directly on the point that Sellers and Rosenberg thought crucial. Putnam is saying that the attempt to get a set of non-intentional relationships, such as those offered by a causal theory of reference or by a Sellersian notion of more adequate picturing, is always vitiated by the fact that those relationships are simply further parts of the theory of the world of the present day. This criticism of any possible naturalization of epistemology leaves us, Putnam thinks, with what he calls internal realism, the view that we can explain the mundane fact that language using contributes to getting our goals, achieving satisfaction, or what have you, by saying not that language mirrors the world but that speakers mirror the world, i.e., their environment, in the sense of constructing a symbolic representation of that environment. 33. Internal realism, in this sense, is just the view that, according to our own representational conventions, we are representing the universe better than ever. But that, in turn, is just complimenting ourselves for, say, having invented the term lithium to represent lithium, which hasn't been represented for all these years. The difference between the recanted metaphysical realism and the uncontroversial internal realism is the difference between saying that we are successfully representing according to nature's own conventions of representation and saying that we are successfully representing according to our own. It is the difference between, roughly, science as a mirror of nature, and as a set of working diagrams for coping with nature. To say that we are coping, by our lights, pretty well is true but trivial. To say that we are mirroring correctly is only a picture, and one which we have never been able to make sense of. Nature may, for all we know, necessarily grow knowers which represent her, but we do not know what it would mean for nature to feel that our conventions of representations are becoming more like her own, and thus that she is nowadays being represented more adequately than in the past. Or, rather, we can make sense of this only if we go all the way with the absolute idealists, and grant that epistemological realism must be based on personalistic pantheism. I have been trying in this section to present Putnam's simple but devastating point that non-intentional relations are as theory-relative as intentional relations, as a general criticism of the whole attempt to naturalize epistemology by first transforming it into the philosophy of language and then getting a naturalistic account of meaning and reference. The common motive of Quine's epistemology naturalized, Daniel Dennett's hints at an evolutionary epistemology, the revivification by Kripke and Fiske of the Aristotelian notions of essence and natural necessity, various causal theories of reference, and Sellersian theories of picturing, has been to detranscendentalize epistemology while nevertheless making it do what we had always hoped it might, tell us why our criteria of successful inquiry are not just our criteria but also the right criteria, nature's criteria, the criteria which will lead us to the truth. If this motive is finally given up, then philosophy of language is simply pure Davidsonian semantics, a semantics which does not depend upon mirror imagery, but which, on the contrary, makes it as difficult as possible to raise philosophically interesting questions about meaning and reference. Let me now proceed, therefore, to describe how Davidson ties in his discussion of truth with his attack on the scheme-content distinction and mirror imagery generally. In the first place, he wants to say that the notion of statements being true because they correspond to, picture, adequately represent, reality is just fine for all the cases in which it is philosophically uncontroversial, cases like snow is white. It is even fine for such cases as perseverance keeps honor bright, our theory of the world responds to physical reality, and for our moral philosophy conforms to the idea of the good. These two are true if and only if the world contains the right sorts of things, and is laid out in the way the statements suggest. There is no occasion, in Davidson's view, for philosophical puritanism which would depopulate the world of honor, or physical reality, or the idea of the good. If one wants to say that there are no such things, then one can give an alternative theory of the world which does not contain them, but this will not be a semantical theory. Discussions of the way in which truth is correspondence to reality float free of discussions of what there is in heaven and earth. No roads lead from the project of giving truth conditions for the sentences of English, English as it is spoken, containing all sorts of theories about all sorts of things, to criteria for theory choice or to the construction of a canonical notation which limns the true and ultimate structure of reality. Correspondence, for Davidson, is a relation which has no ontological preferences. It can tie any sort of word to any sort of thing. This neutrality is an expression of the fact that, in a Davidsonian view, nature has no preferred way of being represented, and thus no interest in a canonical notation. Nor can nature be corresponded to better or worse, save in the simple sense that we can have more or fewer true beliefs. 34 I am not sure where Davidson stands on the question of truth about fictions, and whether he would allow that a relation of satisfaction can hold between Sherlock Holmes and Sherlock Holmes. I would hope that he would, since this would underline the separation between Tarskian semantics and realistic epistemology which I am emphasizing. In the view I am putting forward, Sherlock Holmes roomed with Dr. Watson is as true, and as little in need of philosophical analysis as snow is white. This means that there can be true statements which do not contain referring expressions. This consequence will not be disturbing if one remembers the distinction between referring and talking about, and thus the distinction between not. In the second place, Davidson thinks that the notion of representational scheme or conceptual framework or intended correspondence attempts to disjoin the notion of truth from that of meaning, and thus must fail. His most effective way of putting this comes in his claim that the notion of an alternative conceptual scheme, for example, one which would contain none of the referring expressions used in ours, is the notion of a language which is true but not translatable. After a sustained criticism of several referring and talking about nothing. But I do not feel clear enough about the issues surrounding the interpretation of Tarski's notion of satisfaction to feel confident about the relation between this notion and either of the two others. The general line I want to take is that there are true statements about fictions, values, and numbers, as well as about cats on mats, and that the attempt to find something like correspondence in terms of which to analyze the former truths on the model of the latter is pointless. Sellers puts this point by saying that not all true statements picture the world, only the basic empirical ones. I would prefer to say that no true statements picture the world, that picturing is only a picture, one which has served only to produce ever more convoluted sprackstraight. On the interpretation of Tarski, see Sellers's claim that semantical statements of the Tarski-Carnap variety do not assert relations between linguistic and extra-linguistic items, science and metaphysics, p. 82, and the contrast between the picture sense of correspond and the Tarski-Carnap sense of correspond, p. 143. Sellers's view is that all semantic statements are about intentions, and that picturing has nothing to do with semantics. For contrasting views, see John Wallace, On the Frame of Reference, in Semantics of Natural Language, ed. Davidson and Harman, and Hartreefield, Tarski's Theory of Truth, Journal of Philosophy 69, 1972. For an attempt to work out a view of true which distinguishes it from assertable without attempting to construe it as standing in a correspondence relation to the extra-linguistic, see Robert Brandom, Truth and Assertability, Journal of Philosophy 73, 1976, 137.149. Brandom gives an account of why we need true in addition to assertable for the purpose of what I am calling pure philosophy of language, understanding how language works, as opposed to how it hooks onto the world. He thereby diagnoses, I believe, the fundamental confusion between the need for this concept in semantics and the need for it in epistemology, a confusion which motivates impure philosophy of language. Variations on the traditional mirror imagery, conceptual schemes as fitting reality better or worse, or classifying reality differently from one another, Davidson concludes, the trouble is that the notion of fitting the totality of experience, like the notions of fitting the facts, or being true to the facts, adds nothing intelligible to the simple concept of being true. To speak of sensory experience rather than the evidence, or just the facts, expresses a view about the source or nature of evidence, but it does not add a new entity to the universe against which to test conceptual schemes. So, he says, our attempt to characterize languages or conceptual schemes in terms of the notion of fitting some entity has come down, then, to the simple thought that something is an acceptable conceptual scheme or theory if it is true. Perhaps we better say largely true in order to allow sharers of a scheme to differ on details. And the criterion of a conceptual scheme different from our own now becomes, largely true but not translatable. The question whether this is a useful criterion is just the question how well we understand the notion of truth, as applied to language, independent of the notion of translation. The answer is, I think, that we do not understand it independently at all. Point 3. Davidson's reason for saying that we do not understand this derives from what he calls a certain holistic view of meaning. If sentences depend for their meaning on their structure, and we understand the meaning of each item in the structure only as an abstraction from the totality of sentences in which it features, then we can give the meaning of any sentence, or word, only by giving the meaning of every sentence and word, in the language. This holistic view of meaning amounts to the view that a theory of meaning for a language must do no more than give an account of how the meanings of sentences depend upon the meanings of words, p. 304. The crucial move is to say that we need not think that individual words must have meanings at all, in any sense that transcends the fact that they have a systematic effect on the meanings of the sentences in which they occur, p. 305. The traditional view is that we anchor language to the world by giving meaning by Aussenseigen, or some other non-intentional mechanism, one which presupposes no stage setting in the language, to certain individual words, and then going on holistically from there. Davidson's neo-Wittgensteinian point is that even red and mama have uses can help make possible the statement of truths only in the context of sentences and thus of a whole language, dp 308. Whatever role Aussenseigen, or neural pathways, or any other non-intentional setup, plays in learning a language, one need not know anything about these mechanisms to know the language, nor to know how to translate that language. The same goes, Davidson points out, for Tarskian truth conditions for the sentences of English, and this is why it turns out that a theory of meaning for the language L shows how the meanings of sentences depend upon the meanings of words if it contains a recursive definition of truth in v. 4. What we require for a theory of meaning for a language L is that without appeal to any further semantical notions it place enough restrictions on the predicate is T in the schema. S is T if and only if P to entail all sentences got from schema T when S is replaced by a structural description of a sentence of L and P by that sentence. And so the condition we have placed on satisfactory theories of meaning is in essence Tarski's convention T. So, Davidson invites us to conclude, since convention T embodies our best intuition as to how the concept of truth is used, there does not seem to be much hope for a test that a conceptual scheme is radically different from ours if that test depends on the assumption that we can divorce the notion of truth from that of translation. 37 Let me try to restate the gist of this argument by pointing out the connection between Davidson's holism about meaning and his disdain for the notion of scheme. Someone who is not a holist in this sense will think that understanding a language is a matter of two distinct processes tying some individual words on the world via os tension, and then letting other words build up meanings around this central core in the course of being used. He will also think that understanding what truth means involves analyzing every true sentence until os tensions which would make it true become apparent. This picture of holism ceasing to apply at the point at which reference is least problematic at the interface between language and the world where demonstratives do their work is one way to get the scheme-content distinction going. If we think of language in this way, we will be struck by the thought that somebody else, the Galactics, say, will have cut up the world differently in their original acts of Aussenseigen and thus given different meanings to the individual words in the core of their language. The rest of their language will thus be infected by this divergence from our way of giving meaning to the core of English, and so there will be no way for us to communicate, no common points of reference, no possibility of translation. Davidson's attack on these metaphors parallels Max Black's Wittgensteinian criticism of the so-called invert spectrum problem, the possibility that some people may, for colors and presumably all other perceptual quality spaces, start off on the wrong foot. Black points out that we can divide through by the difference for all purposes of communication. Language will, of course, go through equally well no matter what we were Aussending. 38 Similarly, Davidson can say that if a difference in the original Aussenseigen does not show up at the holistic level in the use of the sentences that contain the word, then the theory of meaning for the language can divide through by that difference. Still, we might want to insist that Davidson's argument concerns only what it is to give a theory of meaning and a theory of truth. We might claim that all he could possibly do is show that we cannot verify the existence of a language which gives a true description of the world unless it is translatable into our own, and that this would not show that there cannot be one. This line of argument would be analogous to the criticism of Black's way of dealing with the inverted spectrum problem, and similar Wittgensteinian anti-skeptical strategies, as verificationist. 39. I shall close this chapter by replying to this objection. 38. See Max Black, Linguistic Method in Philosophy in Language and Philosophy, Ithaca, 1949, especially pages 3.8. Black treats the inverted spectrum as a paradigm of the sort of skeptical argument which the approach to language he is recommending helps debunk. He is, I think, right in this. Indeed, there is a perspective from which all of what I called epistemological behaviorism in Chapter 4 can be derived from the sort of argument which Black offers here. 39. For this sort of objection, see Barry Stroud, Transcendental Arguments, Journal of Philosophy 65, 1G 68, 241 feet 256 inches. I have attempted to deal with this objection in Verificationism and Transcendental Arguments, News 5, 1971, 3.14, and with some related objections in Transcendental Arguments, Self-Reference and Pragmatism in Transcendental Arguments and Science. Ed. Peter Berry, Rolf Horstmann, and Lorenz Krieger, Dordrecht 1979, 77-103. In order to get a somewhat broader view of the issue about verificationism, consider the following suggestions. And one of our terms refer. And one of our beliefs are true. No translation is possible between English and the language which represents the way the world is. None of our moral intuitions are right, participate in the idea of the good, reflect the moral law, or whatever. I take the least plausible of these to be the last. The reason is that what we take to be moral to be even a candidate for participation in the idea of the good is something which roughly satisfies, or is at least not too repugnant to, our present moral intuitions. Are we being rash in thinking of morally right as meaning rather like our own ideal of behavior, only more so? Is this to neglect a real possibility simply because of the verificationist intuition that we cannot recognize anybody who does not appeal to our intuitions as having anything to say about morality? I think that we can answer these questions best by distinguishing between a philosophical sense of good in respect to which the naturalistic fallacy arises and an ordinary sense in respect to which it does not. If we ask, what are the necessary and sufficient conditions for something's being good? We may say, with G.E. Moore, that it is always an open question whether good has anything to do with any conditions which might be mentioned. Words like good, once they have been handled in the way that the philosophical tradition has handled them, acquire a sense in respect to which this is so. They become the name of a focus imaginaris, an idea of pure reason whose whole point is not to be identifiable with the fulfillment of any set of conditions. This is not to say that aiato served pre-Platonic Greeks as the name of such an unconditioned, nor that any word served this purpose before the Pythagoreans and the Orphics and Plato invented idealism, in both its senses. But now there is a specifically philosophical use of good, a use which would not be what it is unless Plato, Plotinus, Augustine, and others had helped construct a specifically Platonic theory of the absolute difference between the eternal and the spatio-temporal. When Moore appealed to our sense for the meaning of good, he was appealing to nothing less than this sense, a sense which it is rather hard to get hold of without the knowledge of the history of Western thought commoner in Bloomsbury than in Birmingham. Principia Ethica should be read, as should the Euthyphro, as a work of edifying pedagogy and quiet moral revolution, rather than as an effort to describe current linguistic or intellectual practice. There is also, however, an ordinary sense of good, the sense the word has when used to commend to remark that something answers to some interest. In this sense, too, one is not going to find a set of necessary and sufficient conditions for goodness which will enable one to find the good life, resolve moral dilemmas, grade apples, or whatever. There are too many different sorts of interests to answer to, too many kinds of things to commend, and too many different reasons for commending them, for such a set of necessary and sufficient conditions to be found. But this is a quite different reason for the indefinability of good than the one I just gave for the indefinability of the philosophical sense of good. In its homely and shop-worn sense, the reason why good is indefinable is not that we might be altogether wrong about what good men or good apples are, but simply that no interesting descriptive term has any interesting necessary and sufficient conditions. In the first, philosophical sense of good, the term is indefinable because anything we say about what is good may logically be quite irrelevant to what goodness is. The only way to get a homely and shop-worn mind to grasp this first sense is to start it off with Plato or more and hope that it gets the idea. My point in suggesting that there are two senses of good is, of course, to make plausible the suggestion that there are also two senses apiece of true and real and correct representation of reality, and that most of the perplexities of epistemology come from vacillation between them just as most of the perplexities of metaethics come from vacillating between senses of good. To begin by pursuing the analogy between goodness and truth, consider the homely use of tiru to mean roughly what you can defend against all comers. Here the line between a belief's being justified and its being true is very thin. That is why Socrates had trouble explaining the difference between these two notions to his interlocutors, the same trouble we philosophy professors still have in explaining it to our freshmen. When the pragmatists identified truth with what we will believe if we keep inquiring by our present lights or what it is better for us to believe or with warranted assertability, they thought of themselves as following in the footsteps of Mill, and doing for science what the utilitarians had done for morality, making it something you could use instead of something you could merely respect, something continuous with common sense instead of something which might be as remote from common sense as the mind of God. It is the homely and shop-worn sense of true which Tarski and Davidson are attending to, and the special philosophical sense to which Putnam applies his naturalistic fallacy argument. Point 40. The two concerns pass each other by. Davidson's is the pure project of finding a way of diagramming the relations among the sentences of English so as to make perspicuous why people call some longer sentences true by seeing this as a function of their calling shorter sentences true. Putnam's is the impure project of showing you that the most complete possible understanding of this matter will leave you as open as ever to the possibility that you have no true beliefs at all. So it will, but, once again, there is an ambiguity at hand which makes the irrelevance look like an opposition. Davidson can say, without any attempt at anticipating the end of inquiry and blocking Putnam's skeptical meta-induction, that most of our beliefs are true. This claim follows from his claim that we cannot understand the suggestion that most of them are false, a suggestion which has sense only when backed up with the phony notion of an alternative, untranslatable, conceptual scheme. But it is of no force against the skeptic except insofar as it challenges him to make concrete his suggestion that we have got it all wrong, a project as difficult as it would be to make concrete the more limited claim that all our sentences which end is morally right are false. Davidson, like Kant, is saying that we cannot project from the fact that this or that central belief turns out to be false, or this or that moral intuition to be perverse and prejudiced, to the possibility that all of them will turn out so. Only in the context of general agreement does doubt about either truth or goodness have sense. The skeptic and Putnam avoid this point by switching to the specifically philosophical sense of good and true which, like the ideas of pure reason, are designed precisely to stand for the unconditioned that which escapes the context within which discourse is conduct and inquiry pursued, and purports to establish a new context. Davidson seems verificationist and conventionalist and relativist if one interprets his claim that most beliefs are true as the claim that we are getting close to the end of inquiry, to a grasp of the way the world is, to an utterly unclouded mirror of nature. But this is like interpreting him as claiming that we are close to the top of Plato's divided line, to a dear vision of the idea of the good. Such an interpretation takes both true and good as names for the accurate fitting of a scheme of representations to something which supplies a content for that scheme. But as Davidson says, it would be wrong to summarize by saying we have shown how communication is possible between people who have different schemes, a way that works without need of what there cannot be, namely a neutral ground, or a common coordinate system. For we have found no intelligible basis on which it can be said that schemes are different. it would be equally wrong to announce the glorious news that all mankind, all speakers of language, at least share a common scheme and ontology. For if we cannot intelligibly say that schemes are different, neither can we intelligibly say that they are one. In giving up dependence on the concept of an uninterpreted reality, something outside all schemes and science, we do not relinquish the notion of objective truth, quite the contrary. Given the dogma of a dualism of scheme and reality, we get conceptual relativity, and truth relative to a scheme. Without the dogma, this kind of relativity goes by the board. Of course, truth of sentences remains relative to language, but that is as objective as can be. In giving up the dualism of scheme and world, we do not give up the world, but re-establish unmediated touch with the familiar objects whose antics make our sentences and opinions true or false. Point 41. To suggest that Davidson is verificationist and relativist in saying that most of our beliefs are true or that any LAN gauge can be translated into English is just to say that he is not using the Platonic notions of truth and goodness and reality which realists need to make their realism dramatic and controversial, metaphysical rather than internal, in Putnam's sense. But neither is Davidson refuting these Platonic notions by exhibiting their inconsistency. All he can do with them is do what Kant did with the ideas of pure reason: show how they function, what they can and cannot do. The trouble with Platonic notions is not that they are wrong, but that there is not a great deal to be said about them specifically. There is no way to naturalize them or otherwise connect them to the rest of inquiry, or culture, or life. If you ask Dewey why he thinks Western culture has the slightest notion of what goodness is, or Davidson why he thinks that we ever talk about what really exists or say anything true about it, they are likely to ask you what makes you have doubts on the subject. If you reply that the burden is on them, and that they are forbidden to argue from the fact that we would never know it if the skeptic were right to the impossibility of his being right, Dewey and Davidson might both reply that they will not argue in that way. They need not invoke verificationist arguments, they need simply ask why they should worry about the skeptical alternative until they are given some concrete ground of doubt. To call this attempt to shift the burden back to the skeptic verificationism, or a confusion of the order of knowledge with the order of being, is like calling verificationist the man who says that he will not worry about whether the things he has called red are really red until some concrete alternative is provided. The decision about whether to have higher than usual standards for the application of words like true or good or red is, as far as I can see, not a debatable issue. But I suspect it is the only remaining issue between realists and pragmatists, and I am fairly sure that the philosophy of language has not given us any interesting new debating points. I have argued, in Chapter 3, that the desire for a theory of knowledge is a desire for constraint, a desire to find foundations to which one might cling, frameworks beyond which one must not stray, objects which impose themselves, representations which cannot be gainsaid. When I described the recent reaction against the quest for foundations as epistemological behaviorism, in Chapter 4, I was not suggesting that Quine and Sellers enable us to have a new, better, behavioristic sort of epistemology. Rather, they show us how things look when we give up the desire for confrontation and constraint. The demise of foundational epistemology, however, is often felt to leave a vacuum which needs to be filled. In Chapters 5 and 6 I criticized various attempts to fill it. In this chapter I shall be talking about hermeneutics, so I want to make clear at the outset that I am not putting hermeneutics forward as a successor subject to epistemology, as an activity which fills the cultural vacancy once filled by epistemologically centered philosophy. In the interpretation I shall be offering, hermeneutics is not the name for a discipline, nor for a method of achieving the sort of results which epistemology failed to achieve, nor for a program of research. On the contrary, hermeneutics is an expression of hope that the cultural space left by the demise of epistemology will not be filled, that our culture should become one in which the demand for constraint and confrontation is no longer felt. The notion that there is a permanent neutral framework whose structure philosophy can display is the notion that the objects to be confronted by the mind, or the rules which constrain inquiry, are common to all discourse, or at least to every discourse on a given topic. Thus epistemology proceeds on the assumption that all contributions to a given discourse are commensurable. Hermeneutics is largely a struggle against this assumption. By commensurable I mean able to be brought under a set of rules which will tell us how rational agreement can be reached on what would settle the issue on every point where statements seem to conflict. These rules tell us how to construct an ideal situation, in which all residual disagreements will be seen to be non-cognitive or merely verbal, or else merely temporary, capable of being resolved by doing something further. What matters is that there should be agreement about what would have to be done if a resolution were to be achieved. In the meantime, the interlocutors can agree to differ, being satisfied of each other's rationality the while. The dominating notion of epistemology is that to be rational, to be fully human, to do what we ought, we need to be able to find agreement with other human beings. To construct an epistemology is to find the maximum amount of common ground with others. The assumption that an epistemology can be constructed is the assumption that such common ground exists. Sometimes this common ground has been imagined to lie outside us, for example, in the realm of being as opposed to that of becoming, in the forms which both guide inquiry and are its goal. Sometimes it has been imagined to lie within us, as in the 17th century's notion that by understanding our own minds we should be able to understand the right method for finding truth. Within analytic philosophy, it one note that the sense of commensurable is not the same as assigning the same meaning to terms. This sense, which is the one often used in discussing Kuhn, does not seem to me a useful one, given the fragility of the notion of sameness of meaning. To say that parties to a controversy use terms in different ways seems to me an unenlightening way of describing the fact that they cannot find a way of agreeing on what would settle the issue. See Chapter 6, Section 3, on this point. Has often been imagined to lie in language, which was supposed to supply the universal scheme for all possible content. To suggest that there is no such common ground seems to endanger rationality. To question the need for commensuration seems the first step toward a return to a war of all against all. Thus, for example, a common reaction to Kuhn or Feyerabend is that they are advocating the use of force rather than persuasion. The holistic, anti-foundationalist, pragmatist treatments of knowledge and meaning which we find in Dewey, Wittgenstein, Quine, Sellers, and Davidson are almost equally offensive to many philosophers, precisely because they abandon the quest for commensuration and thus are relativist. If we deny that either are foundations to serve as common ground for adjudicating knowledge claims, the notion of the philosopher as guardian of rationality seems endangered. More generally, if we say that there is no such thing as epistemology and that no surrogate can be found for it in, for example, empirical psychology or the philosophy of language, we may be seen as saying that there is no such thing as rational agreement and disagreement. Holistic theories seem to license everyone to construct his own little whole, his own little paradigm, his own little practice, his own little language game, and then crawl into it. I think that the view that epistemology, or some suitable successor discipline, is necessary to culture confuses two roles which the philosopher might play. The first is that of the informed dilettante, the polypragmatic, Socratic intermediary between various discourses. In his salon, so to speak, Hermetic thinkers are charmed out of their self-enclosed practices. Disagreements between disciplines and discourses are compromised or transcended in the course of the conversation. The second role is that of the cultural overseer who knows everyone's common ground, the Platonic philosopher king who knows what everybody else is really doing whether they know it or not, because he knows about the ultimate context, the forms, the mind, language, within which they are doing it. The first role is appropriate to hermeneutics, the second to epistemology. Hermeneutics sees the relations between various discourses as those of strands in a possible conversation, a conversation which presupposes no disciplinary matrix which unites the speakers, but where the hope of agreement is never lost so long as the conversation lasts. This hope is not a hope for the discovery of antecedently existing common ground, but simply hope for agreement, or, at least, exciting and fruitful disagreement. Epistemology sees the hope of agreement as a token of the existence of common ground which, perhaps unbeknown to the speakers, unites them in a common rationality. For hermeneutics, to be rational is to be willing to refrain from epistemology, from thinking that there is a special set of terms in which all contributions to the conversation should be put, and to be willing to pick up the jargon of the interlocutor rather than translating it into one's own. For epistemology, to be rational is to find the proper set of terms into which all the contributions should be translated if agreement is to become possible. For epistemology, conversation is implicit inquiry. For hermeneutics, inquiry is routine conversation. Epistemology views the participants as united in what Oakeshott calls an universitas, a group united by mutual interests in achieving a common end. Hermeneutics views them as united in what he calls a societas, persons whose paths through life have fallen together, united by civility rather than by a common goal, much less by a common ground. Point 2. My use of the terms epistemology and hermeneutics to stand for these ideal opposites may seem forced. I shall try to justify it by noting some of the connections between holism and the hermeneutic circle. The notion of knowledge as accurate representation lends itself naturally to the notion that certain sorts of representations, certain expressions, certain processes are basic, privileged, and foundational. The criticisms of this notion which I have canvassed in previous chapters are backed up with holistic arguments of the form: we will not be able to isolate basic elements except on the basis of a prior knowledge of the whole fabric within which these elements occur. Thus we will not be able to substitute the notion of accurate representation, element by element, for that of successful accomplishment of a practice. Our choice of elements will be dictated by our understanding of the practice, rather than the practices being legitimate by a rational reconstruction out of elements. This holist line of argument says that we shall never be able to avoid the hermeneutic circle, the fact that we cannot understand the parts of a strange culture, practice, theory, language, or whatever, unless we know something about how the whole thing works, whereas we cannot get a grasp on how the whole works until we have some understanding of its parts. This notion of interpretation suggests that coming to understand is more like getting acquainted with a person than like following a demonstration. In both cases we play back and forth between guesses about how to characterize particular statements or other events, and guesses about the point of the whole situation, until gradually we feel at ease with what was hitherto strange. The notion of culture as a conversation rather than as a structure erected upon foundations fits well with this hermeneutical notion of knowledge, since getting into a conversation with strangers is, like acquiring a new virtue or skill by imitating models, a matter of CPPOVT/O rather than Euro 0.7I to RR1L7I. The usual way of treating the relation between hermeneutics and epistemology is to suggest that they should divide up culture between them, with epistemology taking care of the serious and important cognitive part, the part in which we meet our obligations to rationality, and hermeneutics charged with everything else. The idea behind such a division is that knowledge in the strict sense I7LWT1L7I must have a MYO, and that a/OYO can only be given by the discovery of a method of commensuration. The idea of commensurability is built into the notion of genuine cognition, so that what is only a matter of taste or of opinion need not fall within epistemology's charge, and conversely, what epistemology cannot render commensurable is stigmatized as merely subjective. The pragmatic approach to knowledge suggested by epistemological behaviorism will construe the line between discourses which can be rendered commensurable and those which cannot as merely that between normal and abnormal discourse, a distinction which generalizes Kuhn's distinction between normal and revolutionary science. Normal science is the practice of solving problems against the background of a consensus about what counts as a good explanation of the phenomena and about what it would take for a problem to be solved. Revolutionary science is the introduction of a new paradigm of explanation, and thus of a new set of problems. Normal science is as close as real life comes to the epistemologist's notion of what it is to be rational. Everybody agrees on how to evaluate everything everybody else says. More generally, normal discourse is that which is conducted within an agreed-upon set of conventions about what counts as a relevant contribution, what counts as answering a question, what counts as having a good argument for that answer or a good criticism of it. Abnormal discourse is what happens when someone joins in the discourse who is ignorant of these conventions or who sets them aside. ELTTUTP.1J is the product of normal discourse, the sort of statement which can be agreed to be true by all participants whom the other participants count as rational. The product of abnormal discourse can be anything from nonsense to intellectual revolution, and there is no discipline which describes it, any more than there is a discipline devoted to the study of the unpredictable, or of creativity. But hermeneutics is the study of an abnormal discourse from the point of view of some normal discourse, the attempt to make some sense of what is going on at a stage where we are still too unsure about it to describe it, and thereby to begin an epistemological account of it. The fact that hermeneutics inevitably takes some norm for granted makes it, so far forth, Whiggish. But insofar as it proceeds non-reductively and in the hope of picking up a new angle on things, it can transcend its own Whiggishness. From this point of view, then, the line between the respective domains of epistemology and hermeneutics is not a matter of the difference between the sciences of nature and the sciences of man, nor between fact and value, nor the theoretical and the practical, nor objective knowledge and something squishier and more dubious. The difference is purely one of familiarity. We will be epistemological where we understand perfectly well what is happening but want to codify it in order to extend, or strengthen, or teach, or ground it. We must be hermeneutical where we do not understand what is happening but are honest enough to admit it, rather than being blatantly Whiggish about it. This means that we can get epistemological commensuration only where we already have agreed upon practices of inquiry, or, more generally, of discourse, as easily in academic art, scholastic philosophy, or parliamentary politics as in normal science. We can get it not because we have discovered something about the nature of human knowledge, but simply because when a practice has continued long enough, the conventions which make it possible and which permit a consensus on how to divide it into parts are relatively easy to isolate. Nelson Goodman has said of inductive and deductive inference that we discover its rules by discovering what inferences we habitually accept. 3. So it is with epistemology generally. There is no difficulty getting commensuration in theology or morals or literary criticism when these areas of culture are normal. At certain periods, it has been as easy to determine which critics have a just perception of the value of a poem as it is to determine which experimenters are capable of making accurate observations and precise measurements. At other periods, for example, the transitions between the archaeological strata which Foucault discerns in the recent intellectual history of Europe, it may be as difficult to know which scientists are actually offering reasonable explanations as it is to know which painters are destined for immortality. In recent years, debates about the possibility of epistemology as opposed to hermeneutics have gained a new concreteness as a result of the work of T.S. Kuhn. His Structure of Scientific Revolutions owed something to Wittgenstein's criticisms of standard epistemology, but it brought those criticisms to bear on received opinion in a fresh way. Since the Enlightenment, and in particular since Kant, the physical sciences had been viewed as a paradigm of knowledge, to which the rest of culture had to measure up. Kuhn's lessons from the history of science suggested that controversy within the physical sciences was rather more like ordinary conversation, on the blameworthiness of an action, the qualifications of an office seeker, the value of a poem, the desirability of legislation, than the Enlightenment had suggested. In particular, Kuhn questioned whether our philosophy of science could construct an algorithm for choice among scientific theories. Doubt on this point made his readers doubly doubtful on the question of whether epistemology could, starting from science, work its way outward to the rest of culture by discovering the common ground of as much of human discourse as could be thought of as cognitive or rational. Kuhn's examples of revolutionary change in science were, as he himself has remarked, cases of the sort which hermeneutics has always taken as its special assignment, cases in which a scientist has said things which sound so silly that it is hard to believe that we have understood him properly. Kuhn says that he offers students the maxim: when reading the works of an important thinker, look first for the apparent absurdities in the text and ask yourself how a sensible person could have written them. When you find an answer, when these passages make sense, then you may find that more central passages, ones you previously thought you understood, have changed their meaning. Point 4. Kuhn goes on to say that this maxim does not need to be told to historians, who, consciously or not, are all practitioners of the hermeneutic method. But Kuhn's invocation of such a maxim was disturbing to philosophers of science who, working within the epistemological tradition, were bound to think in terms of a neutral scheme, observation language, bridge laws, etc., which would make Aristotle and Newton, for example, commensurable. Such a scheme could, they thought, be used to render hermeneutical guesswork unnecessary. Kuhn's claim that there is no commensurability between groups of scientists who have different paradigms of a successful explanation, or who do not share the same disciplinary matrix, or both five, seem to many such philosophers to endanger the notion of theory choice in science. For the philosophy of science, the name for T.S. Kuhn, The Essential Tension, Chicago, 1977, p. 12. 5. See Second Thoughts on Paradigms, Inhibit, for Kuhn's distinction between two central senses of paradigm, blended in the structure of scientific revolutions but now distinguished. Paradigm as achieved result and paradigm as disciplinary matrix. Under which epistemology went when it hid itself among the logical empiricists had envisaged itself as providing an algorithm for theory choice. Kuhn's claim that no algorithm was possible save a post factum and Wickish one which constructed an epistemology on the basis of the vocabulary or assumptions of the winning side in a scientific dispute, was, however, obscured by Kuhn's own idealistic-sounding addenda. It is one thing to say that the neutral observation language in which proponents of different theories can offer their evidence is of little help in deciding between the theories. It is another thing to say that there can be no such language because the proponents see different things or live in different worlds. Kuhn, unfortunately, made incidental remarks of the latter sort, and philosophers pounced upon them. Kuhn wished to oppose the traditional claim that what changes with a paradigm is only the scientist's interpretation of observations that themselves are fixed once and for all by the nature of the environment and of the perceptual apparatus. 6. But this claim is innocuous if it means merely that the results of looking can always be phrased in terms acceptable to both sides. The fluid looked darker, the needle veered to the right, or, in a pinch, read here null. Kuhn should have been content to show that the availability of such an innocuous language is of no help whatever in bringing decision between theories under an algorithm, any more than in bringing decisions about guilt or innocence in jury trials under an algorithm, and for the same reasons. The problem is that the gap between the neutral language and the only languages useful in deciding the issue at hand is too great to be bridged by meaning postulates or any of the other mythological entities that traditional empiricist epistemology invoked. Kuhn should have simply discarded the epistemological project altogether. But instead he called for a viable alternate to the traditional epistemological paradigm 7 and said that we must learn to make sense of statements that at least resemble the scientist after the revolution works in a different world. He thought we must also make sense of the claims that when Aristotle and Galileo looked at swinging stones, the first saw constrained fall, the second a pendulum, and that pendulums were brought into existence by something very like a paradigm. Induced Gestalt switch. The unfortunate result of these remarks was to set the pendulum swinging between realism and idealism once again. In order to guard against the confusions of traditional empiricism, we need make no more of the Gestalt switch in question than the fact that people became able to respond to sensory stimulations by remarks about pendulums, without having to make an intervening inference. Kuhn was right in saying that a philosophical paradigm initiated by Descartes and developed at the same time as Newtonian dynamics needed to be overthrown, but he let his notion of what counted as a philosophical paradigm be set by the Kantian notion that the only substitute for a realistic account of successful mirroring was an idealistic account of the malleability of the mirrored world. We do indeed need to give up the notion of data and interpretation with its suggestion that if we could get to the real data, unpolluted by our choice of language, we should be grounding rational choice. But we can get rid of this notion by being behaviorist in epistemology rather than by being idealist. Hermeneutics does not need a new epistemological paradigm, any more than liberal political thought requires a new paradigm of sovereignty. Hermeneutics, rather, is what we get when we are no longer epistemological. Putting aside Kuhn's incidental idealism, then, we may focus simply on Kuhn's claim that no algorithm for theory choice is available. This led his critics to claim that he was licensing every scientist to set up his own paradigm and then define objectivity and rationality in terms of that paradigm. The criticism which, as I said above, has been customarily made of any holistic, non-foundational theory of knowledge. Thus Kuhn wrote, in learning a paradigm the scientist acquires theory, methods, and standards together, usually in an inextricably mixture. That observation provides our first explicit indication of why the choice between competing paradigms regularly raises questions that cannot be resolved by the criteria of normal science. Like the issue of competing standards, it can be answered only in terms of criteria that lie outside of normal science altogether, and it is that recourse to external criteria that most obviously makes paradigm debates revolutionary. Point 8. And critics such as Scheffler often glossed him as follows. The comparative evaluation of rival paradigms is quite plausibly conceived of as a deliberative process occurring at a second level of discourse. Regulated, to some degree at least, by shared standards appropriate to second-order discussion. The passage just quoted suggests, however, that such sharing of second-order standards is impossible. For to accept a paradigm is to accept not only theory and methods, but also governing standards of criteria which serve to justify the paradigm as against its rivals. Paradigm differences are thus inevitably reflected upward, in criterial differences at the second level. It follows that each paradigm is, in effect, inevitably self-justifying, and that paradigm debates must fail of objectivity. Again we pair driven back to non-rational conversions as the final characterization of paradigm shifts within the community of science. It is certainly possible to argue that paradigm differences are thus inevitably reflected upward, but Kuhn did not in fact argue in this way. He merely said that such reflection into metadiscourse makes it harder to resolve controversies about paradigm shifts than it is to resolve controversies within normal science. So far, critics like Scheffler would not disagree. Indeed, as Kuhn has noted, most philosophers of science would now regard the sort of algorithm which has traditionally been sought as a not quite attainable ideal. 10. The only real question which separates Kuhn from his critics is whether the sort of deliberative process which occurs concerning paradigm shifts in the sciences, the sort of process which, as Kuhn shows in the Copernican Revolution, can stretch out over a century, is different in kind from the deliberative process which occurs concerning, for example, the shift from the Ancien regime to bourgeois democracy, or from the Augustins to the Romantics. Kuhn says that the criteria of choice between theories, even within normal science, where hermeneutic problems may not yet arise, function not as rules, which determine choice, but as values, which influence it. p. 331. Most of his critics would agree even to this, but they would insist that the crucial question is whether we can find a range of specifically scientific values which should affect such choice, as opposed to extraneous considerations, the impact of science on theology, the future of life on earth, and the like, which should not be allowed to enter the deliberative process. The criteria themselves Kuhn identifies as accuracy, consistency, scope, simplicity, and fruitfulness, p. 322, a more or less standard list, and we might be tempted to say that it would be unscientific to permit any values save these to influence our choice. But the trade-offs between satisfaction of these various criteria provide room for endless rational debate. As Kuhn says, though the historian can always find men priestly, for instance, who were unreasonable to resist for as long as they did, he will not find a point at which resistance becomes illogical or unscientific. 11. But can we then find a way of saying that the considerations advanced against the Copernican theory by Cardinal Biermann, the scriptural descriptions of the fabric of the heavens, were illogical or unscientific? 12. This, perhaps, is the point at which the battle lines between Kuhn and his critics can be drawn most sharply. Much of the 17th century's notion of what it was to be a philosopher, and much of the Enlightenment's notion of what it was to be rational, turns on Galileo's being absolutely right and the Church absolutely wrong. To suggest that there is room for rational disagreement here, not simply for a black and white struggle between reason and superstition, is to endanger the very notion of philosophy. For it endangers the notion of finding a method for finding truth, which takes Galilean and Newtonian mechanics as paradigmatic. Point 13. A whole complex of mutually reinforcing ideas. Philosophy as a methodological discipline distinct from the sciences, epistemology as the provision of commensuration, rationality as possible only on the common ground which makes possible commensuration, seems endangered if the question about Bellarmine is answered in the negative. Kuhn does not give an explicit answer to the question, but his writings provide an arsenal of argument in favor of a negative answer. In any case, a negative answer is implied. 11. Kuhn, Structure of Scientific Revolutions, 2d ed., p. 159. 12. The historical role of Bellarmine's sophisticated objections to Copernican theories is described by Giorgio de Santillana in The Crime of Galileo, Chicago, 1955. The significance of Bellarmine's position is discussed by Michael Polanyi in Personal Knowledge, Chicago, 1958. 13. Mechanics was taken as paradigmatic in a double sense by the founders of modern philosophy. On the one hand, the method of finding truth had to be the one which Newton followed, or at least one which would come up with Newtonian results. On the other hand, in such writers as Locke, Newtonian mechanics was a model for the mechanics of inner space, the para. Mechanical mental operations satirized by Reid and Ryle. By the argument of the present book. The crucial consideration is whether we know how to draw a line between science and theology such that getting the heavens right is a scientific value, and preserving the Church, and the general cultural structure of Europe, is an unscientific value. The argument that we do not centers around the claim that the lines between disciplines, subject matters, parts of culture, are themselves endangered by novel substantive suggestions. This argument can be put in terms of the scope of the criterion of scope-1 of the standard desiderata for theories listed above. Bellarmine thought the scope of Copernicus's theory was smaller than might be thought. When he suggested that perhaps Copernican theory was really just an ingenious heuristic device for, say, navigational purposes and other sorts of practically oriented seals tile reckoning, he was admitting that the theory was, within its proper limits, accurate, consistent, simple, and perhaps even fruitful. When he said that it should not be thought of as having wider scope than this, he defended his view by saying that we had excellent independent, scriptural, evidence for believing that the heavens were roughly Ptolemaic. Was his evidence brought in from another sphere, and was his proposed restriction of scope thus unscientific? What determines that Scripture is not an excellent source of evidence for the way the heavens are set up? Lots of things, notably the Enlightenment's decision that Christianity was mostly just priest-cropounty. But what were? 14. Another example of the same sort is the question raised about objectivity by Marxist critics of the traditional distinctions between areas of culture. See, for example, Herbert Marcuse, One-Dimensional Man, Boston, 1964, Chaps. 6-7. More concretely, we can ask whether there is a clear way of separating out the scientific value of getting the heritability of intelligence right from the political value of discouraging racism. I think that Marcuse is right in saying that most of the bourgeois intellectual apparatus of the Enlightenment is required to make this distinction. Unlike Marcuse, however, I would hope that we might retain the distinction even after discarding one piece of the apparatus: epistemologically centered foundational philosophy. Bellarmine's contemporaries, who mostly thought Scripture to be indeed the Word of God, supposed to say to Bellarmine? What they did say, among other things, was that adherence to Scripture could be disjoined from adherence to various adventitious, example Aristotelian and Ptolemaic, notions which had been used to interpret Scripture. This was the sort of thing 19th-century liberal divines were later to say in connection with Genesis and Darwin. Were all these arguments about how liberal one's scriptural hermeneutics might legitimately be beside the point? They were attempts to limit, so to speak, the scope of Scripture, and thus of the Church, the opposite recession to Bellarmine's own attempt to limit the scope of Copernicus. So the question about whether Bellarmine, and, perforce, Galileo's defenders, was bringing in extraneous unscientific considerations seems to be a question about whether there is some antecedent way of determining the relevance of one statement to another, some grid, to use Foucault's term, which determines what sorts of evidence there could be for statements about the movements of planets. Obviously, the conclusion I wish to draw is that the grid which emerged in the later 17th and 18th centuries was not there to be appealed to in the early 17th century, at the time that Galileo was on trial. No conceivable epistemology, no study of the nature of human knowledge, could have discovered it before it was hammered out. The notion of what it was to be scientific was in the process of being formed. If one endorses the values or, perhaps, the ranking of competing values common to Galileo and Kant, then indeed Bellarmine was being unscientific. But, of course, almost all of us, including Kuhn, though perhaps not including Feyerabend, are happy to endorse them. We are the heirs of 300 years of rhetoric about the importance of distinguishing sharply between science and religion, science and politics, science and art, science and philosophy, and so on. This rhetoric has formed the culture of Europe. It made us what we are today. We are fortunate that no little perplexity within epistemology, or within the historiography of science, is enough to defeat it. But to proclaim our loyalty to these distinctions is not to say that there are objective and rational standards for adopting them. Galileo, so to speak, won the argument, and we all stand on the common ground of the grid of relevance and irrelevance which modern philosophy developed as a consequence of that victory. But what could show that the Bellarmine-Galileo issue differs in kind from the issue between, say, Kerensky and Lenin, or that between the Royal Academy, circa 1910, and Bloomsbury? I can explain the notion of difference in kind which is in question here by reverting to the notion of commensurability. The desired difference is one which would permit us to say that any reasonable disinterested observer of the Bellarmine-Galileo controversy, taking all the relevant considerations into account, would come down on Galileo's side, whereas reasonable men still differ about the other issues I just mentioned. But this, of course, just brings us back around to the question of whether the values Bellarmine invoked were properly scientific, whether his attitude counts as disinterested, and his evidence as relevant. At this point, it seems to me, we would do well to abandon the notion of certain values, rationality, disinterestedness, floating free of the educational and institutional patterns of the day. We can just say that Galileo was creating the notion of scientific values as he went along, that it was a splendid thing that he did so, and that the question of whether he was rational in doing so is out of place. As Kuhn says in connection with a smaller, though obviously related issue, we cannot differentiate scientific communities by subject matter, but rather by examining patterns of education and communication. 15. To know what counts as relevant to choice between theories about a certain subject is, in periods of normal inquiry, to belong to what Kuhn calls a disciplinary matrix. In periods when the relevant community of inquirers is in question, in which the lines between learned men, mere empirics, and kooks, or, to alter the example, between serious political thinkers and revolutionary pamphleteers, are getting fuzzy, the question of relevance is up for grabs. We cannot determine relevance by focusing on subject matter and saying, for example, don't bother with what Scripture said God did, just look at the planets and see what they do. Mere looking at the planets will be of no help in choosing our model of the heavens, any more than mere reading of Scripture. In 1550 a certain set of considerations was relevant to rational views on astronomy, and by 1750 a largely different set of considerations was relevant. This change in what was thought relevant can be seen, by hindsight, as drawing proper distinctions among what was really there in the world, discovering that astronomy was an autonomous sphere of scientific inquiry, or it can be seen as a shift in cultural climate. It does not greatly matter which way we see it, as long as we are clear that the change was not brought about by rational argument in some sense of rational in which, for example, the changes lately brought about in regard to society's attitude towards slavery, abstract art, homosexuals, or endangered species, would not count as rational. To sum up the line I am taking about Kuhn and his critics, the controversy between them is about whether science, as the discovery of what is really out there in the world, differs in its patterns of argumentation from discourses for which the notion of correspondence to reality seems less apposite, example politics and literary criticism. Logical empiricist philosophy of science, and the whole epistemological tradition since Descartes, has wanted to say that the procedure for attaining accurate representations in the mirror of nature differs in certain deep ways from the procedure for attaining agreement about practical or aesthetic matters. Kuhn gives us reason to say that there is no deeper difference than that between what happens in normal and in abnormal discourse. That distinction cuts across the distinction between science and non-science. The fierce indignation with which Kuhn's work was greeted was natural, for the ideals of the Enlightenment not only are our most precious cultural heritage but are in danger of disappearance as totalitarian states swallow up more and more of humanity. But the fact that the Enlightenment ran together the ideal of the autonomy of science from theology and politics with the image of scientific theory as mirror of nature is not a reason for preserving this confusion. The grid of relevance and irrelevance which we inherit almost intact from the 18th century will be more attractive when it is no longer tied to this image. Shop-worn mirror metaphors are of no help in keeping intact the inheritance both moral and scientific of Galileo. Kuhn's critics have helped perpetuate the dogma that only where there is correspondence to reality is there the possibility of rational agreement, in a special sense of rational of which science is the paradigm. This confusion is aided by our use of objective to mean both characterizing the view which would be agreed upon as a result of 16. The ferocity was found, however, mainly among professional philosophers. Kuhn's description of how science works was no shock to the scientists whose rationality the philosophers were concerned to protect. But the philosophers combined a professional attachment to mirror metaphors with an understanding of the central role these metaphors had played in the Enlightenment, and thus in making possible the institutional basis for modern science. They were right in seeing that Kuhn's criticism of the tradition went deep, and that the ideology which had protected the rise of modern science was in danger. They were wrong in thinking that the institution still needed the ideology. Argument undehected by irrelevant considerations and representing things as they really are. The two are largely coextensive, and for non-philosophical purposes no trouble arises from running them together. But if we begin to take seriously questions like in just what sense is goodness out there waiting to be represented accurately as a result of rational argument on moral questions? Or in just what sense were there physical features of reality capable of being represented accurately only by differential equations, or tensors, before people thought of so representing them? Then tension between these two notions begins to arise. We have Plato to thank for the first sort of question and idealism and pragmatism to thank for the second SOIT. Neither question is answerable. Our natural inclination to return a robust in no sense to the first and an equally robust in the fullest possible and most straightforward sense to the second will be of no help in getting rid of these questions if we still feel the need to justify answers to such questions by constructing epistemological and metaphysical theories. Since Kant, the principal employment of such theories has been to support intuitions concerning the subjective-objective distinction, either attempts to show that nothing outside of natural science counts as objective or attempts to apply this honorific term to morals, or politics, or poems. Metaphysics, as the attempt to find out what one can be objective about, is forced to ask about the similarities and differences among, for example, the discovery, as a result of finally resolving a long-standing moral dilemma, of a new article of the moral law, the discovery, by mathematicians, of a new sort of number or of a new set of spaces, the discovery of quantum indeterminacy, and the discovery that the cat is on the mat. The latter discovery a homely point d'appui for the notions of contact with reality, truth as correspondence and accuracy of representation is the standard against which the others are compared in point of objectivity. The metaphysician must thus worry about the respects in which values, numbers, and wave packages resemble cats. The epistemologist must worry about the respects in which more interesting statements share the objectivity possessed by that triumph of mirroring the appropriate utterance of the cat is on the mat. In the view which follows from epistemological behaviorism, there is no interesting way to discover whether, for example, there is a moral law to be corresponded to. The fact that, for example, the moral standards entailed by the nature of man are more at home in Aristotle's hylomorphic universe than in Newton's mechanistic one is not a reason for thinking that there is or is not an objective moral law. Nor could anything else be. The trouble with metaphysics, just as the positivists said, is that nobody feels clear about what would count as a satisfactory argument within it, although, of course, the same goes for the impure philosophy of language which the positivists practiced, example Quine's thesis of the non-factuality of the intentional. In the view that I am recommending, we might, in an imaginary age in which consensus in these areas was almost complete, view morality, physics, and psychology as equally objective. We might then relegate the more debatable areas of literary criticism, chemistry, and sociology to the realm of the non-cognitive, or interpret them operationalistically, or reduce them to one or another objective discipline. The application of such honorifics as objective and cognitive is never anything more than an expression of the presence of, or the hope for, agreement among inquirers. Although it will involve some repetition of what has been said above, I think that the debate between Kuhn and his critics is worth taking up yet again in the context of a discussion of the objective-subjective distinction, simply because the grip of this distinction is so very powerful, and so charged with moral feeling. Once again, this moral feeling is a consequence of the, entirely justified, notion that the preservation of the values of the Enlightenment is our best hope. So in this section I shall try once again to cut the links which connect these values with the image of the mirror of nature. It is convenient to begin with Kuhn's own way of dealing with the claim that his view opens the floodgates to subjectivity. He says, subjective is a term with several established uses, in one of these it is opposed to objective, in another to judgmental. When my critics describe the idiosyncratic features to which I appeal as subjective, they resort, erroneously I think, to the second of these senses. When they complain that I deprive science of objectivity, they conflate that second sense of subjective with the first. In the sense in which subjective features are non-judgmental, they are, Kuhn continues, matters of taste, the sort of thing nobody bothers to discuss, simple reports of one's state of mind. But, of course, the worth of a poem or a person is not, in this sense, a matter of taste. So, Kuhn can say, the worth of a scientific theory is a matter of judgment, not taste in the same sense. This reply to the charge of subjectivity is useful as far as it goes, but it does not reach the deeper fear behind the charge. This is the fear that there really is no middle ground between matters of taste and matters capable of being settled by a previously statable algorithm. The philosopher who sees no such middle ground is, I think, reasoning roughly as follows. 1. All statements describe either internal states of human beings, their glassy essence, the possibly clouded mirror, or states of external reality, nature. 2. We can tell which statements are which by seeing which we know how to get universal agreement on. 3. So the possibility of perpetual disagreement is an indication that, no matter how irrational debate may seem to be, there is really nothing to debate about since the subject can only be internal states. This course of reasoning, shared by Platonists and positivists, produced in the latter the notion that by analyzing sentences we can discover whether they are indeed about the subjective or the objective, where analysis means finding out whether there is general agreement among sane and rational men on what would count as confirming their truth. Within traditional epistemology, this latter notion has only rarely been seen for what it is, an admission that our only usable notion of objectivity is agreement rather than mirroring. Even, for example, in Ayer's refreshingly frank remark that we define a rational belief as one which is arrived at by the methods which we now consider reliable, 18. The notion of reliability still functions as a hint that we can only be rational by corresponding to the real. Not even his equally frank admission that all the privileged representations in the world will nevertheless permit a man to sustain his convictions in th. face of apparently hostile evidence if he is prepared to make the necessary ad hoc assumptions, p. 95, is enough to defeat Ayre's conviction that in separating the empirical from the emotive and the analytic he is separating truth about the world from something else. This is because Ayre, like Plato, adds to the above chain of reasoning the further, foundationalist premise. For we are able to eliminate the possibility of perpetual, undecidable rational disagreement only in those areas where unquestioned links to external reality provide a common ground for the disputants. The claim that where we can find no unquestioned links with, example privileged representations of, the objects to be mirrored there is no possibility of an algorithm, conjoined with the claim that where there is no possibility of an algorithm there can be only the appearance of rational agreement, leads to the conclusion that the absence of relevant privileged representations shows that we have only a matter of taste. Kuhn is right in saying that this is a long way from the ordinary notion of taste, but, like the equally unordinary notion of truth as something which need have nothing to do with agreement, it has a long history within philosophy. L9 That history has to be understood if one is to see why such bland historiographical suggestions as Kuhn's should trouble the deeper unconscious levels of the trained philosophical mind. Perhaps the best way to deal with the charge of subjectivism brought against Kuhn is to make a distinction between senses of subjective other than the one he himself made in the passage I quoted. We can distinguish two senses of subjective which will stand roughly opposite each of the two senses of objective distinguished earlier. Objectivity in the first sense was a property of theories which, having been thoroughly discussed, are chosen by a consensus of rational discussants. By contrast, a subjective consideration is one which has been, or would be, or should be, set aside by rational discussants, one which is seen to be, or should be seen to be, irrelevant to the subject matter of the theory. To say that someone is bringing in subjective considerations to a discussion where objectivity is wanted is, roughly, to say that he is bringing in considerations 19 Kant built this notion of truth about reality into German philos ophy, and, a fortiori, into philosophy as a professionalized discipline which looked to the German universities for its model. He did so by distinguishing mere coping with phenomena from intellectually intuiting noumena. He also built the distinction between cognitive and aesthetic judgment, and the distinction between the latter and mere taste, into European culture. For purposes of the present dispute, however, his distinction between aesthetic judgment which can be right or wrong and taste which cannot drops out. Kuhn's critics could more cautiously, but, by their own lights, equally devastatingly, criticize him for making theory choice in science a matter of aesthetic rather than cognitive judgment. Which the others think beside the point. If he presses these outre considerations, he is turning normal inquiry into abnormal discourse. He is being either kooky, if he loses his point, or revolutionary, if he gains it. For a consideration to be subjective, in this sense, is simply for it to be unfamiliar. So judging subjectivity is as hazardous as judging relevance. In a more traditional sense of subjective, on the other hand, subjective contrasts with corresponding to what is out there, and thus means something like a product only of what is in here, in the heart, or in the confused portion of the mind which does not contain privileged representations and thus does not accurately reflect what is out there. In this sense subjective is associated with emotional or fantastical, for our hearts and our imaginations are idiosyncratic, while our intellects are, at their best, identical mirrors of the self-same external objects. Here we get a link up with matters of taste, since the state of our emotions at a given moment, of which our unconsidered momentary reaction to a work of art is an example, is indeed undebatable. We have privileged access to what goes on inside us. In this way, the tradition since Plato has run together the algorithm versus no algorithm distinction with the reason versus passion distinction. The various ambiguities of objective and subjective illustrate the way in which the confusion can develop. If it were not for the traditional linkage of these distinctions, a historian of inquiry who emphasized similarities between the controversies of scientists and those of literary critics would not have been construed as endangering our minds by upgrading our hearts. Kuhn himself, however, occasionally makes too large concessions to the tradition, particularly when he suggests that there is a serious and unresolved problem about why the scientific enterprise has been doing so nicely lately. Thus he says, "Even those who have followed me this far will want to know how a value-based enterprise of the sort I have described can develop as a science does, repeatedly producing powerful new techniques for prediction and control. To that question, unfortunately, I have no answer at all, but that is only another way of saying that I make no claim to have solved the problem of induction. If science did progress by virtue of some shared and binding algorithm of choice, I would be equally at a loss to explain its success. The lacuna is one I feel acutely, but its presence does not differentiate my position from the tradition. Point 20. As I have argued in connection with Putnam's metaphysical realism in the previous chapter, the lacuna should not be felt acutely. We should not regret our inability to perform a feat which no one has any idea of how to perform. The notion that we are faced by a challenge to fill this lacuna is one more result of hypostatizing the Platonic focus imaginarius truth as disjoined from agreement and allowing the gap between oneself and that unconditional ideal to make one feel that one does not yet understand the conditions of one's existence. In the view I am advocating, the question why, if science is merely, does it produce powerful new techniques for prediction and control, is like the question 20 Kuhn. Essential Tension, pages 332 feet 333 inches. There are other passages in that book in which, I should argue, Kuhn grants too much to the epistemological tradition. One is at pxxii, where he expresses the hope that philosophers' understanding of reference determination and translation will help clarify the issues. Another is p14, where he suggests that the philosophy of science has a quite distinct mission from the hermeneutic activities of the historian of science. Philosophy's business is with rational reconstruction, and it need preserve only those elements of its subject essential to science as sound knowledge. This passage seems to me to preserve intact the myth that there is something called the nature of sound knowledge for philosophers to describe, an activity quite distinct from description of what counts as justification within the various disciplinary matrices constituting the culture of the day. Why, if the change in moral consciousness in the West since 1750 is merely, has it been able to accomplish so much for human freedom? We can fill the first blank with adherence to the following binding algorithm, or with a succession of Kuhnian institutionalized disciplinary matrices. We can fill the second with the application of secular thought to moral issues or the guilty conscience of the bourgeoisie or changes in the emotional constitution of those who control the levers of power, or with a lot of other phrases. In no case does anyone know what might count as a good answer. Retrospectively, Wittgenstein, and realistically we will always be able to see the achievement desired, prediction and control of nature, emancipation of the oppressed, as the result of getting a clearer view of what is there, the electrons, the galaxies, the moral law, human rights. But these are never the sorts of explanations philosophers want. They are, in Putnam's phrase, internal explanations which satisfy our need to tell a coherent causal story about our interactions with the world, but not our transcendental need to underwrite our mirroring by showing how it approximates to truth. To solve the problem of induction, in the sense Kuhn intends, would be like solving the problem of fact and value. Both problems survive only as names for a certain inarticulate dissatisfaction. They are the sort of problems which cannot be formulated within normal philosophy. All that happens is that this or that technical gimmick is occasionally labeled a solution to such a problem, in the vague hope of establishing contact with the past, or with eternity. What we need, rather than a solution to the problem of induction, is the ability to think about science in such a way that its being a value-based enterprise occasions no surprise. All that hinders us from doing so is the ingrained notion that values are inner whereas facts are outer, and that it is as much a mystery how, beginning with values, we could produce bombs as how, beginning with private inner episodes, we could avoid bumping into things. Here we come round once again to the bugbear of idealism and the notion that the search for an algorithm goes hand in hand with a realistic approach to science, whereas a relaxation into the merely hermeneutic method of the historian sells the past to the idealist. Whenever it is suggested that the distinctions between theory and practice, fact and value, method and conversation be relaxed, an attempt to make the world malleable ito human will is suspected. This produces, yet again, the positivist claim that we must either make a clear distinction between the non-cognitive and the cognitive, or else reduce the former to the latter. For the third possibility, reducing the latter to the former, seems to spiritualize nature by making it like history or literature, something which men have made rather than something they find. It is the third option that Kuhn seems, to some of his critics, to be suggesting. This renewed attempt to see Kuhn as verging upon idealism is, however, a muddled way of reiterating the claim that something like, for, above is true that we must see scientists as in touch with external reality and therefore able to reach rational agreement by means not of able to politicians and poets. The muddle consists in suggesting that Kuhn, by reducing the methods of scientists to those of politicians, has reduced the found world of neutrons to the made world of social relationships. Here again we find the notion that whatever cannot be discovered by a machine programmed with the appropriate algorithm cannot exist objectively, and thus must be somehow a human creation. In the following section, I shall try to bring together what I have been saying about objectivity with some themes from earlier portions of this book, in the hope of showing that the distinction between epistemology and hermeneutics should not be thought of as paralleling a distinction between what is out there and what we make up. It must be confessed that the notion that there is a special set of methods appropriate for the soft disciplines, the Geisteswissenschaften, does have historical links with idealism. As Apel says, the present opposition between analytic philosophy and hermeneutics as philosophical strategies seems natural, since the metaphysics of the spirit and of the subject in 19th-century idealism, which should be considered the foundations of the Geisteswissenschaften, although the latter certainly put more emphasis upon material research, are taken by the later Wittgenstein as a disease of language together with all other concepts of metaphysics in Western philosophy. Point 21. The notion that the empirical self could be turned over to the sciences of nature, but that the transcendental self, which constitutes the phenomenal world and, perhaps, functions as a moral agent, could not, has indeed done as much as anything else to make the spirit-nature distinction meaningful. So this metaphysical distinction lurks in the background of every discussion of the relations between the Geists and the Naturwissenschaften. The picture is further complicated by the vague notion that those who like to talk about hermeneutics are proposing to substitute a new kind of method, a suspiciously soft kind, for some other method, the scientific method, say, or perhaps philosophical analysis. In this section I hope to show that hermeneutics, as discourse about as yet incommensurable discourses, has no particular connection with either, a, the mind side of Cartesian dualism, or, b, the constituting side of the Kantian distinction between the constituting and structuring faculty of spontaneity and the passive faculty of receptivity, or, c, the notion of a method for discovering the truth of sentences which competes with the normal methods pursued in extra-philosophical disciplines. Nonetheless, I think that this limited and purified sense of hermeneutics I am employing does link up with the use of the term by such writers as Gadamer, Apel, and Habermas. I shall try to bring out the connections in the following chapter. The dread of falling into idealism which afflicts those tempted by Kuhn to reject standard notions of philosophy of science, and more generally of epistemology, is enhanced by the thought that if the study of science's search for truth about the physical universe is viewed hermeneutically, it will be viewed as the activity of spirit, the faculty which makes rather than as the application of the mirroring faculties, those which find what nature has already made. This latent romantic classic opposition which lurks in the background of discussion of Kuhn is brought into the open by Kuhn's unhappy use, deprecated in section 2 above, of romantic phrases like being presented with a new world, instead of the classic using a new description for the world. In the view I want to recommend, nothing deep turns on the choice between these two phrases, between the imagery of making and of finding. They thus resemble the opposition between objective and non-objective, or cognitive and non-cognitive, which I discussed in the previous section. It is less paradoxical, however, to stick to the classic notion of better describing what was already there for physics. This is not because of deep epistemological or metaphysical considerations, but simply because, when we tell our wiggish stories about how our ancestors gradually crawled up the mountain on whose, possibly false, some MIT we stand, we need to keep some things constant throughout the story. The forces of nature and the small bits of matter, as conceived by current physical theory, are good choices for this role. Physics is the paradigm of finding simply because it is hard, at least in the West, to tell a story of changing physical universes against the background of an unchanging moral law or poetic canon, but very easy to tell the reverse sort of story. Our tough-minded naturalistic sense that spirit is, if not reducible to nature, at least parasitic upon it, is no more than the insight that physics gives us a good background against which to tell our stories of historical change. It is not as if we had some deep insight into the nature of reality which told us that everything save atoms and the void was by convention, or spiritual or made up. Democritus's insight was that a story about the smallest bits of things forms a good background for stories about changes among things made of these bits. The AC septants of this genre of world story, fleshed out successively by Lucretius, Newton, and Bohr, may be definitory of the West, but it is not a choice which could obtain, or which requires, epistemological or metaphysical guarantees. Kuhnians should, I conclude, resist the temptation to dish the Whigs by talking of different worlds. By giving up such phrases, they would not be conceding anything to the epistemological tradition. To say that the study of the history of science, like the study of the rest of history, must be hermeneutical, and to deny, as I, but not Kuhn, would, that there is something extra called rational reconstruction which can legitimize current scientific practice, is still not to say that the atoms, wave packages, etc., discovered by the physical scientists are creations of the human spirit. To buy in on the normal science of one's day in constructing the largest possible story to tell about the history of the race is not, unless one also buys the various Platonic dogmas mentioned in the previous section, to say that physics is objective in some way in which politics or poetry may not be. For the line between making and finding has nothing to do with the line between incommensurability and commensurability. Or, to put it another way, the sense in which man is a spiritual and not merely a natural being, the sense to which anti-reductionists like Alasdair MacIntyre, Charles Taylor, and Marjorie Green have devoted attention, is not a sense in which he is a being who makes worlds. To say, with Sartre, that man makes himself, and that he differs thereby from atoms and inkwells, is quite compatible with repudiating any suggestion that part of his self-creation consists in constituting atoms and inkwells. But the confusions among the romantic notion of man as self-creative, the Kantian notion of man as constituting a phenomenal world, and the Cartesian notion of man as containing a special immaterial ingredient need to be examined in some detail. This set of confusions is embodied in much discussion concerning the nature of spirit, the irreducibility of the person, the distinction between action and motion, and the distinction between the Geist and the Naturwesen. Since the last distinction is supposedly coextensive with the distinction between hermeneutical and other methods, it is especially important to take it up in order to clarify the notion of hermeneutics which I am offering. I shall begin unraveling this threefold confusion by tacking up the claim that hermeneutics is peculiarly suited to spirit or to the sciences of man, whereas some other method, that of the objectivizing and positive sciences, is appropriate to nature. If we draw the line between epistemology and hermeneutics as I have been drawing it as a contrast between discourse about normal and about abnormal discourse, then it seems clear that the two do not compete, but rather help each other out. Nothing is so valuable for the hermeneutical inquirer into an exotic culture as the discovery of an epistemology written within that culture. Nothing is so valuable for the determination of whether the possessors of that culture uttered any interesting truths, by what else, the standards of the normal discourse of our own time and place, than the hermeneutical discovery of how to translate them without making them sound like fools. So I suspect that this notion of competing methods derives from the view that the world comes divided into the areas which can, and those which cannot, be best described in the normal discourse, the conceptual scheme, to use a pre-Davidsonian phrase, of our own culture. Specifically, this view suggests that people are somehow always going to be so slimy and slippery, Sartre's viscousness, that they will escape objective explanation. But, once again, if one draws the hermeneutics epistemology distinction as I want to draw it, there is no requirement that people should be more difficult to understand than things, it is merely that hermeneutics is only needed in the case of incommensurable discourses, and that people discourse whereas things do not. What makes the difference is not discourse versus silence, but incommensurable discourses versus commensurable discourses. As physicalists correctly point out, once we can figure out how to translate what is being said, there is no reason to think that the explanation of why it is being said should differ in kind, or proceed by different methods, from an explanation of locomotion or digestion. There is no metaphysical reason why human beings should be capable of saying incommensurable things, nor any guarantee that they will continue to do so. It is just our good fortune, from a hermeneutical point of view, or bad fortune, from an epistemological point of view, that they have done so in the past. The traditional quarrel about the philosophy of the social sciences has proceeded generally as follows. One side has said that explanation, subsumption under predictive laws, roughly, presupposes, and cannot replace, understanding. The other side has said that understanding simply is the ability to explain, that what their opponents call understanding is merely the primitive stage of groping around for some explanatory hypotheses. Both sides are quite right. Ape rightly notes that the protagonists of understanding, i.e., of the Geisteswissenschaften, always attack the supporters of the theory of explanation, i.e., of the objective social or behavioral sciences, from behind and vice versa. The objective scientists point out that the results of understanding are only of pre-scientific, subjectively heuristic validity, and that they at least must be tested and supplemented by objective analytic methods. The protagonists of understanding, on the other hand, insist that the obtaining of any data in the social sciences and therefore any objective testing of hypotheses presupposes actual understanding of meaning. Those who are suspicious of hermeneutics want to say that the fact that some beings talk is no reason to think they escape the great unified web of predictively powerful laws, for these laws can predict what they will say as well as what they will eat. Those who defend hermeneutics say that the question of what they will say has two parts: what sounds or inscriptions they make, which might become predictable enough, perhaps through neurophysiology, and what these mean, which is something quite different. At this point, the natural move for the defenders of unified science is to say that it is not different, since there are procedures for translating any significant utterance into a single language, the language of unified science itself. Given a single language which contains everything that everybody could ever say, in the way in which Carnap attempted to put together such a language in the Aufbau, the question of which sentence of that language is being proffered by the language user under investigation is no more special than the question of what he will have for dinner. Translation into the language of unified science is difficult, but the attempt to translate does not involve different techniques of theory construction or theory testing from the attempt to explain dietary habits. In reply to this, defenders of hermeneutics should just say that, as a matter of brute fact rather than of metaphysical necessity, there is no such thing as the language of unified science. We have not got a language which will serve as a permanent neutral matrix for formulating all good explanatory hypotheses, and we have not the foggiest notion of how to get one. This is compatible with saying that we do have a neutral, if unhelpful, observation language. So epistemology as the attempt to render all discourses commensurable by translating them into a preferred set of terms is unlikely to be a useful strategy. The reason is not that unified science works only for one metaphysical realm and not for another, but that the wiggish assumption that we have got such a language blocks the road of inquiry. We might always want to change the language in which we do our explaining. In particular, we might do this because we have found out how to translate a language spoken by the subjects of our explanation. But this would be just a special case of the permanent possibility of someone's having a better idea. Understanding the language spoken by the subjects, grasping the explanations they give of why they are doing this and that, may be helpful or may not. In the case of people who are particularly stupid, or psychotic, we rightly wave aside their explanations. We attribute intentions and actions to them in terms they do not accept and may not even understand. The familiar claim that a speaker's description of himself usually needs to be taken into account in determining what action he is performing is sound enough. But that description may perfectly well be set aside. The privilege attached to it is moral, rather than epistemic. The difference between his description and ours may mean, for example, that he should not be tried under our laws. It does not mean that he cannot be explained by our science. To say that we cannot understand a foreign culture if we insist on wiggishly interpreting it as holding too many of our own beliefs and desires is just a generalization of the Kuhnian point that we cannot understand past scientists if we insist on doing the same thing to them. This can itself be generalized to the claim that we should not assume that the vocabulary used so far will work on everything else that turns up. The problem is not that spirits are inherently resistant to being predicted, but simply that there is no reason to think, and much reason not to think, that our own spirit has now got hold of the best vocabulary for formulating hypotheses which will explain and predict all the other spirits, or, perhaps, the other bodies. This point is made by Charles Taylor, who puts the question as follows. We might be so scandalized by the prospect of such a hermeneutical science that we will want to go back to the verification model. Why can we not take our understanding of meaning as part of the logic of discovery, as the logical empiricists suggest for our unformalizable insights, and still found our science on the exactness of our predictions, 23, and answers it by listing 3 reasons why such exact prediction is radically impossible. He says that the third and most fundamental reason for the impossibility of hard prediction is that man is a self-defining animal. With changes in his self-definition go changes in what man is, such that he has to be understood in different terms. But the conceptual mutations in human history can and frequently do produce conceptual webs which are incommensurable, that is, where the terms can't be defined in relation to a common stratum of expressians. p49, the point that what interferes with predicting the behavior of inhabitants of the unfamiliar culture is simply the incommensurability of their language seems to me exactly right, but I think Taylor proceeds to obscure his own point when he goes on to say, the success of prediction in the natural sciences is bound up with the fact that all states of the system, past and future, can be described in the same range of concepts, as values, say, of the same variables. Hence all future states of the solar system can be characterized, as past ones are, in the language of Newtonian mechanics. Only if past and future are brought under the same conceptual net can one understand the states of the latter as some function of the states of the former, and hence predict. This conceptual unity is vitiated in the sciences of man by the fact of conceptual innovation which in turn alters human reality. p49, here Taylor reinstates the notion of man as a being who changes from the inside by finding better, or, at least, novel, ways of describing, predicting, and explaining himself. Non-human beings, as mere êtres en soi, do not get changed from inside but are simply described, predicted, and explained in a better vocabulary. This way of putting it leads us back into the bad old metaphysical notion that the universe is made up of 2 kinds of things. The sense in which human beings alter themselves by redescribing themselves is no more metaphysically exciting or mysterious than the sense in which they alter themselves by changing their diet, their sexual partners, or their habitation. It is just the same sense, viz., new and more interesting sentences become true of them. Taylor goes on to say that the very terms in which the future will have to be characterized if we are to understand it properly are not all available to us at present, p50, and he means this to hold only for human beings. But, for all we know, it may be that human creativity has dried up, and that in the future it will be the non-human world which squirms out of our conceptual net. It might be the case that all future human societies will be, as a result, perhaps, of ubiquitous technocratic totalitarianism, humdrum variations on our own. But contemporary science, which already seems so hopeless for explaining acupuncture, the migration of butterflies, and so on, may soon come to seem as badly off as Aristotle's hylomorphism. The line that Taylor is describing is not the line between the human and the non-human, but between that portion of the field of inquiry where we feel rather uncertain that we have the right vocabulary at hand and that portion where we feel rather certain that we do. This does, at the moment, roughly coincide with the distinction between the fields of the Geists and the Naturwissenschaften. But this coincidence may be mere coincidence. In a sufficiently long perspective, man may turn out to be less Logelo than Sophocles thought him, and the elemilitary forces of nature more so than modern physicalists dream. To see this point, it helps to bear in mind that there are plenty of occasions on which we do well simply to ignore the poursuit of human beings. We do this in the case of particularly dull and conventional people, for example, whose every act and word are so predictable that we objectivize them without hesitation. Conversely, when we come up against something non-human which wriggles out of the conceptual net presently used, it is natural to start talking about an unknown language to imagine, for example, the migrating butterflies having a language in which they describe features of the world for which Newtonian mechanics has no name. Or, if we do not go this far, we at least fall naturally into the notion that the book of nature has not yet been deciphered, that it no more contains gravitation, say, than it contains natural motion. The temptation is to anthropomorphize the non-human world, or some part of it, just as soon as it becomes clear that, as with the native of an exotic culture, or the genius whose talk is over our heads, we do not speak the same language. Nature is whatever is so routine and familiar and manageable that we trust our own language implicitly. Spirit is whatever is so unfamiliar and unmanageable that we begin to wonder whether our language is adequate to it. Our wonder, stripped of mirror imagery, is simply about whether somebody or something may not be dealing with the world in terms for which our language contains no ready equivalents. More simply still, it is just wonder about whether we do not need to change our vocabulary, and not just our assertions. I said at the beginning of this chapter that hermeneutics is, roughly, a description of our study of the unfamiliar, and epistemology is, roughly, a description of our study of the familiar. Given the somewhat strained interpretation I have just put upon spirit and nature, I could now agree with the traditional view that hermeneutics describes our inquiry into spirit, whereas epistemology is a description of our inquiry into nature. But it would be better, I think, to drop the spirit-nature distinction altogether. As I have already said, this distinction runs together, a. the distinction between that which does not and that which does fit nicely under our present way of explaining and predicting things, with b. the distinction between something which unites all the various characteristics, enumerated in Chapter 1, Section 3, which have, at one time or another, been taken to be distinctively human, and the rest of the world. It also runs both of these distinctions together with c. the distinction, criticized in Chapter 3, Section 3, between the faculty of spontaneity, the transcendental activity of constitution, and that of receptivity. H does this by a conflation of our transcendental receptive faculty of sense with the field of sensory presentations which make up the empirical self, a conflation Kant himself was unable to avoid. The result of running together spirit as romantic self-transcending creativity, always liable to begin talking in a way incommensurable with our present language, with spirit as identical with man's glassy essence, with all its metaphysical freedom from physical explanation, and with spirit as the constitutor of phenomenal reality, was the metaphysics of 19th-century German idealism. H was a fruitful set of assimilations, but one of its less fortunate results was the notion that philosophy had a special sphere of its own, quite apart from science. This assimilation helped keep alive the notion of philosophy as a discipline centered in epistemology. As long as the notion of spirit as transcendental constitutor, in the Kantian sense, was reinforced by the appeal of Cartesian dualism on the one hand and by that of Romanticism on the other, the notion of a presiding discipline called epistemology or transcendental philosophy, reducible neither to Naturwissenschaft, psychophysiology, nor to Geisteswissenschaft, the sociology of knowledge, could survive unquestioned. A further unfortunate legacy was the confusion of the need for non-mechanical translation, and more generally for imaginative concept formation, with the irreducibility of the constituting transcendental ego. This confusion kept the idealism-realism issue alive long after it should have been closed down, since the friends of hermeneutics thought, as the quotation from Apel at the beginning of this section illustrates, that something like idealism was the charter of their activity, whereas its enemies assumed that anyone who overtly practiced hermeneutics must be anti-naturalist, and must lack a proper sense of the brute exteriority of the physical universe. To sum up what I want to say about the irreducibility of the Geisteswissenschaften, then, let me offer the following theses. Physicalism is probably right in saying that we shall someday be able, in principle, to predict every movement of a person's body, including those of his larynx and his writing hand, by reference to microstructures within his body. The danger to human freedom of such success is minimal, since the in principle clause allows for the probability that the determination of the initial conditions, the antecedent states of microstructures, will be too difficult to carry out except as an occasional pedagogical exercise. The torturers and the brainwashers are, in any case, already in as good a position to interfere with human freedom as they could wish. Further scientific progress cannot improve their position. The intuition behind the traditional distinction between nature and spirit, and behind Romanticism, is that we can predict what noises will come from someone's mouth without knowing what they mean. Thus, even if we could predict the sounds made by the community of scientific inquirers of the year 4000, we should not yet be in a position to join in their conversation. This intuition is quite correct. Point 24. The fact that we can predict a noise without knowing what it means is just the fact that the necessary and sufficient microstructural conditions for the production of a noise will rarely be paralleled by a material equivalence between a statement in the language used for describing the microstructure and the statement expressed by the noise. This is not because anything is in principle unpredictable, much less because of an ontological divide between nature and spirit, but simply because of the difference between a EN gauge suitable for coping with neurons and one suitable for coping with people. We can know how to reply to a cryptic remark from a different language game without knowing or caring what sentence in our ordinary language game is materially equivalent to that remark. Point 2s. Producing commensurability by 24. This is the kernel of truth disguised in the Quinian claim that the Geisteswissenschaften contain no matters of fact. It is well expressed in a discussion of Quine by Raymontius. Even when we have a theory of nature which allows us to predict someone's verbal dispositions for all eternity, we still will not thereby understand what he means. Quine und die Unbestimmtheit der Ontologie, Neue Heft für Philosophie, Heft 8 1973, p. n. 35. That all languages are translatable into one another, for the Davidsonian reasons mentioned in Chapter 6, does not mean that such equivalences can be found, even in principle. It just means that we cannot make sense of the claim that there are more than temporary impediments to our know-how, the claim that something called a different conceptual scheme prevents us from learning how to converse with another language user. Nor does it take away the intuition behind the false romantic claim that great poems are untranslatable. They are, of course, translatable. The problem is that the translations are not themselves great poems. Finding material equivalences between sentences drawn from different language games is only one technique among others for coping with our fellow humans. When it does not work, we fall back on whatever does work, for example, getting the hang of a new language game, and possibly forgetting our old one. This is the same technique we use when non-human nature shows itself recalcitrant to being predicted in the vocabulary of traditional science. Hermeneutics is not another way of knowing - understanding as opposed to predictive explanation. It is better seen as another way of coping. It would make for philosophical clarity if we just gave the notion of cognition to predictive science, and stopped worrying about alternative cognitive methods. The word knowledge would not seem worth fighting over were it not for the Kantian tradition that to be a philosopher is to have a theory of knowledge, and the Platonic tradition that action not based on knowledge of the truth of propositions is irrational. Our present notions of what it is to be a philosopher are so tied up with the Kantian attempt to render all knowledge claims commensurable that it is difficult to imagine what philosophy without epistemology could be. More generally, it is difficult to imagine that any activity would be entitled to bear the name philosophy if it had nothing to do with knowledge, if it were not in some sense a theory of knowledge, or a method for getting knowledge, or at least a hint as to where some supremely important kind of knowledge might be found. The difficulty stems from a notion shared by Platonists, Kantians, and positivists, that man has an essence, namely, to discover essences. The notion that our chief task is to mirror accurately, in our own glassy essence, the universe around us is the complement of the notion, common to Democritus and Descartes, that the universe is made up of very simple, clearly and distinctly knowable things, knowledge of whose essences provides the master vocabulary which permits commensuration of all discourses. This classic picture of human beings must be set aside before epistemologically centered philosophy can be set aside. Hermeneutics, as a polemical term in contemporary philosophy, is a name for the attempt to do so. The use of the term for this purpose is largely due to one book, Gadamer's Truth and Method. Gadamer there makes clear that hermeneutics is not a method for attaining truth which fits into the classic picture of man. The hermeneutic phenomenon is basically not a problem of method at all, one rather, Gadamer is asking, roughly, what conclusions might be drawn from the fact that we have to practice hermeneutics from the hermeneutic phenomenon as a fact about people which the epistemological tradition has tried to shunt aside. The hermeneutics developed here, he says, is not a methodology of the human sciences, but an attempt to understand what the human sciences truly are, beyond their methodological self-consciousness, and what connects them with the totality of our experience of the world too. His book is a redescription of man which tries to place the classic picture within a larger one, and thus to distance the standard philosophical problematic rather than offer a set of solutions to it. For my present purposes, the importance of Gadamer's book is that he manages to separate off one of the three strands, the romantic notion of man as self-creative in the philosophical notion of spirit, from the other two strands with which it became entangled. Gadamer, like Heidegger, to whom some of his work is indebted, makes no concessions either to Cartesian dualism or to the notion of transcendental constitution, in any sense which could be given an idealistic interpretation. Point 3. He thus helps reconcile the naturalistic point I tried to make in the previous chapter, that the irreducibility of the Geisteswissenschaften is not a matter of a metaphysical dualism with our existentialist intuition that redscribing ourselves is the most one. Hans Georg Gadamer, Truth and Method, New York, 1975, p. 11. Indeed, it would be reasonable to call Gadamer's book a tract against the very idea of method, where this is conceived of as an attempt at commensuration. It is instructive to note the parallels between this book and Paul Feyerabend's Against Method. My treatment of Gadamer is indebted to Alasdair MacIntyre, see his Contexts of Interpretation, Boston University Journal 24, 1976, 41-46. 2. Gadamer, Truth and Method, p_13. 3. Cf. Ibid, p. 15. But we may recognize that Bildung is an element of spirit without being tied to Hegel's philosophy of absolute spirit, just as the insight into the historicity of consciousness is not tied to his philosophy of world history. Important thing we can do. He does this by substituting the notion of Bildung, education, self-formation, for that of knowledge as the goal of thinking. To say that we become different people, that we remake ourselves as we read more, talk more, and write more, is simply a dramatic way of saying that the sentences which become true of us by virtue of such activities are often more important to us than the sentences which become true of us when we drink more, earn more, and so on. The events which make us able to say new and interesting things about ourselves are, In this non-metaphysical sense, more essential to us, at least to us relatively leisured intellectuals, inhabiting a stable and prosperous part of the world, than the events which change our shapes or our standards of living, remaking us in less spiritual ways. Gadamer develops his notion of Werkensgeschichtliches the sort of consciousness of the past which changes us, to characterize an attitude interested not so much in what is out there in the world, or in what happened in history, as in what we can get out of nature and history for our own uses. In this attitude, getting the facts right, about atoms and the void, or about the history of Europe, is merely propedeutic to finding a new and more interesting way of expressing ourselves, and thus of coping with the world. From the educational, as opposed to the epistemological or the technological, point of view, the way things are said is more important than the possession of truths. The contrast here is the same as that involved in the traditional quarrel between classical education and scientific education, mentioned by Gadamer in his opening section on the significance of the humanist tradition. More generally, it can be seen as an aspect of the quarrel between poetry, which cannot be omitted from the former sort of education, and philosophy, which, when conceiving of itself as super-science, would like to become foundational to the latter sort of education. Yeats asked the spirits, whom, he believed, were dictating a vision to him through his wife's mediumship, why they had come. The spirits replied, to bring you metaphors for poetry. A philosopher might have expected some hard facts about what it was like on the other side, but Yeats was not disappointed. Since education sounds a bit too flat, and Bildung a bit too foreign, I shall use edification to stand for this project of finding new, better, more interesting, more fruitful ways of speaking. The attempt to edify, ourselves or others, may consist in the hermeneutic activity of making connections between our own culture and some exotic culture or historical period, or between our own discipline and another discipline which seems to pursue incommensurable aims in an incommensurable vocabulary. But it may instead consist in the poetic activity of thinking up such new aims, new words, or new disciplines, followed by, so to speak, the inverse of hermeneutia, the attempt to reinterpret our familiar surroundings in the unfamiliar terms of our new inventions. In either case, the activity is, despite the etymological relation between the two words, edifying without being constructive, at least if constructive means the sort of cooperation in the accomplishment of research programs which takes place in normal discourse. For edifying discourse is supposed to be abnormal, to take us out of our old selves by the power of strangeness, to aid us in becoming new beings. The contrast between the desire for edification and the desire for truth is, for Gadamer, not an expression of a tension which needs to be resolved or compromised. If there is a conflict, it is between the Platonic Aristotelian view that the only way to be edified is to know what is out there, to reflect the facts accurately, to realize our essence by knowing essences, and the view that the quest for truth is just one among many ways in which we might be edified. Gadamer rightly gives Heidegger the credit for working out a way of seeing the search for objective knowledge, first developed by the Greeks, using mathematics as a model, as one human project among others. 5 The point is, however, more vivid. 5 See the section called The Overcoming of the Epistemological Problem. In Truth and Method, pages 214 ft, and compare Martin Heidegger, Being and Time, trans. John Macquarie and Edward Robinson, New York, 1962, see in Sartre, who sees the attempt to gain an objective knowledge of the world, and thus of oneself, as an attempt to avoid the responsibility for choosing one's project. 6 For Sartre, to say this is not to say that the desire for objective knowledge of nature, history, or anything else is bound to be unsuccessful, or even bound to be self-deceptive. It is merely to say that it presents a temptation to self-deception insofar as we think that, by knowing which descriptions within a given set of normal discourses apply to us, we thereby know ourselves. For Heidegger, Sartre, and Gadamer, objective inquiry is perfectly possible and frequently actual. The only thing to be said against it is that it provides only some, among many, ways of describing ourselves, and that some of these can hinder the process of edification. To sum up this existentialist view of objectivity, then, objectivity should be seen as conformity to the norms of justification, for assertions and for actions, we find about us. Such conformity becomes dubious and self-deceptive only when seen as something more than this, namely, as a way of obtaining access to something which grounds current practices of justification in something else. Such a ground is thought to need no justification, because it has become so clearly and distinctly perceived as to count as a philosophical foundation. This is self-deceptive not simply because of the general absurdity of ultimate justifications reposing upon the unjustifiable, but because of the more concrete absurdity of thinking that the vocabulary used by present science, morality, or whatever has some privileged attachment to reality which makes it more than just a further set of descriptions. Agreeing with the naturalists that redescription is not change of essence needs to be followed up by abandoning the notion of essence altogether. 76 See Jean-Paul Sartre, Being and Nothingness, trans. Hazel Barnes, New York, 1956, pt 2. Chapter 3. Sector 5. And the conclusion of the book. 7. It would have been fortunate if Sartre had followed up his remark that man is the being whose essence is to have no essence by saying, but the standard philosophical strategy of most naturalisms is to find some way of showing that our own culture has indeed got hold of the essence of man, thus making all new and incommensurable vocabularies merely non-cognitive ornamentation. 8. The utility of the existentialist view is that, by proclaiming that we have no essence, it permits us to see the descriptions of ourselves we find in one of, or in the unity of, the Naturwissenschaften as on a par with the various alternative descriptions offered by poets, novelists, depth psychologists, sculptors, anthropologists, and mystics. The former are not privileged representations in virtue of the fact that, at the moment, there is more consensus in the sciences than in the arts. They are simply among the repertoire of cell-pound descriptions at our disposal. This point can also be put as an extrapolation from the commonplace that one cannot be counted as educated gebildet if one knows only the results of the normal Naturwissenschaften of the day. Gadamer begins Truth and Methode with a discussion of the role of the humanist tradition in giving sense to the notion of Bildung as something having no goals outside itself. 9. To give sense to such a notion we need a sense of the relativity of descriptive vocabularies to periods, traditions, and historical accidents. This is what the humanist tradition in education does, and what training in the results of the natural sciences cannot do. Given that sense of relativity, we cannot take the notion of essence. That this went for all other beings also. Unless this addition is made, Sartre will appear to be insisting on the good old metaphysical distinction between spirit and nature in other terms, rather than simply making the point that man is always free to choose new descriptions, for, among other things, himself. 8. Dewey, it seems to me, is the one author usually classified as a naturalist who did not have this reductive attitude, despite his incessant talk about scientific method. Dewey's peculiar achievement was to have remained sufficiently Hegelian not to think of natural science as having an inside track on the essences of things, while becoming sufficiently naturalistic to think of human beings in Darwinian terms. Seriously, nor the notion of man's task as the accurate representation of essences. The natural sciences, by themselves, leave us convinced that we know both what we are and what we can be, not just how to predict and control our behavior, but the limits of that behavior, and, in particular, the limits of our significant speech. Gadamer's attempt to fend off the demand, common to Mill and Carnap, for objectivity in the Geisteswissenschaften is the attempt to prevent education from being reduced to instruction in the results of normal inquiry. More broadly, it is the attempt to prevent abnormal inquiry from being viewed as suspicious solely because of its abnormality. This existentialist attempt to place objectivity, rationality, and normal inquiry within the larger picture of our need to be educated and edified is often countered by the positivist attempt to distinguish learning facts from acquiring values. From the positivist point of view, G. A. Darner's exposition of Wirkungsgeschichte like Bewusstsein may seem little more than reiteration of the commonplace that even when we know all the objectively true descriptions of ourselves, we still may not know what to do with ourselves. From this point of view, truth, and method, and chapters 6 and 7 above, are just overblown dramatizations of the fact that entire complaints with all the demands for justification offered by normal inquiry would still leave us free to draw our own morals from the assertions so justified. But from the viewpoints of Gadamer, Heidegger, and Sartre, the trouble with the fact-value distinction is that it is contrived precisely to blur the fact that alternative descriptions are possible in addition to those offered by the results of normal inquiries. Lo, it suggests that once all the facts are in, nothing remains except non-cognitive adoption of an attitude, a choice which is not rationally discussable. It disguises the fact that to use one set of true sentences to describe ourselves is already to choose an attitude toward ourselves, whereas to use another set of true sentences is to adopt a contrary attitude. Only if we assume that there is a value-free vocabulary which renders these sets of factual statements commensurable can the positivist distinction between facts and values, beliefs and attitudes, look plausible. But the philosophical fiction that such a vocabulary is on the tips of our tongues is, from an educational point of view, disastrous. It forces us to pretend that we can split ourselves up into knowers of true sentences on the one hand and choosers of lives or actions or works of art on the other. These artificial diremptions make it impossible to get the notion of edification into focus. Or, more exactly, they tempt us to think of edification as having nothing to do with the rational faculties which are employed in normal discourse. So Gadamer's effort to get rid of the classic picture of man as essentially knower of essences is, among other things, an effort to get rid of the distinction between fact and value, and thus to let us think of discovering the facts as one project of edification among others. This is why Gadamer devotes so much time to breaking down the distinctions which Kant made among cognition, morality, and aesthetic judgment. And there is no way, as far as I can see, in which to argue the issue of whether to keep the Kantian grid in place or set it aside. There is no normal philosophical discourse which provides common commensurating ground for those who see science and edification as, respectively, rational and irrational, and those who see the quest for objectivity as one possibility among others to be taken account of in Werkungsgeschick like Bewusstsein. If there is no such common ground, all we can do is to show how the other side looks from our own point of view. That is, all we can do is be hermeneutic about the opposition, trying to show how the odd or paradoxical or offensive things they say hang together with the rest of what they want to say, and how what they say looks when put in our own alternative idiom. This sort of hermeneutics with polemical intent is common to Heidegger's and Derrida's attempts to deconstruct the tradition. The hermeneutic point of view, from which the acquisition of truth dwindles in importance, and is seen as a component of education, is possible only if we once stood at another point of view. Education has to start from acculturation. So the search for objectivity and the self-conscious awareness of the social practices in which objectivity consists are necessary first steps in becoming gebildet. We must first see ourselves as ensoi, as described by those statements which are objectively true in the judgment of our peers before there is any point in seeing ourselves as pour soi. Similarly, we cannot be educated without finding out a lot about the descriptions of the world offered by our culture, example by learning the results of the natural sciences. Later perhaps, we may put less value on being in touch with reality, but we can afford that only after having passed through stages of implicit, and then explicit and self-conscious, conformity to the norms of the discourses going on around us. I raise this banal point that education, even the education of the revolutionary or the prophet, needs to begin with acculturation and conformity merely to provide a cautionary complement to the existentialist claim that normal participation in normal discourse is merely one project, one way of being in the world. The caution amounts to saying that abnormal and existential discourse is always parasitic upon normal discourse, that the possibility of hermeneutics is always parasitic upon the possibility, and perhaps upon the actuality, of epistemology, and that edification always employs materials provided by the culture of the day. To attempt abnormal discourse de novo, without being able to recognize our own abnormality, is madness in the most literal and terrible sense. To insist on being hermeneutic where epistemology would do to make ourselves unable to view normal discourse in terms of its own motives, and able to view it only from within our own abnormal discourse is not mad, but it does show a lack of education. To adopt the existentialist attitude toward objectivity and rationality common to Sartre, Heidegger, and Gadamer makes sense only if we do so in a conscious departure from a well-understood norm. Existentialism is an intrinsically reactive movement of thought, one which has point only in opposition to the tradition. I want now to generalize this contrast between philosophers whose work is essentially constructive and those whose work is essentially reactive. I shall thereby develop a contrast between philosophy which centers in epistemology and the sort of philosophy which takes its point of departure from suspicion about the pretensions of epistemology. This is the contrast between systematic and edifying philosophies. In every sufficiently reflective culture, there are those who single out one area, one set of practices, and see it as the paradigm human activity. They then try to show how the rest of culture can profit from this example. In the mainstream of the Western philosophical tradition, this paradigm has been now possessing justified true beliefs, or, better yet, beliefs so intrinsically persuasive as to make justification unnecessary. Successive philosophical revolutions within this mainstream have been produced by philosophers excited by new cognitive feats e.g., the rediscovery of Aristotle, Galilean mechanics, the development of self-conscious historiography in the 19th century, Darwinian biology, mathematical logic. Thomas's use of Aristotle to conciliate the Fathers, Descartes, and Hobbes's criticisms of scholasticism, the Enlightenment's notion that reading Newton leads naturally to the downfall of tyrants, Spencer's evolutionism, Carnap's attempt to overcome metaphysics through logic, are so many attempts to refashion the rest of culture on the model of the latest cognitive achievements. A mainstream Western philosopher typically says, now that such and such a line of inquiry has had such a stunning success, let us reshape all inquiry, and all of culture, on its model, thereby permitting objectivity and rationality to prevail in areas previously obscured by convention, superstition, and the lack of a proper epistemological understanding of man's ability accurately to represent nature. On the periphery of the history of modern philosophy, one finds figures who, without forming a tradition, resemble each other in their distrust of the notion that man's essence is to be a knower of essences. Goethe, Kierkegaard, Santayana, William James, Dewey, the later Wittgenstein, the later Heidegger, are figures of this sort. They are often accused of relativism or cynicism. They are often dubious about progress, and especially about the latest claim that such and such a discipline has at last made the nature of human knowledge so clear that reason will now spread throughout the test of human activity. These writers have kept alive the suggestion that, even when we have justified true belief about everything we want to know, we may have no more than conformity to the norms of the day. They have kept alive the historicist sense that this century's superstition was the last century's triumph of reason, as well as the relativist sense that the latest vocabulary, borrowed from the latest scientific achievement, may not express privileged representations of essences, but be just another of the potential infinity of vocabularies in which the world can be described. The mainstream philosophers are the philosophers I shall call systematic, and the peripheral ones are those I shall call edifying. These peripheral, pragmatic philosophers are skeptical primarily about systematic philosophy, about the whole project of universal commensuration. 12 In our time, Dewey, Wittgenstein, and Heidegger are the great edifying, peripheral, thinkers. All three make it as difficult as possible to take their thought as expressing views on traditional philosophical problems, or as making constructive proposals for philosophy as a cooperative and progressive discipline. 13 They make fun of the classic picture of man, the picture which contains systematic philosophy, the search for universal commensuration in a final vocabulary. They hammer away at the holistic point that words take their meanings from other words rather than by virtue of their representative character, and the corollary that vocabularies acquire their privileges from the men who use them rather than from their transparency to the real. 14 12. Consider the passage from Anatole France's Garden of Epicurus which Jacques Derrida cites at the beginning of his La Mythologie Blanche, in Marges de la Philosophie Paris, 1972, p. 250. The metaphysicians, when they make up a new language, are like knife grinders who grind coins and metals against their stone instead of knives and scissors. They rub out the relief, the inscriptions, the portraits, and when one can no longer see on the coins Victoria, or Wilhelm, or the French Republic, they explain, these coins now have nothing specifically English or German or French about them, for we have taken them out of time and space, they now are no longer worth, say, 5 francs, but rather have an inestimable value, and the area in which they are a medium of exchange has been infinitely extended. 13. See Carlotto Apel's comparison of Wittgenstein and Heidegger as having both called into question Western metaphysics as a theoretical discipline, Transformation der Philosophie Frankfurt, 1973, Volume I, p. 228. I have not offered interpretations of Dewey, Wittgenstein, and Heidegger in support of what I have been saying about them, but I have tried to do so in a piece on Wittgenstein called Keeping Philosophy Pure, Yale Review Spring 1976, pages 336 to 356, in Overcoming the Tradition, Heidegger and Dewey, Review of Metaphysics 30 1976, 280 to 305, and in Dewey's Metaphysics in New Studies in the Philosophy of John Dewey, ed. Stephen M. Kahn, Hanover, N.H., 1977. 14. This Heideggerian point about language is spelled out at length. The distinction between systematic and edifying philosophers is not the same as the distinction between normal philosophers and revolutionary philosophers. The latter distinction puts Husserl, Russell, the later Wittgenstein, and the later Heidegger all on the same, revolutionary, side of a line. For my purposes, what matters is a distinction between two kinds of revolutionary philosophers. On the one hand, there are revolutionary philosophers, those who found new schools within which normal, professionalized philosophy can be practiced, who see the incommensurability of their new vocabulary with the old as a temporary inconvenience, to be blamed on the shortcomings of their predecessors and to be overcome by the institutionalization of their own vocabulary. On the other hand, there are great philosophers who dread the thought that their vocabulary should ever be institutionalized, or that their writing might be seen as commensurable with the tradition. Husserl and Russell, like Descartes and Kant, are of the former sort. The later Wittgenstein and the later Heidegger, like Kierkegaard and Nietzsche, are of the latter sort. 15. Great systematic philosophers are constructive and offer arguments. Great edifying philosophers are reactive and offer satires, parodies, aphorisms. They know their work loses its point when the period they were reacting against is over. They are intentionally peripheral. Great systematic philosophers, great scientists, build for eternity. Great edifying philosophers destroy for the sake of their own generation. Systematic philosophers want to put their subject on the secure path of a science. Edifying philosophers want to keep space open for the sense of wonder which poets can sometimes cause wonder that there is something new under the sun, something which is not an accurate representation of what was already there, something which, at least for the moment, cannot be explained and can barely be described. The notion of an edifying philosopher is, however, a paradox. For Plato defined the philosopher by opposition to the poet. The philosopher could give reasons, argue for his views, justify himself. So argumentative systematic philosophers say of Nietzsche and Heidegger that, whatever else they may be, they are not philosophers. This "not really a philosopher" ploy is also used, of course, by normal philosophers against revolutionary philosophers. It was used by pragmatists against logical positivists, by positivists against ordinary language philosophers, and will be used whenever cozy professionalism is in danger. But in that usage it is just a rhetorical gambit which tells one nothing more than that an incommensurable discourse is being proposed. When it is used against edifying philosophers, on the other hand, the accusation has a real bite. The problem for an edifying philosopher is that qua philosopher he is in the business of offering arguments, whereas he would like simply to offer another set of terms, without saying that these terms are the newfound accurate representations of essences, example of the essence of philosophy itself. He is, so to speak, violating not just the rules of normal philosophy, the philosophy of the schools of his day, but a sort of meta-rule, the rule that one may suggest changing the rules only because one has noticed that the old ones do not fit the subject matter, that they are not adequate to reality, that they impede the solution of the eternal problems. Edifying philosophers, unlike revolutionary systematic philosophers, are those who are abnormal at this meta-level. They refuse to present themselves as having found out any objective truth, about, say, what philosophy is. They present themselves as doing something different from, and more important than, offering accurate representations of how things are. It is more important because, they say, the notion of accurate representation itself is not the proper way to think about what philosophy does. But, they then go on to say, this is not because a search for accurate representations of example the most general traits of reality or the nature of man, is an inaccurate representation of philosophy. Whereas less pretentious revolutionaries can afford to have views on lots of things which their predecessors had views on, edifying philosophers have to decry the very notion of having a view, while avoiding having a view about having views. 16. This is an awkward, but not impossible, position. Wittgenstein and Heidegger manage it fairly well. One reason they manage it as well as they do is that they do not think that when we say something we must necessarily be expressing a view about a subject. We might just be saying something participating in a conversation rather than contributioning to an inquiry. Perhaps saying things is not always saying how things are. Perhaps saying that is itself not a case of saying how things are. Both men suggest we see people as saying things, better or worse things, without seeing them as externalizing inner representations of reality. But this is only their entering wedge, for then we must cease to see ourselves as seeing this, without beginning to see ourselves as seeing something else. We must get the visual, and in particular the mirroring, metaphors out of our speech altogether. Why to do that we have to understand speech not only as not the externalizing of inner representations, but as not a representation at all. We have to drop the notion of correspondence for sentences as well as for thoughts, and see sentences as connected with other sentences rather than with the world. We have to see the term corresponds to how things are as an automatic complement paid to successful normal discourse rather than as a relation to be studied and aspired to throughout the rest of discourse. To attempt to extend these complement to feats of abnormal discourse is like complimenting a judge on his wise decision by leaving him a fat tip. It shows a lack of tact. To think of Wittgenstein and Heidegger as having views about how things are is not to be wrong about how things are, exactly, it is just poor taste. It puts them in a position which they do not want to be in, and in which they look ridiculous. But perhaps they should look ridiculous. How, then, do we know when to adopt a tactful attitude and when to insist on someone's moral obligation to hold a view? This is like asking how we know when someone's refusal to adopt our norms, of, for example, social organization, sexual practices, or conversational manners, is morally outrageous and when it is something which we must, at least provisionally, respect. We do not know such things by reference to general principles. We do not, for instance, know in advance that if a given sentence is uttered, or a given act performed, we shall break off a conversation or a personal relationship, for everything depends on what leads up to it. To see edifying philosophers as conversational partners is an alternative to seeing them as holding views on subjects of common concern. One way of thinking of wisdom as something of which the love is not the same as that of argument, and of which the achievement does not consist in finding the correct vocabulary for representing essence, is to think of it as the practical wisdom necessary to participate in a conversation. One way to see edifying philosophy as the love of wisdom is to see it as the attempt to prevent conversation from degenerating into inquiry, into a research program. Edifying philosophers can never end philosophy, but they can help prevent it from attaining the secure path of a science. I want now to enlarge the suggestion that edifying philosophy aims at continuing a conversation rather than at discovering truth, by making out of it a reply to the familiar charge of relativism leveled at the subordination of truth to edification. I shall be claiming that the difference between conversation and inquiry parallels Sartre's distinction between thinking of oneself as pour soi and as en soi, and thus, that the cultural role of the edifying philosopher is to help us avoid the self-deception which comes from believing that we know ourselves by knowing a set of objective facts. In the following section, I shall try to make the converse point. There I shall be saying that the wholehearted behaviorism, naturalism, and physicalism I have been commending in earlier chapters help us avoid the self-deception of thinking that we possess a deep, hidden, metaphysically significant nature which makes us irreducibly different from inkwells or atoms. Philosophers who have doubts about traditional epistemology are often thought to be questioning the notion that at most one of incompatible competing theories can be true. However, it is hard to find anyone who actually does question this. When it is said, for example, that coherentist or pragmatic theories of truth allow for the possibility that many incompatible theories would satisfy the conditions set for the truth, the coherentist or pragmatist usually replies that this merely shows that we should have no grounds for choice among these candidates for the truth. The moral to draw, they say, is not that they have offered inadequate analyses of true, but that there are some terms, for example, the true theory, the right thing to do, which are, intuitively and grammatically, singular, but for which no set of necessary and sufficient yield conditions can be given which will pick out a unique referent. This fact, they say, should not be surprising. Nobody thinks that there are necessary and sufficient conditions which will pick out, for example, the unique referent of the best thing for her to have done on finding herself in that rather embarrassing situation, though plausible conditions can be given which will shorten a list of competing incompatible candidates. Why should it be different for the reference of what she should have done in that ghastly moral dilemma, or the good life for man, or what the world is really made of? To see relativism lurking in every attempt to formulate conditions for truth or reality or goodness which does not attempt to provide uniquely individuating conditions, we must adopt the Platonic notion of the transcendental terms which I discussed above, Chapter 6, Section 6. We must think of the true reference of these terms, the truth, the real, goodness, as conceivably having no connection whatever with the practices of justification which obtain among us. The dilemma created by this Platonic hypostatization is that, on the one hand, the philosopher must attempt to find criteria for picking out these unique referents, whereas, on the other hand, the only hints he has about what these criteria could be are provided by current practice, by the best moral and scientific thought of the day. Philosophers thus condemn themselves to a Sisyphean task, for no sooner has an account of a transcendental term been perfected than it is labeled a naturalistic fallacy, a confusion between essence and accident. I think we get a clue to the cause of this self-deflecting obsession from the fact that even philosophers who take the intuitive impossibility of finding conditions for the one right thing to do as a reason for repudiating objective values are loath to take the imp. 5. Ability of finding individuating conditions 15 for the one true theory of the world as a reason for denying objective physical reality. Yet they shall ld, for formally the two notions are on a par. The reasons for and against adopting a correspondence approach to moral truth are the same as those regarding truth about the physical world. The giveaway comes, I think, when we find that the usual excuse for invidious treatment is that we are shoved around by physical reality but not by values. 19 Yet what does being shoved around have to do with objectivity, accurate representation, or correspondence? Nothing, I think, unless we confuse contact with reality, a causal, non-intentional, non-description relative relation, with dealing with reality, describing, explaining, predicting, and modifying it, all of which are things we do under descriptions. The sense in which physical reality is Peircean secondness unmediated pressure has nothing to do with the sense in which one among all our ways of describing, or of coping with, physical reality is the one right way. Lack of mediation is here being confused with accuracy of mediation. The absence of description is fused with the privilege attaching to a certain description. Only by such a confusion can the inability to offer individuating conditions or the one true description of material things be fused with insensitivity to the thing's obduracy. Sartre helps us explain why the fusion is so frequent and why its results are pervaded with so much moral earnestness. The notion of one right way of describing and explaining reality supposedly contained in our intuition about the meaning of true is, for Sartre, just the notion of having a way of describing and explaining imposed on us in that brute way in which stones impinge on our feet. Or, to shift to visual metaphors, it is the notion of having reality unveiled to us, not as in a glass darkly, but with some unimaginable sort of immediacy which would make discourse and description superfluous. If we see old convert knowledge from something discursive, something attained by continual adjustments of ideas or words, into something as ineluctable as being shoved about, or being transfixed by a sight which leaves us speechless, then we should no longer have the responsibility for choke among competing ideas and words, theories, and vocabularies. This attempt to slough off responsibility is what Sartre describes as the attempt to turn oneself into a thing, into an être en soi. In the visions of the epistemologist, this incoherent notion takes the form of seeing the attainment of truth as a matter of necessity, either the logical necessity of the transcendentalist or the physical necessity of the evolutionary naturalizing epistemologist. From Sartre's point of view, the urge to find such necessities is the urge to be rid of one's freedom to erect yet another alternative theory or vocabulary. Thus the edifying philosopher who points out the incoherence of the urge is treated as a relativist, one who lacks moral seriousness, because he does not join in the common human hope that the burden of choice will pass away. Just as the moral philosopher who sees virtue as Aristotelian self-development is thought to lack concern for his fellow man, so the epistemologist who is merely behaviorist is treated as one who does not share the universal human aspiration toward objective truth. Sartre adds to our understanding of the visual imagery which has set the problems of Western philosophy by helping us see why this imagery is always trying to transcend itself. The notion of an unclouded mirror of nature is the notion of a mirror which would be indistinguishable from what was mirrored, and thus would not be a mirror at all. The notion of a human being whose mind is such an unclouded mirror, and who knows this, is the image, as Sartre says, of God. Such a being does not confront something alien which makes it necessary for him to choose an attitude toward, or a description of, it. He would have no need and no ability to choose actions or descriptions. He can be called God if we think of the advantages of the situation, or a mere machine if we think of the disadvantages. From this point of view, to look for commensuration rather than simply continued conversation, to look for a way of making further redescription unnecessary by finding a way of reducing all possible descriptions to one, is to attempt escape from humanity. To abandon the notion that philosophy must show all possible discourse naturally converging to a consensus, just as normal inquiry does, would be to abandon the hope of being anything more than merely human. It would thus be to abandon the Platonic notions of truth and reality and goodness as entities which may not be even dimly mirrored by present practices and beliefs, and to settle back into the relativism which assumes that our only useful notions of true and reef and good are extrapolations from those practices and beliefs. Here, finally, I come around to the suggestion with which I ended the last section, that the point of edifying philosophy is to keep the conversation going rather than to find objective truth. Such truth, in the view I am advocating, is the normal result of normal discourse. Edifying philosophy is not only abnormal but reactive, having sense only as a protest against attempts to close off conversation by proposals for universal commensuration through the hypostatization of some privileged set of descriptions. The danger which edifying discourse tries to avert is that some given vocabulary, some way in which people might come to think of themselves, deceive them into thinking that from now on all discourse could be, or should be, normal discourse. The resulting freezing over of culture would be, in the eyes of edifying philosophers, the dehumanization of human beings. The edifying philosophers are thus agreeing with Lessing's choice of the infinite striving for truth over all of truth. 20. For the edifying philosopher, the very idea of being presented with all of truth is absurd, because the Platonic notion of truth itself is absurd. It is absurd. 20. Kierkegaard made this choice the prototype of his own choice of subjectivity over system. Either as the notion of truth about reality which is not about reality under a certain description, or as the notion of truth about reality under some privileged description which makes all other descriptions unnecessary because it is commensurable with each of them. To see keeping a conversation going as a sufficient aim of philosophy, to see wisdom as consisting in the ability to sustain a conversation, is to see human beings as generators of new descriptions rather than beings one hopes to be able to describe accurately. To see the aim of philosophy as truth, namely, the truth about the terms which provide ultimate commensuration for all human inquiries and activities, is to see human beings as objects rather than subjects, as existing en soi rather than as both pour soi and en soi, as both described objects and describing subjects. To think that philosophy will permit us to see the describing subject as itself one sort of described object is to think that all possible descriptions can be rendered commensurable with the aid of a single descriptive vocabulary, that of philosophy itself. For only if we had such a notion of a universal description could we identify human beings under a given description with man's essence. Only with such a notion would that of a man's having an essence make sense, whether or not that essence is conceived of as the knowing of essences. So not even by saying that man is subject as well as object, pour soi as well as en soi, are we grasping our essence. We do not escape from Platonism by saying that our essence is to have no essence if we then try to use this insight as the basis for a constructive and systematic attempt to find out further truths about human beings. That is why existentialism and, more generally, edifying philosophy can be only reactive, why it falls into self-deception whenever it tries to do more than send the conversation off in new directions. Such new directions may, perhaps, engender new normal discourses, new sciences, new philosophical research programs, and thus new objective truths. But they are not the point of edifying philosophy, only accidental byproducts. The point is always the same: to perform the social function which Dewey called breaking the crust of convention, preventing man from deluding himself with the notion that he knows himself, or anything else, except under optional descriptions. I argued in Chapter 7 that it would be a good idea to get rid of the spirit-nature distinction, conceived as a division between human beings and other things, or between two parts of human beings, corresponding to the distinction between hermeneutics and epistemology. I want now to take up this topic again, in order to underline the point that the existentialist doctrines I have been discussing are compatible with the behaviorism and materialism I advocated in earlier chapters. Philosophers who would like to be simultaneously systematic and edifying have often seen them as incompatible, and have therefore suggested how our sense of ourselves as pour soi, as capable of reflection, as choosers of alternative vocabularies, might itself be turned into a philosophical subject matter. Much recent philosophy under the aegis of phenomenology or of hermeneutics, or both, has toyed with this unfortunate idea. For example, Habermas and Apel have suggested ways in which we might create a new sort of transcendental standpoint, enabling us to do something like what Kant tried to do, but without falling into either scientism or historicism. Again, most philosophers who see Marx, Freud, or both as figures who need to be drawn into mainstream philosophy have tried to develop quasi-epistemological systems which center around the phenomenon which both Marx and Freud throw into relief: the change in behavior which results from change in self-description. Such philosophers see traditional epistemology as committed to objectivizing human beings, and hope for a successor subject to epistemology which will do for reflection what the tradition did for objectivizing knowledge. I have been insisting that we should not try to have a successor subject to epistemology, but rather try to free ourselves from the notion that philosophy must center around the discovery of a permanent framework for inquiry. In particular, we should free ourselves from the notion that philosophy can explain what science leaves unexplained. From my point of view, the attempt to develop a universal pragmatics or a transcendental hermeneutics is very suspicious. For it seems to promise just what Sartre tells us: we are not going to have a way of seeing freedom as nature, or, less cryptically, a way of seeing our creation of, and choice between, vocabularies in the same normal way as we see ourselves within one of those vocabularies. Such attempts start out by viewing the search for objective knowledge through normal discourse in the way I have suggested it should be viewed, as one element in edification. But they then often go on to more ambitious claims. RHE following passage from Habermas is an example. The functions knowledge has in universal contexts of practical life can only be successfully analyzed in the framework of a reformulated transcendental philosophy. This, incidentally, does not entail an empiricist critique of the claim to absolute truth. As long as cognitive interests can be identified and analyzed through reflection upon the logic of inquiry in the natural and cultural sciences, they can illegitimately claim a transcendental status. They assume an empirical status as soon as they are analyzed as the result of natural history analyzed, as it were, in terms of cultural anthropology. 2121 Georgen Habermas, Nachwort to the second edition of Erkenntnis und Interesse, Frankfurt, Surkamp, 1973, p. 410, translated as a postscript to Knowledge and Human Interests, by Christian Lenhardt in Philosophy of the Social Sciences 3, 1973, 181. For a criticism of the line Habermas takes here a criticism paralleling my own. I want to claim, on the contrary, that there is no point in trying to find a general synoptic way of analyzing the functions knowledge has in universal contexts of practical life, and that cultural anthropology, in a large sense which includes intellectual history, is all we need. Habermas and other authors who are impelled by the same motive see the suggestion that empirical inquiry suffices as incorporating an objectivistic illusion. They tend to see Deweyan pragmatism, and the scientific realism of Sellers and Feyerabend, as the products of an inadequate epistemology. In my view, the great virtue of Dewey, Sellers, and Feyerabend is that they point the way toward, and partially exemplify, a non-epistemological sort of philosophy, and thus one which gives up any hope of the transcendental. Habermas says that for a theory to ground itself transcendentally is for it to become familiar with the range of inevitable subjective conditions which both make the theory possible and place limits on it. For this kind of transcendental corroboration tends always to criticize an overly self-confident self-understanding of itself. 22. Specifically, this overconfidence consists in thinking that there can be such a thing as truthfulness to reality in the sense postulated by philosophical realism. Correspondence theories of truth tend to hypostatize facts as entities in the world. It is the intention and inner logic of an epistemology reflecting upon the conditions of possible experience as such to uncover the objectivistic illusions of such a view. Every form of transcendental philosophy aims to identify the conditions of the objectivity of experience by analyzing the categorical structure of objects of possible experience. 23 But Dewey, Wittgenstein, Sellers, Kuhn, and the other heroes of this book all have their own ways of debunking truthfulness to reality in the sense postulated by philosophical realism, and none of them think that this is to be done by analyzing the categorical structure of objects of possible experience. The notion that we can get around overconfident philosophical realism and positivistic reductions only by adopting something like Kant's transcendental standpoint seems to me the basic mistake in programs like that of Habermas, as well as in Husserl's notion of a phenomenology of the life world which will describe people in some way prior to that offered by science. What is required to accomplish these laudable purposes is not Kant's epistemological distinction between the transcendental and the empirical standpoints, but rather his existentialist distinction between people as empirical selves and as moral agents. 24 Normal scientific discourse can always be seen in two different ways: as the successful search for objective truth, or as one discourse among others, one among many projects we engage in. The former point of view falls in with the normal practice of normal science. There questions of moral choice or of edification do not arise, since they have already been preempted by the tacit and self-confident commitment to the search for objective truth on the subject in question. The latter point of view is one from which we 23 Ibid, pages 408 to 409, English translation, p. 180. 2. Wilfrid Sellars uses this latter Kantian distinction to good effect in his insistence that personhood is a matter of being one of us, of falling within the scope of practical imperatives of the form would that we all ask such questions as what is the point? What moral is to be drawn from our knowledge of how we, and the rest of nature, work? Or what are we to do with ourselves now that we know the laws of our own behavior? The primal error of systematic philosophy has always been the notion that such questions are to be answered by some new, metaphysical or transcendental, descriptive or explanatory discourse, dealing with, example man, spirit, or language. This attempt to answer questions of justification by discovering new objective truths, to answer the moral agent's request for justifications with descriptions of a privileged domain, is the philosopher's special form of bad faith, his special way of substituting pseudo-cognition for moral choice. Kant's greatness was to have seen through the metaphysical form of this attempt, and to have destroyed the traditional conception of reason to make room for moral faith. Kant gave us a way of seeing scientific truth as something which could never supply an answer to our demand for a point, a justification, a way of claiming that our moral decision about what to do is based on knowledge of the nature of the world. Unfortunately, Kant put his diagnosis of science in terms of the discovery of inevitable subjective conditions, to be revealed by reflection upon scientific inquiry. Equally unfortunately, he thought that there really was a decision procedure for moral dilemmas, though not based on knowledge, since our grasp of the categorical imperative is not a cognition. Point 25. So he created new forms of philosophical bad faith, substituting transcendental attempts to find one's true self for metaphysical attempts to find a world elsewhere. By tacitly identifying the moral agent with the constituting transcendental self, he left the road 25. See Kant's distinction between knowledge and necessary belief at k.dr.v. A824b 852ff, and especially his use of Unternehmen as a synonym for the latter. This section of the first critique seems to me the one which gives most sense to the famous passage about denying reason to make room for faith at bxxx. At many other points, however, Kant inconsistently speaks of practical reason as supplying an enlargement of our knowledge. Open to ever more complicated post-Kantian attempts to reduce freedom to nature, choice to knowledge, the pour soi to the en soi. This is the road I have been trying to block by recasting ahistorical and permanent distinctions between nature and spirit, objectivizing science and reflection, epistemology and hermeneutics, in terms of historical and temporary distinctions between the familiar and the unfamiliar, the normal and the abnormal. For this way of treating these distinctions lets us see them not as dividing two areas of inquiry but as the distinction between inquiry and something which is not inquiry, but is rather the inchoate questioning out of which inquiry's new normal discourses may, or may not, emerge. To put this claim in another way, which may help bring out its connections with naturalism, I am saying that the positivists were absolutely right in thinking it imperative to extirpate metaphysics, when metaphysics means the attempt to give knowledge of what science cannot know. For this is the attempt to find a discourse which combines the advantages of normality with those of abnormality, the intersubjective security of objective truth combined with the edifying character of an unjustifiable but unconditional moral claim. The urge to set philosophy on the secure path of a science is the urge to combine Plato's project of moral choice as ticking off the objective truths about a special sort of object, the idea of the good, with the sort of intersubjective and democratic agreement about objects found in normal science. Point 26. Philosophy, which was utterly undefying, utterly irrelevant to such moral choices as whether or not to believe in God, would count not as philosophy, but only as some special sort of science. So as soon as a program to put philosophy on the secure path of science succeeds, it simply converts philosophy into a boring academic specialty. Systematic philosophy exists by perpetually straddling the gap between description and justification, cognition and choice, getting the facts right and telling us how to live. Once this point is seen, we can see more clearly why epistemology emerged as the essence of systematic philosophy. For epistemology is the attempt to see the patterns of justification within normal discourse as more than just such patterns. It is the attempt to see them as hooked onto something which demands moral commitment, reality, truth, objectivity, reason. To be behaviorist in epistemology, on the contrary, is to look at the normal scientific discourse of our day bifocally, both as patterns adopted for various historical reasons and as the achievement of objective truth, where objective truth is no more and no less than the best idea we currently have about how to explain what is going on. From the point of view of epistemological behaviorism, the only truth in Habermas's claim that scientific inquiry is made possible, and limited, by inevitable subjective conditions is that such inquiry is made possible by the adoption of practices of justification, and that such practices have possible alternatives. But these subjective conditions are in no sense inevitable ones discoverable by reflection upon the logic of inquiry. They are just the facts about what a given society, or profession, or other group, takes to be good ground for assertions of a certain sort. Such disciplinary matrices are studied by the usual empirical cum hermeneutic methods of cultural anthropology. From the point of view of the group in question, these subjective conditions are a combination of common-sensical practical imperatives, example tribal taboos, Mill's methods, with the standard current theory about the subject. From the point of view of the historian of ideas or the anthropologist, they are the empirical facts about the beliefs, desires, and practices of a certain group of human beings. These are incompatible points of view, in the sense that we cannot be at both viewpoints simultaneously. But there is no reason and no need to subsume the two in a higher synthesis. The group in question may itself shift from the one point of view to the other, thus objectivizing their past selves through a process of reflection and making new sentences true of their present selves. But this is not a mysterious process which demands a new understanding of human knowledge. It is the commonplace fact that people may develop doubts about what they are doing, and thereupon begin to discourse in ways incommensurable with those they used previously. This goes also for the most spectacular and disturbing new discourses. When such edifying philosophers as Marx, Freud, and Sartre offer new explanations of our usual patterns of justifying our actions and assertions, and when these explanations are taken up and integrated into our lives, we have striking examples of the phenomenon of reflections changing vocabulary and behavior. But as I argued in Chapter 7, this phenomenon does not require any new understanding of theory construction or theory confirmation. To say that we have changed ourselves by internalizing a new self-description, using terms like bourgeois intellectual or self-destructive or self-deceiving, is true enough. But this is no more startling than the fact that men changed the data of botany by hybridization, which was in turn made possible by botanical theory, or that they changed their own lives by inventing bombs and vaccines. Meditation on the possibility of such changes, like reading science fiction, does help us overcome the self-confidence of philosophical realism. But such meditation does not need to be supplemented by a transcendental account of the nature of reflection. All that is necessary is the edifying invocation of the fact or possibility of abnormal discourses, undermining our reliance upon the knowledge we have gained through normal discourses. The objectionable self-confidence in question is simply the tendency of normal discourse to block the flow of conversation by presenting itself as offering the canonical vocabulary for discussion of a given topic and, more particularly, the tendency of normal epistemologically centered philosophy to block the road by putting itself forward as the final commensurating vocabulary for all possible rational discourse. Self-confidence of the former, limited sort is overthrown by edifying philosophers who put the very idea of universal commensuration, and of systematic philosophy, in doubt. Risking intolerable repetitiveness, I want to insist again that the distinction between normal and abnormal discourse does not coincide with any distinction of subject matter, example nature versus history, or facts versus values, method, example objectivation versus reflection, faculty, example reason versus imagination, or any of the other distinctions which systematic philosophy has used to make the sense of the world consist in the objective truth about some previously unnoticed portion or feature of the world. Anything can be discoursed of abnormally, just as anything can become edifying and anything can be systematized. I have been discussing the relation between natural science and other disciplines simply because, since the period of Descartes and Hobbes, the assumption that scientific discourse was normal discourse and that no other discourse needed to be modeled upon it has been the standard motive for philosophizing. Once we set this assumption aside, however, we can also set aside the various anti-naturalisms about which I have been complaining. More specifically, we can assert all of the following: every speech, thought, theory, poem, composition, and philosophy will turn out to be completely predictable in purely naturalistic terms. Some atoms and the void account of microprocesses within individual human beings WIU per MIT the prediction of every sound or inscription which will ever be uttered. There are no ghosts. Nobody will be able to predict his own aotustions, thoughts, theories, poems, etc., before deciding upon them or inventing them. This is not an interesting remark about the odd nature of human beings, but rather a trivial consequence of what it means to decide or invent. So no hope, or danger, exists that cognition of oneself as en soi will cause one to cease to exist pour soi. The complete set of laws which enable these predictions to be made, plus complete descriptions, in atoms and the void terms, of all human beings, would not yet be the whole objective truth about human beings, nor the whole set of true predictions about them. There would remain as many other distinct sets of such objective truths, some useful for prediction, some not, as if there were incommensurable vocabularies within which normal inquiry about human beings could be conducted, example of those vocabularies within which we attribute beliefs and desires, virtues and beauty. Incommensurability entails irreducibility but not incompatibility, so the failure to reduce these various vocabularies to that of bottom-level atoms and the void science casts no doubt upon their cognitive status or upon the metaphysical status of their objects. This goes as much for the aesthetic worth of poems as for the beliefs of persons, as much for virtues as for volitions. The assemblage, per impossible, of all these objective truths would still not necessarily be edifying. It might be the picture of a world without a sense, without a moral. Whether it seemed to point a moral to an individual would depend upon that individual. It would be true or false that it so seemed, or did not seem, to him. But it would not be objectively true or false that it really did, or did not, have a sense or a moral. Whether his knowledge of the world leaves him with a sense of what to do with or in the world is itself predictable, but whether it should is not. The fear of science, of scientism, of naturalism, of self-objectivation, of being turned by too much knowledge into a thing rather than a person, is the fear that all discourse will become normal discourse. That is, it is the fear that there will be objectively true or false answers to every question we ask, so that human worth will consist in knowing truths, and human virtue will be merely justified true belief. This is frightening because it cuts off the possibility of something new under the sun, of human life as poetic rather than merely contemplative. But the dangers to abnormal discourse do not come from science or naturalistic philosophy. They come from the scarcity of food and from the secret police. Given leisure and libraries, the conversation which Plato began will not end in self-objectivation, not because aspects of the world, or of human beings, escape being objects of scientific inquiry, but simply because free and leisured conversation generates abnormal discourse as the sparks fly upward. I end this book with an allusion to Oakeshott's famous title 27 because it catches the tone in which, I think, philosophy should be discussed. Much of what I have said about epistemology and its possible successors is an attempt to draw some corollaries from Sellers's doctrine that in characterizing an episode or a state as that of knowing, we are not giving an empirical description of that episode or state, we are placing it in the logical space of reasons, of justifying and being able to justify what one says. Point 28 If we see knowing not as having an essence, to be described by scientists or philosophers, but rather as a right, by Kerr. rent standards, to believe, then we are well on the way to seeing conversation as the ultimate context within which knowledge is to be understood. Our focus shifts from the relation between human beings and the objects of their inquiry to the relation between alternative standards of justification, and from there to the actual changes in those standards which make up intellectual history. This brings us to appreciate Sellers's own description of his mythical hero Jones, the man who invented the mirror of nature and thereby made modern philosophy possible. Does the reader not recognize Jones as man himself in the middle of his journey from the grunts and groans of the cave to the subtle and polydimensional discourse of the drawing room, the laboratory, and the study, the language of Henry and William James, of Einstein, and of the philosophers who, in their efforts to break out of discourse to an apse beyond discourse, have provided the most curious dimension of all? P. 196. In this book I have offered a sort of prolegomenon to a history of epistemology-centered philosophy as an episode in the history of European culture. Such philosophy goes back to the Greeks, and goes sideways into all sorts of non-philosophical disciplines which have, at one time or another, proposed themselves as substitutes for epistemology, and thus for philosophy. So the episode in question cannot simply be identified with modern philosophy, in the sense of the standard textbook sequence of great philosophers from Descartes to Russell and Husserl. But that sequence is, nevertheless, where the search for foundations for knowledge is most explicit. So most of my attempts to deconstruct the image of the mirror of nature have concerned these philosophers. I have tried to show how their urge to break out into an apse beyond discourse is rooted in the urge to see social practices of justification as more than just such practices. I have, however, focused mainly on the expressions of this urge in the recent literature of analytical philosophy. The result is thus no more than a prolegomenon. A proper historical treatment would require both learning and skills which I do not possess. But I would hope that the prolegomenon has been sufficient to let one see contemporary issues in philosophy as events in a certain stage of a conversation which once knew nothing of these issues and may know nothing of them again. The fact that we can continue the conversation Plato began without discussing the topics Plato wanted discussed, illustrates the difference between treating philosophy as a voice in a conversation and treating it as a subject, a field of professional inquiry. The conversation Plato began has been enlarged by more voices than Plato would have dreamed possible, and thus by topics he knew nothing of. A subject astrology, physics, classical philosophy, furniture design may undergo revolutions, but it gets its self-image from its present state, and its history is necessarily written wiggishly as an account of its gradual maturation. This is the most frequent way of writing the history of philosophy, and I cannot claim to have avoided such wiggery entirely in sketching the sort of history which needs to be written. But I hope that I have shown how we can see the issues with which philosophers are presently concerned, and with which they wiggishly see philosophy as having always, perhaps unwittingly, been concerned, as results of historical accident. As turns the conversation has taken. Point 29 It has taken this turn for a long time, but it might. 29 Two recent writers Michel Foucault and Harold Bloom make the sense of the brute factuality of historical origins central to their work. Cf. Bloom, A Map of Misreading, New York, 1975, p. 33. All continuities possess the paradox of being absolutely arbitrary in their origins and absolutely inescapable in their teleologies. We know this so vividly from what we all of us oxymoronically call our love lives that its literary counterparts need little demonstration. Foucault says that his way of looking at the history of ideas permits the introduction, into the very roots of thought, of notions of chance, discontinuity, and materiality. The Discourse on Language, included in the Archaeology of Knowledge New York, 1972, p. 231, it is hardest of all to see brute contingency in the history of philosophy, if only because since Hegel the historiography of philosophy has been progressive, or, as in Heidegger's inversion of Hegel's account of progress, retrogressive, but never without a sense of inevitability. If we could once see the desire for a permanent, neutral, ahistorical, commensurating vocabulary as turn in another direction without human beings thereby losing their reason, or losing touch with the real problems. The conversational interest of philosophy as a subject, or of some individual philosopher of genius, has varied and will continue to vary in unpredictable ways depending upon contingencies. These contingencies range from what happens in physics to what happens in politics. The lines between disciplines will blur and shift, and new disciplines will arise, in the ways illustrated by Galileo's successful attempt to create purely scientific questions in the 17th century. The notions of philosophical significance and of purely philosophical question, as they are currently used, gained sense only around the time of Kant. Our post-Kantian sense that epistemology or some successor subject is at the center of philosophy, and that moral philosophy, aesthetics, and social philosophy, for example, are somehow derivative, is a reflection of the fact that the professional philosopher's self-image depends upon his professional preoccupation with the image of the mirror of nature. Without the Kantian assumption that the philosopher can decide quaestiones juris concerning the claims of the rest of culture, this self-image lapses. That assumption depends on the notion that there is such a thing as understanding the essence of knowledge, doing what Sellers tells us we cannot do. To drop the notion of the philosopher as knowing something about knowing which nobody else knows so well would be to drop the notion that his voice always has an overriding claim on the attention of the other participants in the conversation. It would also be to drop the notion that there is something called philosophical method or philosophical technique or the philosophical point of view. Itself a historical phenomenon, then perhaps we could write the history of philosophy less dialectically and less sentimentally than has been possible hitherto. Which enables the professional philosopher, ex officio, to have interesting views about, say, the respectability of psychoanalysis, the legitimacy of certain dubious laws, the resolution of moral dilemmas, the soundness of schools of historiography or literary criticism, and the like. Philosophers often do have interesting views upon such questions, and their professional training as philosophers is often a necessary condition for their having the views they do. But this is not to say that philosophers have a special kind of knowledge about knowledge, or anything else, from which they draw relevant corollaries. The useful kibitzing they can provide on the various topics I just mentioned is made possible by their familiarity with the historical background of arguments on similar topics, and, most importantly, by the fact that arguments on such topics are punctuated by stale philosophical clichés which the other participants have stumbled across in their reading, but about which professional philosophers know the pros and cons by heart. The neo-Kantian image of philosophy as a profession, then, is involved with the image of the mind or language as mirroring nature. So it might seem that epistemological behaviorism and the consequent rejection of mere raw imagery entail the claim that there can or should be no such profession. But this does not follow. Professions can survive the paradigms which gave them birth. In any case, the need for teachers who have read the great dead philosophers is quite enough to ensure that there will be philosophy departments as long as there are universities. The actual result of a widespread loss of faith in mirror imagery would be merely an encapsulation of the problems created by this imagery within a historical period. I do not know whether we are in fact at the end of an era. This will depend, I suspect, on whether Dewey, Wittgenstein, and Heidegger are taken to heart. It may be that mirror imagery and mainstream, systematic philosophy will be revitalized once again by some revolutionary of genius. Or it may be that the image of the philosopher which Kant offered is about to go the way of the medieval image of the priest. If that happens, even the philosophers themselves will no longer take seriously the notion of philosophy as providing foundations or justifications for the rest of culture, or as adjudicating questiones juris about the proper domains of other disciplines. Whichever happens, however, there is no danger of philosophies coming to an end. Religion did not come to an end in the Enlightenment, nor painting in Impressionism. Even if the period from Plato to Nietzsche is encapsulated and distanced in the way Heidegger suggests, and even if 20th century philosophy comes to seem a stage of awkward transitional backing and filling, as 16th century philosophy now seems to us, there will be something called philosophy on the other side of the transition. For even if problems about representation look as obsolete to our descendants as problems about hylomorphism look to us, people will still read Plato, Aristotle, Descartes, Kant, Hegel, Wittgenstein, and Heidegger. What roles these men will play in our descendants' conversation, no one knows. Whether the distinction between systematic and edifying philosophy will carry over, no one knows either. Perhaps philosophy will become purely edifying, so that one's self-identification as a philosopher will be purely in terms of the books one reads and discusses, rather than in terms of the problems one wishes to solve. Perhaps a new form of systematic philosophy will be found which has nothing whatever to do with epistemology but which nevertheless makes normal philosophical inquiry possible. These slow speculations are idle, and nothing I have been saying makes one more plausible than another. The only point on which I would insist is that philosophers' moral concern should be with continuing the conversation of the West, rather than with insisting upon a place for the traditional problems of modern philosophy within that conversation.